Yo, this shit is crazy. This right here is probably going to be the wildest, most informative, fucking just fucking melting pot of just dope fucking comic book shit we ever had. It's Drunken Chat Son. Before we get started, a lot of people. I'm doing a lot of conversations with a lot of people throughout my day, throughout the week. The community, the drunken chat fans, the drunken sharks. You guys are fucking awesome. I also want to get that shit out there right now. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys are fucking great. I love y'all being a part of the show, being fans of the show. You guys are the real MVP motherfucking P. Tonight, we got Hive Comics. Yo, we got motherfucking the reveal of Ha 4. We got Ultra Maximus just being as great as he is. We got Phil with some fucking bad batch spec that nobody has heard of yet. And also, we got my man, Jack DeMayo, a.k.a. Mr. Bolo, in the fucking building. You're holding to your fucking seats, man. Lucas, how you doing, brother?
Man, this was an interesting freaking week, man. Especially with some of the comments you guys were making over at freaking the Hot 10, man. Because, once again, the pull box will save that ass, man. And once again, some of those books, we did freaking touch on them, 3 weeks ago. Some of them, maybe like one of them you missed, and I'll talk about that later. But yeah, it was an interesting week regarding movie news, financial news, all that freaking stuff. Blind Adam, he's got some hidden gems. Most of them are freaking trashed, right? Because they were garbage. But then he does have some good ones in there, man.
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Let me introduce myself. My middle name is Mr. I don't give a fuck. I just be real with people.
Almost 3 minutes. Almost 3 minutes.
I just like to be real with people. Like if I don't like real freaking stuff, I'm gonna hype it up, or I'm gonna say, "Hey, it's freaking garbage." I'm gonna tell you why. I'm just gonna be real, you know.
Jesus.
So once again, freaking this week I did send out another reiteration of the FOC incentive list to all about members. Make sure you check up on that one. And guess what? The guys smiled on the fucking Drunken Chat freaking pull box this week because we did get that Inception freaking baseball freaking joint. This one is going for 180 freaking out the freaking box. If you want a freaking pricing on that, freaking let me know. My platinum members are freaking going to get a good price. All the people, we'll see what's going on. But this one is pretty freaking expensive, and there's only one pack in there. That's what's freaking crazy in there.
For $200, you get one pack.
Yep.
What's inside it?
I
think it's like maybe 16 cards at the most or something like that, man. But the parallels and all that.
You're muted, McClay.
The cure for COVID.
It's like 8 cards and like at least one autograph.
Yeah.
See, I knew Comic Book Jesus had it down, and what was inside that pack.
And hold up.
Go ahead.
Mike Jeter. I got your message. I definitely got to holler at you. The business work, but I'm glad you showed up. Shout out to my man Mike Jeter.
Right. And also there's about 8 freaking baseball packs that are on FOC this Monday. Right. So make sure you check out that list because Diamond, they even freaking called me, and so the way they've been calling me and freaking contacting me was like, "Hey, are you sure you want like freaking 20 cases of this stuff?" Yeah, god damn it, I want freaking 20 cases of that. Give it to me. So we'll see what happens with that. So definitely freaking check down the list, see what you want, and then I'll put that order in for you because right now I'm freaking going heavy on this because just the fact that I got this gives me hope that they're going to start getting their act together on all that other stuff.
Ultra, hello.
Hello. Raw reporter Ultra Maximus in the house, and apparently I eat raw steak like a lion.
Okay.
How's it going?
I'm doing good.
I have a beautiful mane.
Yeah, I see. Never going to shave it.
I did. That's why it's never getting shaved again. Duh.
McClay, my man.
Chilling, man. YouTube.com, the podcast. Check it out.
First special guest of the evening. One of my good friends. One of the ultra comic influencers right now. One of the hottest right now. Mr. Bolo, Jack DeMayo. What's going on, baby?
Appreciate you. What's going on, my man? Happy to be here. Excited.
Now, you've been on the show before, but you haven't been on the show at a interviewee aspect. So it's a lot of questions I want to get into. That's what I'm going to get to. Like I said, this is going to be a long show. Y'all better take some motherfucking whatever y'all take, coke, whatever y'all do. I'm gonna say it'll be up for a while. So
stay up.
Also,
stay up.
We got some Star Wars. Had to bring in my Star Wars man. I see the Bad Batch trailer. I say let me get my Star Wars man on here. Phil, what up, baby?
Yeah, got some good Bad Batch, not random spec issues for you all to chase. So got a little presentation for you guys a little later. I just got news that New York Comic Con's gonna happen, Mel. I'm gonna see you there or what? New York Comic Con, NYCC.
Yes.
So, and then I also just reached out with Baltimore Comic Con. That could be happening too. So
you didn't hear
exciting stuff.
You're gonna help Mel get in the door.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in the
Yeah, man. Just let me know, man. Just let me know.
As
Yeah,
dirty as Baltimore is. As dirty as Baltimore is. Are you sure you really want to go there?
I got the vaccine, so I mean, we're good. We're good. So, who's up next?
Somebody got some static going on here. Is that me?
That might be me. Hold on.
Test mute people, Mel. That's what you do in control.
It's James.
Yeah, it's Hive.
All right,
Sorry, James.
Let me switch computers and I'll get back on.
Roger. Right.
Mel, you're muted.
Pardon that interruption, everybody. Sorry about that.
Yes. So also, let's continue. We got from Hive Comics. We got John. We got both members of Hive Comics in the building. Jonathan's in the building. What up, baby?
What's up, man? I'm tired as hell. I'm gonna try to make it as long as I can, but I went fishing all day today.
Ooh.
So
That was
Catch
fun.
anything?
Yeah, I caught like 18, man.
nice.
Went fly fishing. Caught about 4 rainbow trout, about 10 freaking brown trout, and another few whitefish. It was awesome.
You guys got some fucking dope shit coming up, kid.
Thank you.
And I want people to know, I don't fuck with store variants a lot. Before it was, I don't fuck with store variants, period. But store variants they've been great. My stance was always, if your cover is fire, I'm fucking with it. I don't fucking with the store variants who just fucking put some bullshit ass cover there just for them to get the incentive. Warner Comics has been putting out some fucking fire. Hive Comics has been putting out some fucking fire. It is what the fuck it is. If the cover's great, I'm fucking with it. If it's not great, I don't fuck with it.
And you know what? There's ways to talk about books without, sounding like you're promoting everybody from A Million Ways to the Sun, and without, trying to really pressure people into buying your books. I like your books. There's a few of them I'm probably going to buy. And you know what? I really appreciate you guys doing what you do, because again, that's what it's all about. And there's I do a show on FOC, and even doing that show on FOC, I sometimes am just very careful about what I say, just to make sure that I'm not pressuring people to buy something just because I said I like it. And it's a tough thing to do, but that's what honesty in comics is for me. And that's just all I'm trying to bring, is that level of, hey, look, it's a store variant. Don't kid yourself. There's 500 of them. Other people are going to get some too, So, but again, we live in some funny times, man. The market is really, really funny. eBay's really, really funny. There's, all sorts of other transactions going on in different places. So if you're a retailer, bless your heart. There's always some of that too, Mel. There's always some of that too, unfortunately. But we try to not pay attention to that and try to look towards the positive of the community, and again, putting out good content. Whether you're doing comic books or whether you're doing comic book content on video on any streaming service or IG or whatever. Honesty in comics is just not showing ulterior motives to what you're posting.
Yeah.
Well,
we just want to honestly, like before we were doing this, I was that guy buying those covers that I wanted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
And I still do. And I still, if I like, I love ratio covers. So I think we got like 6 of those Department of Truth 2, 1 in 25s now, something like that.
I've seen.
Yeah, we've been buying those up. I love those freaking covers. But I just want to make books for people that love the covers. Plus, we only want to do covers for books we like that we're behind. We like the writer, we like the artist, we like the story. But we also want to play to those guys that want to flip books. I can't
fault you guys for doing that as a retailer, but you're upfront about it. You're like, I'm a reseller. I do store variants. You're not somebody trying to masquerade behind an account that ends in Stark or Castle. Somewhere trying to play who you're not. So it's okay. You guys again put out good content, and I'm fully supportive of Hive Comics and what they do. And I'm glad that you guys came through Flipside and the other places and have been able to get exposure for your content the same way that Drew does. And I've been like you heard pre-show, I've been buying from Drew since I got back in. That's been almost a decade of buying from him, dude.
Before he was fucking doing store variants. His collection, his stock is fucking
insane.
So
it'll make you call him a motherfucker. And I have.
When I tell you that people will remember who you are and how you treat them and how you take care of them when you're in the comic sales side of things. That I look at his pages first. I'm sorry, like if I need something for that's not available in my LCS, and I know he's got it, I'm going to him first.
He's always got it. I've been looking at his eBay. I've been buying stuff on his eBay for the last 5-6 years.
He's kind of big. He's kind of just admit it.
Monte Comics is awesome sauce.
He plays himself. He plays himself down so hard, though. I do love that, but he's like, "Oh, I'm just like, no, you're not."
For how much money the motherfuckers get in variants, the motherfucker needs better internet. Goddamn it! What a show.
Well, when you make an internet breaker, it shows all the weak links, all the weak links in your cart checkout plan.
Last but not least, we got my man Blind Adam in the building.
Forgot he's here. I'm sorry.
No, I'm interested. Which one of my hidden gems of trash?
I don't know why Lucas said
They're doing well. Tuesday nights is going well. 9 p.m. for Awesome Sauce Radio, and I may or not be doing the LA Microcon as a virtual exhibitor. So, just doing my thing.
So, all right,
stay busy, bro. Stay busy. That's all we can do.
This is the part of the flight where I tell you motherfuckers, buckle your seatbelts, put your fucking tray tables up, your upright position. And let's get fucking ready to rock out. Where do we begin first? Do we begin with the reveal? We got Something's Killing the Kids. Do we want to talk to Mr. Bolo first? Lucas, which one jump off with?
Well, we usually start off with the news. We could start off with the news real quick, 5 or 6 things, or we can go ahead and go with the Bolo stuff, high stuff, whatever you want to do. It's all up to you, man.
This is why I fucking hired you. You fucking. Let's do some new Godzilla vs. Kong.
So
we'll segue it both ways. Bolo, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Good day, busy day.
And how did you like Godzilla vs. Kong?
I liked it. I have to say I want to watch it again, and I want to watch it like right after watching the previous movies, because I really feel like I was kind of missing some details. But it's an action movie, right? So it's an awesome kaiju fight movie.
Okay. Now, speaking of kaiju also fight. What did the AT&T stocks do? Because they're fighting my wildest, man. My shit is fucked up. I got rid of a whole lot of shit. You said it was going to go down to 30, Lucas. Oh, you muted.
Yeah, absolutely. So AT&T has been something that I've been telling people for a while. Like, hey, keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on the stock, especially after that last earnings and that last investor relations freaking meeting they have. They have another one coming up on the 22nd. So they've got a lot of stuff to explain and push through, and then they'll have that thing on the 22nd of this month. So Godzilla versus Kong, right? This is right after the thing with the whole Snyder cut, and everybody was loving it. And then all of a sudden, AT&T Warner Brothers says, "Yeah, that's it. No more Snyder stuff. That's it." Which is a crazy, it's a crazy freaking thing that they're going to do. Like, hey, people said they like what you did. We want you to continue on. They're like, no, we're going to do something else. So Godzilla versus Kong already in China, already blowing up. First week is already like around realm of 69 million, and then we take all the other countries up, plus the United States is what it's probably going to do this weekend. It's going to be in the realm of $200 million, and that's going to go into the revenue, right? And why is that good for what we can do? Well, that might be a good idea. I mean, good if you're a comic book investor, but if you're an investor, and you know that AT&T has dividends, you know that some of that revenue money is going to come back to you sooner or later. So,
yeah, but this story got deeper, didn't? Are you going to talk about the Restore the Snyderverse?
Yes. So yes, absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll talk to something that Bolo was actually talking about, the whole thing about kaijus, right? So once again, I've always been saying that when it comes to phases in Hollywood, they do stuff in phases, right? So whatever's trendy, right? So for instance, zombie movies was trendy at one point, Dracula movies was trendy at one point, and it's going to come back sooner or later, right? Because we already know with the Blade and Morbius and all that other stuff, right? So right now, kaijus are making a big comeback. They were supposed to already been here, right? 2020, 2021, and 2022. That was supposed to be an in and out on kaijus, right? So I started rumming through and see what other freaking kaiju movies or whatever.
Enormous.
Yep. Rise of Ultraman, that was already supposed to have been out in 2020. They actually pushed that back into summer of 2021, so this summer. Pacific Rim, the Black, that one's already had, but it was kind of stucky, right? Some people like it, I didn't like it, and some people hated it. I hated it, right?
I like it.
But they're already upping it for season 2 already, which means that there's enough interest out there that they're willing to go through with this. And here's the interesting thing was that in Suicide Squad, the trailer that just came out, people were once again picking through the freaking details, and they noticed that Starro is the main villain, or most likely the main villain inside for Suicide Squad. So that's going to be interesting as well. Now, for me, I don't think Starro is going to freaking survive Suicide Squad, right? Because once you mess with Suicide, you're going to freaking die. However, what happens with Starro is whenever you shoot him, spores kind of get off, and other freaking Osprey and all the other stuff. So something that might happen is Jarro, right? Jarro is being raised by Batman right now. He hopes to become Robin in later on. So that might be something to keep an eye out for Suicide Squad. It is I know it is a high left to the right freaking sky freaking thing, but just got to keep in mind.
It's a thing, and anything's possible in this day and age, man. I know, that's just why I'm chuckling at it, because this is also one of those things that is just so outlandish that people would eat it up for whatever reason. Polarity, tap water, lead, I don't know, man. it would just be popular,
And once again, the way I think is, if I see a character over and over and over again in the freaking comics, I'm thinking that eventually they're going to make their way into a TV show or a theater. And you know what? I have been 18 for 18 over the last 10 years. I still got 2 pending, and that's Madam Mask, but I've been pretty good so far, and this is the one that I've seen over and over again that most likely will make it. So it's a 50-50 because Starro's in there, right? That made it. They took it from a 10% to a 50-50, right? Because Starro is already making the Suicide Squad. So right now there's a good chance that Jarro may make it depending.
Jarro?
So Jarro is a kaiju, right? Which is what I'm talking about him, right? Starro was actually the first villain of the Justice League, right? In fact, he made his first appearance in Brave and Bold number 28. He's the one, the big star that's fighting Batman and Wonder Woman on the freaking cutter and everything. Jarro is basically like his offspring, like his genetic offspring, whatever. But Batman found him. He's been raising him ever since. But he's so powerful that they just can't let him freaking roam free. So they actually had to have him contained in a special facility.
I've seen this motherfucking old Batman movie, man.
well, if I mean, no, it doesn't have to be necessarily in a Batman movie. He's Justice League affiliated, right? That whole death metal, black and everything. He was a big part of that, and a big part of the solution, because when he lets off his spores, he can control everybody, whatever, right? He's that powerful that he can control everybody and get everybody to sync just like freaking that.
And Warner Brothers stock with that how much this past week?
Well, it didn't go down. It didn't go down. It actually went up a little bit.
Oh man.
Well, actually, so yeah. You're right.
No,
It did go down
a
little bit.
If you do some shit like Jaru, I don't know.
Right. Well, what you got to show like why he's so powerful, right? Because for every person that he sends his spores out and controls, he actually grows larger. So if you get control of, say, 1 million people, you're going to be as tall as a freaking building, and that's where the kaiju comes in.
Okay.
Let's see. We don't necessarily need to talk about that, but James, you were talking about the San Diego Con, Baltimore Con. San Diego Con has been jumping back and forth this week, talking about, hey, we're going to freaking open it. We're going to have a 3-day event. Then all of a sudden they're saying, well, hold up, wait a minute. There's been too many people getting sick all of a sudden. So now we got to think about it. So they're holding back on that stuff.
So Phil, you said New York Comic Con was coming back?
So New York Comic Con has said that they're aiming at a 70% capacity for the show.
Yeah.
You live in New York. You let me know. Is it possible?
They just won't let people in.
Yeah, I hope you have security.
Right. Yeah, you can. What you do is you have less booths, right, and you let as many people in as you can at your 77%, and just people just roll them through, and roll them out.
Yo, it's more 70% people standing online. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to release those people running after Funkos.
Right. So the guy. Right. So one of the guys that's in on that whole thing, I talked with him at Repop. He was talking about that, and he was like, well, they're probably gonna. Yeah, he said they're definitely gonna have less booths, but the money that they will be losing out from all that stuff is making a big quandary right now. So that's what they're trying to figure out, because they need more people in there to justify the space that they're going to freaking rent, and the stuff that they've already lost, because they borrowed money to do the last one, and then they had to pay for that one plus do whatever they're going to do in the future. So it's a big quandary for them right now.
Bolo, what's going on in North Carolina? Will there be Heroes Con?
We just found out today that there's not going to be a Heroes Con this year. They're aiming for 2022 now. And it's the same kind of situation Lucas was just talking about, where the cost of renting the convention center and the costs that are associated with it, once you have to start limiting the amount of people that can be in attendance, you start cutting into your own potential revenue, and it becomes cost prohibitive. So they're looking for next year. Real disappointment, 2 years in a row without a con.
Right. Yeah. See the problem is that they're going for those big city joints, right? If they come out to a little city like mine's out in the freaking mountains, I guarantee you they'll make their money back fourfold, because people got nothing out here better than do than freaking walk around and look at freaking tables and do all that other crazy stuff, and it'll be cheap.
Yeah, there's actually a little mini con going on in Long Island. I think it's next week. I'm going to be attending. If I wake my ass up.
Hey, Ultra, I heard MegaCon may be happening. Yeah. Like Florida. Don't
August
give a shit, right?
21st, I believe. It's not that we don't give a shit. It's just, well,
No masks. No masks.
I don't know, man. I think freedom makes us stronger. We're bred a little different, crazy down here, because we're allowed. Dude, it's the fuck. No, make no mistake. It is the wild, wild west down here. So you may be the biggest, baddest badass at your home state or your home city or whatever, But don't come to Florida and talk shit to nobody, because these dudes, not only are they crazy, but if you try to fight somebody, they won't fight you. They'll just legally pull out a gun and shoot you.
Wow.
Legally. So, but be cool.
Shout out to Carroll City.
Be cool, and everybody will be cool with you. That's the way it works. So, but MegaCon's great. And honestly, they just pulled off, a big political convention down here at the same convention center where they will be holding MegaCon at. You should rest assured that it is going to be a very safe place. And this is also the one thing you have to understand, that, there's people with concealed carry permits. So you should feel more safe here in Florida than you do in a lot of other places. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay, go on.
That's true. You still need to make sure that you are in proper health, have a high zinc content in your blood, and that you are taking lots of vitamins. Your immune system is up to snuff. Don't get smashed a whole bunch while you're here and lower your immune system. But it's Florida. It's right now we're having a weird cold weather thing. It was 60 degrees today, everybody.
A weird cold weather thing. 60 degrees. Yeah. 100 views. We're gonna reveal that haha.
Yep.
So do it.
So I was just earlier talking about vampires, right? And this is what I'm talking about. So I'm always going to be looking out for that first TV series or movie that's going to kick that phase off. I'm a little disappointed that Jamie Foxx is doing this. Vice is looking to, hey, the Vampirella, the African American Vampirella that's out there, or any other thing. But just once again, keep an eye out on these little side projects to see when that whole phase is going. And I see people talking about Blue Beetle, this and this obscure comic. Hey, and there's like Naomi with Ava DuVernay, whatever, she was talking about that. But at some point, the superhero freaking trend will fade, and the Hollywood bigwigs, they're going to get tired of spending all that freaking money.
Yep.
So they're going to look to something else, or they're going to start looking to meld other elements with their superhero joints to kind of lessen what's going on with superhero and say, hey, what about these other characters that we own? Speaking of, bam, Ava DuVernay and what was the name of that other freaking movie, The Trench, right? That was supposed to be a big thing that kicked off after Aquaman. That's been freaking canceled, right? People are saying, well, no, it's because of this, that. Well, I know for a fact that once again at the last investor relations, they actually made some comments about Anna and what she's saying and what she's hoping to do. She's hoping to kind of obscure what happened with the Snyder universe, and they're hoping to build a more just like a whole Marvel universe where it's kind of combined, and this thing connects into this and this connects into that. But they're going to be shot separately because she understood that the way that they tried to do the Justice League was too quick, right? Whereas, okay, we had one movie with this guy, we had one movie with this guy, and then all of a sudden, bam, we had a full team. Nope, you need to build those different elements separately, and then you can have your big event. So that's what she's hoping to do. Unfortunately, the way she's throwing out all these other projects left and right is kind of a little scary, especially with the New Gods stuff, right? Because New Gods, and I get it with what's happening with why she did it with New Gods is because apparently there was already some people that took a look at Eternals, and they said it was shit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They said it was shit, right? They didn't understand, even with all the explanations that they try to throw in there. They just didn't get it. They didn't know who these people were. They didn't love any of them. So it's going to be kind of a back to the drawing board, a little bit more fix around with some of this stuff, and then hopefully they'll pull up a good project. So hearing that, and it says, yeah, maybe we'll do something else, and they're going to give these directors some other projects to work on. And once again, Naomi is something that's been freaking peeping up, and some other projects. So we'll see what's going on with that one.
So what was shit? Eternals was shit, or New Gods was shit?
Eternals.
Who said that?
So they did a what do you call those? One of those survey groups.
Test screening.
They showed the movie to him.
Yes, and they showed certain elements to him, like the big elements that were, and they didn't like it. They didn't understand what it was, what was going on. There was no kind of big connection to the rest of the DC universe because they knew what they were supposed to be watching.
The Marvel universe, you mean?
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, but they weren't able to make that connection apparently, and they were just like, well, we don't get it. They're like, oh, okay, this person was fine, but we don't understand what the rest of these people were supposed to be doing and all that.
So you know what, Lucas is again.
Yeah.
It's going to be like any Rotten Tomato score on a comic book movie before the comic book movie hits, and then the audience score is always 90% the other way. It's like no matter what they say, you know, there's going to be a ton of critics. Their sampling audience is a bunch of 55-year-old plus non-comic book watching grandparents and parents who have absolutely complete detachment from comic book movies. So yeah, I don't trust any of these things in the first place. But I did want to speak to what's on the screen here, though. Does anybody else feel like the bunch of maniacs on Twitter with this Restore the Snyderverse caused them to scrap all the other DC projects and say, "Hey, wait a minute, Zach. Hey, buddy.
They fucking should.
Remember when you said you weren't gonna do this trilogy? Well, can you maybe do it and like do it for us, please?
Why shouldn't they? Now, let me tell you something. About what I thought about this. I'm very naive to what the fuck the masses love. You know what I mean? I do my own fucking thing. Everybody was talking about Snyder Cut. I was like, what the fuck is this Snyder Cut shit? What the fuck is so special about the fucking Snyder Cut? I watched the Snyder Cut. I was like, oh, why the fuck you didn't put dogs out in the first fucking movie? What the fuck was wrong with y'all? That shit gave the whole movie purpose. Well, I'm interested in DC again. I'm not gonna front.
Yeah, they've got a. Yeah, I can't lie, man. Now they've got momentum to do whatever the hell they want.
Jack, what do you think about the whole Snyder thing? I'm sorry to cut you off. My bad.
That's cool.
I am more of a fan of the direction they were gonna go with these movies and these different niches. I wanted to see what Ava DuVernay would have been able to do with the New God story, and I like the idea that Tom King was kind of taking his Mr. Miracle story into that movie.
Yes.
And I also think that Trench could have been a really cool horror film, but I think this has a lot to do with the Snyderverse. And that's just my guess. I know nothing about it from inside, but my guess would be that this is a situation where they're going to go forward with the Darkseid Half-Life storyline, and in order to do that, you can't have Darkseid be, your villain in more than one film franchise unless they're connected. And like Lucas said, I think that this was never intended to be connected. This was beyond the Snyderverse. This was moving forward. So I'm a little disappointed, but I am happy. I love Ava DuVernay. I think she's amazing. And I have high hopes of what she'll do with Naomi, because I think everything you guys say about the CW, it's true. It's limiting as far as what it does for the comic market. But she is a very elevated director. She's a different quality than what has been put on the CW in the past. So I'm hoping that she's going to bring a little something different to Naomi.
So why won't they just bring the WB, well, the DC universe to the HBO Max? Why won't they do that?
I think they are with like the Green Lantern Corps movie and stuff, or TV show and stuff like that. But I think that Naomi, they want to skew it towards a younger audience. So it's going to be more the CW audience.
You think they're going too fast, trying to push Naomi? I mean, she's not really an established character.
No, I think that's the way things are going to go from now on out. I think that there's not going to be this like long barrier like we had with Miles Morales, where he had to prove it for 20 years before he's starting to get that. I don't think we're going to see that anymore. Like, I think Punchline, we could see Punchline in a movie or television show in a couple of years. Like, that could happen.
They have to.
Right.
They're starting to realize that speculators don't control the market, but it's a nice gateway into what people will want to watch.
Right. It gives a good idea of what people will get behind in a big way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got to strike while the iron is hot on these superhero movies, right? While people are still interested, freaking do what they can.
All right. Before we go further, we reached a peak of 107. So we got to do that reveal. Let's knock that. Let's knock that out. Now let me tell you something about this reveal. Wanted Comics. Shout out to my man Jewel. You know what I'm saying? He came through. He blessed us. He was like, "Yo, Mel, I want the Drunken Chat. I want this show to be the one to reveal our cover for Haha number 4. I was like, why? He was like, yo, this shit is so off the hook, so crazy It can't be. This is what he say. It can't be shown during the day. Now, I was like, you motherfucker! I was this motherfucker trying to oversell his shit. You know what I'm saying? My wife is terrified of clowns. I said, let me see the cover. So I show my wife. I show my wife the cover. She was like, you guys have seen my wife on Drunken Chat before. She's like, why the fuck would you show me this shit? She was pissed off. She was legit pissed off. But I don't know if you guys get scared about it. But if you don't like clowns and you guys drive, this could be fucked up for y'all. So Lucas, you got that lined up? Here it goes. Number 4. Look at this shit. That is the trade dress version.
Excuse me, Mel. Can you be a little descriptive, please?
So there is a clown that is standing in the middle of a highway road in the middle of the freaking woods. Not off to the right or to the right in the middle, looking crazy as hell. Blood coming from the shoes, and he's holding like 6 or 7 different colored balloons, like the clown.
That's awesome sauce.
And his face is creepy as fuck.
And what's crazy is his left hand that's off by his side looks like it might be holding something, like maybe it's concealing a knife or something.
Yes.
And a fair warning, just we need to put a warning label on this one. Unless you are a supernatural murderous clown, I do not recommend you stand in the middle of any roadway, even remotely dressed like this, or holding balloons or anything of the sort. Because people will probably people are going to hit the gas. So you need to be one of those supernatural murderous homicidal clowns with superpowers to do that. So disclaimer, legal notices, all that good stuff, just to make sure everybody's staying safe out there.
Show the virgin.
Side by side, they look really good. So
I like the trade dress.
No, I like the Virgin more because the Virgin's got that blue tint to it.
Yeah, blue tint, yeah.
It's darker.
Basically, what you have on the left is somebody driving their Audi with LED headlights. And then you have on the right somebody driving the Volkswagen with the halogen.
I think it's again. I think the cover's fire. John Gallagher's been fucking knocking it out the park.
Absolutely.
Hive Comics, Wonder Comics and Hive Comics going to make John Gallagher the motherfucking cover artist of the year. Period.
Someone in the chat said, "Isn't this how Deliverance happened?" Oh wow!
Lucy said, "I need to get it." Lucy, is your mom afraid of clown? I mean,
shout out to Grown Up Gamer.
Yo, I put the phone up to her. I said, "Wait," I said, "How do you like this cover?" She's like, "Why the fuck would you show me this?" Like she cursed me out.
So you're driving from now on, basically, is what she said.
Nah, I'm
after you showed her this cover,
taking the Uber. But another home run. I mean, like I said, like I think you Ultra said, people are gonna want to collect these haha covers.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. Hi, you got some shit coming out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh.
We got Ice Cream Man 24. Pre-sales tomorrow. That Felix Icarus Morales, man, he's gonna take off like a rocket. He's insane. The homages he's doing are pretty awesome.
I seen the one joint. That's for 25.
Yeah, I sent you that one. I sent Brian that too for 25. It's for Black Cat 50.
I seen that. I was like, oh man.
Oh, we got some ideas for him, man. Oof.
You make it hard for me not to like store variants. You motherfuckers.
We're trying.
Hey, yo, I remember that's one of the first things I told you when I first met you. Shout out to Aaron Yee. Aaron Yee introduced us, and one of the first things I said, I don't fuck with store variants, but goddamn.
Gallagher's crossover one variant. John's awesome.
Great. Yeah, he's just great.
And
Hey, if I could jump in here real quick.
Yeah,
you guys were talking about, I know you guys were talking about on the Hot 10 show, might have been early on in here too. We were talking about like some of the new money coming into the market.
Yeah, new money.
It's kind of important to like bring up because I'm in a couple like reseller groups that are outside of comics. And that once they start kind of migrating into comics, one of the first things that really piques interest of the outside investor is exclusive variants. It's really easy for them to understand. The print runs are usually upfront and in your face. Designated drop times. The sellers who are doing a really good job with it, who are selling out, it's almost immediate ROI versus buying a book on release day and having to hold it for a period of time. And it's a lot less speculative once a retailer builds a following. So like some of the stuff that I've seen recently that it surprises me when it gets posted in like a non-comics Discord or something like that. And I'm seeing wanted comics. I'm seeing comic book exclusives. I'm seeing those kinds of links getting posted. I think that it's a really good sign for what's going on. So kind of what Jonathan said earlier is like, as long as a retailer is like really putting effort into trying to make a kick-ass book that they feel like people are going to like, there is an increasing audience coming to exclusive variants. And I think that the tone in the way that they're viewed is going to change increasingly over the next couple of years.
Yeah, but I don't want people doing the doing selling the variants to play them type of games where you got to be a part of a certain group that you get it before it the rest of the general public. That I can't fuck with that.
Oh, you mean how Jeff Scott Campbell sends me an email and says I can pre-order without the general public flooding? That's called loyalty for previous customers, though. So you have to understand that one. But
and a lot of stores have Facebook groups and things like that where they're doing.
I don't have Facebook, and I saw other people who have Facebook. So you should limit
social media, Mel.
Now I should have to be limited to be like, yo, if I got to be a part of this group, to be able to get shit in advance. I mean, I know we got to combat bots and a lot of other things like that, but.
So I got a little bit of a take on it from what I'm seeing. Is there's a lot of uneducated people coming into comics directly right off day one, looking to buy a book and being like, is this going to go up in value? And no matter what it is they're buying, they're like, is this going to go up in value? And trying to explain to them the basically the little tricks and the formula of things that you want to look for in a comic. Because look, I know some stores do a variant cover for a book every month because they like the book. Some of them are ongoing Marvel titles, so they have bloated print totals altogether in order to hit their minimums. But some of these books have nothing happen inside of them and are merely nothing more than a cover.
Oh yeah, and there's no doubt there's a lot of that Ultra, but there's also a lot of smart money coming in too. That sees the game, sees what's happening, is making some of those maneuvers, which is why you're seeing like mega keys also shoot up in value.
Oh, the mega keys I can definitely understand. People are parking money, aka hiding it. But there's a lot of that, man. You mean to tell Mel's the reason why? Yes, you cannot find books on MySpace because of Mel, and he has also got Netscape on lock.
Fucking terrible. But so it's always gonna be an interesting conversation when it comes to store variants and everything. Again, I don't fuck with the cover unless I fucking love it. And Hive got some shit. When I first met Hive, that baby cover, when is that dropping? A lot of people here. When is that dropping?
April 10th, 2 p.m. Eastern. A week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
April 10th, 2 p.m. Eastern.
We're giving away one of these to somebody who buys our variant on the 10th. This is the issue 2, 1 in 25. This is like what, a $600 book now, $700 book now?
Really?
Yeah. This was the inspiration for our cover. Is this character? So that's being given away to a random buyer. We're gonna put everyone's order numbers in and do a little live thing on the on the Facebook page after the weekend. And
so you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, so there's a chance. Well,
I'm gonna buy a few just so I can have a chance at that shit.
And how do you do it? You guys just drop the link and just let the savages just go crazy?
Yeah.
Let's see. I fucks with that.
We give everyone a release time, and we drop a link on the Facebook page and Instagram and all over the place as soon as it goes live. A direct link, but anybody can just find it on the main page of our website when it goes live.
I put my fucking war paint on there, like it's gonna, your site is gonna crash.
No,
you don't think so?
Maybe.
No.
I say that being a good thing because that motherfucker, that cover, as soon as I seen that shit, what, three weeks ago. You had posted like 3-4 weeks ago. I was like, holy shit. This is gonna be fire, man.
That's what I said. That's what I said to John Gallagher too. I was like, Jesus, man.
And you told me that wasn't even the hottest cover you did.
Oh, dude, I'll send you the rest of them. It's insane, man. He's good, and he did 5 covers for us in a day.
Yeah, his crossover stuff that he did for you guys is amazing.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah,
we gotta get John Gallagher on this joint.
He's doing crossover 7 through 10 for us too. He's already done 1 through 6, but 7 through 10 are going to be connecting covers.
Oh, wow.
4 quadrants. And pretty excited for that. Saw the layouts of them. And it's gonna be pretty crazy. You know how him and I were even talking about, Alan Qua's craziness with his stuff. He's gonna do some nutty chaos stuff on all 4 of those covers. It's gonna be cool.
So, James, are you dropping the link tonight? You dropping the code, the drunken code?
I need to text Jonathan about that, but I got some ideas for tonight.
Come on, Jonathan. We got 116 people. The last sale went crazy from what I heard.
Yeah,
you guys made some money. You guys want to make some money tonight? Drop a code for my drunken sharks to eat. You know what I'm saying?
I think,
the code will not be used for tomorrow. Let's just get that out there now. Because Ultra, how many messages did you get last time? It was crazy.
I got a few, but you know what? Some of them were from some really good people that were really hoping to score, and it meant that they were watching on the rewind, and you can't fault them for that. They're like, hey, man, I wasn't watching Drunken Chat at 3 o'clock in the morning when y'all dropped this wonderful code for discounts.
You see, but this is what makes Drunken Chat that exclusivity. You gotta be up. If you're up at night, you gonna get the fire. You gonna get the heat. You gonna get that Ultra Maximus, fucking Spec Matrix. You're gonna be the first one to eBay. You gonna hit that. If you can't do it, we respect that. Hopefully there's some early bird get the worm, or the early shark get the fucking leg. You know what I mean? You can't get the leg, man. What the fuck you gonna eat? Oh, I gotta eat, man.
I wasn't on here last time when James did that, and
you will go to a whole motherfucker. You're like, damn, I'm not buy card. I gotta buy card ball.
He hit me up the next day and he's like, I think I did some stuff last night.
James,
we're cool like that though. I'm like, yeah, I'm okay, all right.
But were you happy with the results?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, your chat's wild. Your chat's wild. They came through.
Oh, if you say exclusivity, you right.
You don't even know what happened the next day when Stranger Comics did their auction, man.
Bro.
Ooh.
Drunk motherfucker.
I was there.
Trying to buy comics for $15,000. God damn.
Got their hangover credit cards, bro.
James was like, yo, I want that waterfall variant. I was like, yo, bro. I said, my max. I'm thinking to myself, man, my max is 500. I don't think James is gonna beat me on 500. That book sold for fucking $3,000. Fuck that. Okay, hey, James, you muted. James, you muted.
I didn't even get a chance to look at it yet, and you'd messaged me, and you're like, so it's getting close to $3,000 right now, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not even looking anymore. No way.
I I was like, fuck that.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck that. 122 live. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Phil, shaking your head, man.
What up?
If Lucas is
Exciting.
done with
122 people.
If Lucas is done with the news, he's not.
Talking about.
Get on deck.
All right, so
You on deck, Phil?
Yes. Well, see,
All
yes,
right.
yeah. So two quick new things.
That shit is
And
fire.
this is FOC for Monday, right? Robin #1. That's going to be the first appearance of Respawn, and somebody told me that Flatline apparently as well. Yes, this is 1 to 25. Ryan Federici. Just be advised, you can't order this through pull box because DC don't fuck with me like that. So gonna have to find it somewhere else. They are out there. If you can find this for under like $60, like 54, because it's going to it's at $5.99 or $6.99. I forget what the cover price is. It's going to be pretty expensive for some of the stores to get this. So once again, if you can get this under 60, grab it up, freaking, because that's going to be a good one. As far as whether the character's going forward, I don't know. I got it in my box. I haven't read it yet, but just keep an eye out for that one.
You guys know what I'm going to tell you. Make sure you focus on those stores doing an exclusive because they got loaded up on these variant, that 125 at ratio for their order, and they're going to be looking to liquidate that stuff and then look at their variant as a proper sales item. So check them out first because there is multiple store exclusives that I saw coming for this one.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, as far back as like last week, I saw some going for 35. Those are gone now. It's like around 54 to 60. So yeah, just keep an eye out for it. And if you don't go crazy on this. Wait at least wait a year.
It's
then
DC
grab it.
Spec.
Yeah, people will forget about this book, and you'll be able to grab it.
That brings up a good question. Has anybody checked in on to see what that 1 in 25 Robin King variant's still doing?
Yeah, it's like $65.
$200 raw out the gate.
Yeah, $65. You can get freaking raw $65, if not less.
On it or whatever.
What's that?
What cover is that? It's like
that's the one where it was the Robin King with the gold background and the dinosaur. The 1 in 25 incentive for that one Dark Knight's Death Metal book that everybody went absolutely crazy for. I know I bought what was the variant that came shortly thereafter that one. I think I bought like a bunch of copies of that variant too. And I think I bought a bunch of his first appearance too, the A cover, and helped everybody get those variants for cheap. So, yay me!
Also for FOC this week is Marvel's #1. There is a 1 to 50. The one that I have on the side is a 1 to 25. There's quite a few characters that's going to have their first appearances when Kevin Schumer, Lady Lotus, Threadneedle, and Warbird. I don't know what's going to be going on with those characters going forward, but I thought that was kind of interesting because there was a Marvels in the last 2 or 3 weeks that nobody saw or nobody even cared about, and it turned out there was a pretty good first appearance in that one as well.
Was it the Silver Surfer one you were talking about a couple of weeks ago?
No, that was the Guardians of the Galaxy. This one was a Native American character. The 1 to 25 and 1 to 50, that one's had Captain America and his Charlie uniform on there. And people just forgot all about that one.
Is that cover A right there?
I'm sorry, say again now?
Is that cover A right there with all the crop shots of Spider-Man?
No, the one on the right hand side, that's like maybe cover D or something like that. That's like a 1 to 25, and then there's a cover E that they don't have the art for it yet.
Nice.
And then that's all we have for the news. So what do we want to do next? Don't forget that Adam has some hidden gems that he wants to knock out.
We'll get to that. Mm-hmm. But we got my man. We got the Philmeister.
So Phil's going to get the sharks all pre-warmed and have their credit card glowing by the time I'm ready for them.
So we have the Spec Matrix today.
Well, I'm working on one right now. You see, I was working on one before the show, and it was going to be a 2-parter, and then an epiphany happened, and I had to pause that one and then pull up another one that I had put a couple of books on. But I'm taking care of finishing it right now. But we can get to me later. I'll be happy to let Phil talk about that, and also let Blind Adam talk about some of those hidden gems of his. Because I know how Blind Adam always be coming out with that left field, like obscure appearance or reprint or something that's like very important for people to even just go look for. So I love it. Let's hear it. Who's up?
Phil.
All right. Let me share screen. All right. So let me see.
Who's producing?
Phil.
All right. I'm trying to grab it here. Sorry, I'm really new to this thing.
It's McClay's night off. Okay, he's not producing.
Yeah, where's McClay? All right, Phil, we got you.
All right, we good?
Oh, here it is.
All right, so here we go. Star Wars season is back in action. So I developed this little slideshow for the Bad Batch. The trailer had just come out.
Hey, real quick.
So
that little box that says share your screen, and then on the right hand side it says hide.
Okay, let me do that.
Boom!
Okay.
There you go. Beautiful. Look at that slide.
Can you full screen it or no? There we go. Yeah. Wallet is ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, cool. All right, so this is brought to you by my company here, VintageComicsAndToys.com. Go check us out. We got 4,000 comics and toys in stock, and a lot of Star Wars as well. And also special thanks to CBSI. They have over 500 different first appearances and almost 230 different comic books. So go ahead and check them out. They are the Star Wars Bible for Star Wars. Okay. All right. So up here first, we have Screen Comics, the Clone Wars Season 7, Volume 1. So this is a trade paperback, and this was published by Penguin Random House. And I think this was available at Target and Walmart initially for like $5-7. Recently, the prices have gone up to $14. It's the first appearance of the Bad Batch, also known as Clone Force 99. So you have the leader, Hunter. He's like the Rambo, the leader of the Bad Batch. You have Cross here. He's the sharpshooter. Tech. He's kind of like the Egon trooper of the group. Really smart. He supplies a lot of comedic relief. You have Wrecker. He's like the brute force of the group. Very popular character. And then you also have Echo that they saved from the Empire in season 7. So this book currently is at $14-15. Target and Walmart have it at that price. It was cheaper. It makes me feel that they're not going to go back at print for this trade paperback. So I think it could be a good buy, a clear path to $25 reflip. It is, as what Topher has said on CBSI, this is the first appearance of the Bad Batch, and it's a comic book.
Hey, let me ask you something. What is the Bad Batch exactly? They're just a bunch of clones that were just fucked up?
So they're like an enhanced, mutated clone group that were, they're created by, their father is Jango Fett, right?
Right.
And yeah, so this was just an enhanced group to do special elite tactical missions for the Republic. So,
but the problem with them is because they're enhanced, they've got a little bit more machismo, and it also causes them to question authority quite often. So, they're always kind of doing things that they don't like.
Give the clones free will, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Yeah.
It's quite cool that George Lucas this was George Lucas's creation. So they created them to explore more about the clones. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what we get out, what more origin that we get from the clones in this animated series, for sure.
They have big dick energy. What we got? Rogue One.
Yeah, so we got you guys got to help me with the comments because I only have one screen. So So we got Rogue One. This is the film adaptation, right? And it's the first appearance of Saw Gerrera. He shows up in the trailer. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes from good to somewhat skewing the line. He does show up in Rebels, and Kanan Jarrus just doesn't really trust him with in the hands of Sabine Wren and Ezra. So we get, I guess we're gonna see more of what happens with him after. I mean, his sister passes away, so we're gonna see what's next with him. He seems like a pretty big character. Forrest Whitaker is not voice acting him, but definitely one of the main characters of the series. So go ahead and get this one. Red copies, I think, usually around $15-$20.
Rogue One is a book that you should be getting anyway.
Right. Even with the Cassian spec. So this is like my major spec of the series. This is Star Wars Episode 3. This has only one cover, so there's no photo cover and versus art. So this is an art cover. Clone Commander Cody, he is the lead. He's the guy, the leader that the Bad Batch reports to. And he's the one that he tells Obi-Wan, like, yeah, you know, I'm with these guys all the time. We're always doing a lot of missions together. So this is the big book. This book has been selling at auction for like $2, $5, $10. There's a newsstand. I think some people have caught on. Some books have been, like, a lot of the cheaper buy it nows have been selling. So if you can find this at your local comic book shop, or you can dig deep, maybe try eBay UK or eBay Canada, go ahead and snab this book. I just think it's just like a huge winner for Bad Batch.
Yeah, trying to find that fucking book was fucking a pain in the fucking ass, by the way.
I gave up.
Did you get one?
I had a newsstand.
Nice.
Probably fucking overpaid. No, nice. Fuck you. Me can spit on this goddamn. I'm fucking around. Go ahead, Phil. I'm loving what you're doing, brother. Can't nobody afford Clone Wars 1.
Okay, so it's gonna be hard to buy Clone Wars 1. But yeah, I mean, this book, it's just a monster, and it's been confirmed that even though he had no speaking lines in the trailer, that Captain Rex is going to be back, but he was without Ahsoka Tano. So I see that there might be, maybe Ahsoka may show up, maybe explain what happens, why Captain Rex is alone with the Bad Batch. Maybe Ahsoka. I mean, she's the franchise, right? So Ashley Eckstein coming back makes a lot of sense for maybe a story arc, which story arcs usually last like 3 episodes for Star Wars animated. But yeah, keep an eye on this one. There's also the Tales from the Clone Wars trade paperback. That's selling for $180 to $200 by the vendor that from the cinema that published these as a celebration variant. So that's going up between $100 to $80, and that's the first canon appearance of Captain Rex, Tano, Asajj Ventress, Cad Bane. I know there's some dispute whether it's canon or not, but it was supported by Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni is going to be producing for the Bad Batch. So yeah, you know, some characters from that book could be good.
You talking about that webcomic joint?
The webcomic, yeah. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't think it was like a comic, but it is a comic. But damn, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
You know, I fucking hate previews and all this shit.
So here we go. We have Star Wars Republic 65 from Dark Horse. Now, this is the other Clone Commander. So, first appearance of Clone Commander Bly. This is another character that a lot of people were speculating on for showing up in the Bad Batch. Bly, he has a lot of appearances in the animated series. He shows up in the comic book a few times. He's the one that executes Ayla Secura, and they work as a team, like side by side. If you look at Wikipedia, it's like he has no appearances in any novels. Like, he doesn't show up. All it says is that he serves the Galactic Empire, like, so that opens up many, many stories. I think maybe not season 1, but maybe season 2 he shows up.
I like this.
After Cody.
I like this.
Yeah. All right. So here's Star Wars 1, OG, right? And from Marvel. And we have the first appearance of Grand Moff Tarkin, he's the one who's in charge of training the Bad Batch. And the Bad Batch, it's kind of cool that with the Bad Batch, we kind of get a little bit of that Clone Wars, not just after Order 66. So we're gonna see like kind of the origin story. So this is kind of cool. Other ones to mention here that are first appearance is Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader. And leaving off at season 7, I just don't see Dave Filoni not using these characters again just for a little bit as the Bad Batch is on the run. And then I think for Obi-Wan, like, we really, really got to pay attention, because if he shows up, there's going to be some Easter eggs that they're going to plant for the Obi-Wan series, which we just got, 9 different castings that they just announced. It's just kind of crazy, yeah. All right, so up next, we got, sorry, that's a typo here, but that's Star Wars 17, number 17, okay, for Dark Horse. And this is the first appearance of Quinlan Vos. I think it was Deadline or Comic News reported that Quinlan Vos is going to show up in the Bad Batch. And it propelled the book, like a 9.8, sold for over $1,000.
What the fuck?
Damn.
Kind of crazy. I think this is a character you need to look at, because in Legends, Quinlan Vos was killed off at Order 66. They changed that from Legends to canon that Quinlan Vos is going to survive. And Dave Filoni has plans for this character. So watch out. I mean, this is an already expensive book already. I mean,
he's a big character to Star Wars fans. He's always been a big character to Star Wars fans. When he first came out, he caught on big time. He was like one of the first Jedis that I remember that wasn't in any of the movies that caught on big time.
Why he look like He-Man on the cover?
Where's he?
I don't know what that is.
I got a hood on. Yeah, that's his hood. My fault.
Yeah. Well, that's not even him on the cover.
What's that?
Yeah, he's not on the cover.
Oh yeah, that's some other Jedi.
Yeah, I'm looking this shit up on eBay. I can't afford this shit.
How much is it on eBay?
I'm not doing it.
All right, so shout out to J-Max, because he was the one that pointed out way back ago that Clone Wars 6 or 7 is the first appearance of Clone Commander Wolf. I believe he's in the middle here with that red dot emblem on the helmet. Number 6, it's unnamed, but we just don't know if it's him or not. He gets the blind eye in number 8, where Asajj, I think number 8 or 9, where Asajj cuts his eye, and that makes him blind. And now he has like a robotic eye right now. But hey, so Clone Commander Wolf and Gregor and Rex, they show up again in Rebels. So that reunion is going to happen. Is it going to happen in Bad Batch? Maybe, maybe not. But he's one to look out for, and he's a popular character. It is. I think he's got like some Black Series that's come out in the figure. It's been going for some okay money. So definitely look out for Wolf and that interaction. It's going to be interesting to see the dynamic of Wolf, Captain Rex, and Gregor, and seeing how, interaction with how Wolf and Gregor, how they get rid of that chip and not be, let's say, controlled by the Empire, right? All right, so those were like my for sure. Like, okay, we're gonna see those guys, right? That spec is good spec. So, what are some other possible Star Wars appearances? Well, honestly, don't know, but let's just try to take some educated guesses here, okay?
Yep.
All right. So Star Wars 19. Shout out to Topher. He found this appearance of the Star Squadron. They're also named Task Force 99. Now these are elite clone stormtroopers that were named after the Bad Batch, right? So this takes place in the future. This comic book. It's possible that we get maybe an iteration before this team.
But these aren't clones, right? These are just regular
stormtroopers.
Yeah, these aren't clones. Yeah, this is way in the future.
This looks really cool. But hey, there may be a nod to it. But it's just kind of funny because these stormtroopers are named after the Bad Batch. So why would the Empire name this group after the Bad Batch if they're on good terms with them? Or bad terms? I don't know. It's kind of... It just makes me think a little bit.
That's
so...
I love the... Did you see the trailer for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so... I'm just blown away at all of this just coming out of what was in the trailer. I mean, this is nuts.
I got a wild imagination here. I really, really love the animated series, and I really feel that the Bad Batch, right? Like, people are hungry for Star Wars, and I talk to the common people, just regular friends, people I meet at the cons and stuff, customers, and like, they just can't get over that adult hump to watch animated cartoons or whatever they think it is, right? And after seeing Mandalorian after season 2, like, holy shit, let me try something else. My wife ended up watching all of the animated series. She loved it. I think the Bad Batch is going to trigger that to people, right? So I think Star Wars spec overall for this whole era that Disney is going to be doing for the next 6, 7, 8 years is just going to be really, really... it's just... People are just going to be all hyped up with these characters. And once they rewatch everything, I just think everything is going to go up again. All right. So D. Bradley Baker, he's a voice actor. That's been announced on the IMDb for Bad Batch, and he also voice acts Bosk. And over here we have Star Wars 42. This is just shooting weight out, like just super expensive right now, right? Like maybe a VF near mint, maybe $900, $400 to $500. But shout out to Travis Ross. He's part of the Trends group, and he's been pushing Star Wars 71, which is the first full appearance of Bosk. You don't get so much of Bosk in 42 and also IG-88, but you get a first full of Bosk in 71. So, hey, you don't
get a lot of Bosk anywhere.
we get that bounty hunters story going on with your boy Dirge. So
my boy Dirge, talk that shit. Talk that shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But I'll just mention Dirge. I mean, hey, it's kind of interesting that Disney's like, okay, let's reintroduce him from Legends to canon, and I gotta say that the Empire is gonna be like, let's hire some bounty hunters and chase after the Bad Batch since we can't get them, right? So Bosk, of course, Bosk was working with Boba Fett. In Clone Wars, a younger Boba Fett. It's possible. Can we get Aurora Singh? Yeah, very possible. Dave Filoni loves Aurora Singh, and her story wasn't completely done from the Clone Wars, so it's possible. All right, here we go. I think we got a good chance.
That's first.
So that's Star Wars Episode 1, Phantom Menace. I'm sorry, this is issue 3. A little typo. Number 1 is the cameo. Number 3 is
that's one of the cameos.
And he's in 2. He's in 2.
He is in number 2. and you know what? It's arguable that the first foal could be number 2, but the market is saying number 3, and they're saying that the art cover is the one to get, and people want it. And
It is.
Is it because he appears on like a hologram telephone call, and that's why people are like it's iffy?
That's number 1.
No, yeah, issue 2. That boy there, man.
He's on the like the patio with the emperor, and they're like talking.
That boy talking. That boy on multiple panels. That boy there, man.
But it's 3 his first cover. Is that what the deal is?
It's better.
Considered first full, by
first
the
cover.
market.
Listen, that boy too, man. Shout out to Andy Tomlin, man. That boy there.
So it sounds to me like there's a cameo in 1, a full in 2, and then a first cover in 3.
Oh yeah,
they're all competing for it, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no annotations by CGC, so yeah.
Of course not. Keep it vague.
Yeah.
Gets more books graded, you know.
Listen, that boy too, man. Whatever.
So here, right? So Clone Wars Season 7, we have a little cliffhanger here with Darth Maul, right? And he battles us. He tries to recruit Ahsoka Tano, like, hey, I need you to defeat the Emperor and Darth Vader. It kind of makes me seem like Darth Vader and Maul do fight eventually, but which would be a really cool Star Wars Tales. I think it's number, can't remember which one it is, but it's a wanted cover. But I can see that happening. I won't say the number, the issue. I won't look it up right now, but I can see it happening. But Darth Maul needs someone, right? And he looked at Ahsoka Tano and like, hey, let's do this. Let's take down the Empire. Let's just restore balance the way we see it, right? And when Darth Maul lost his battle with Tano, he was trying to escape, and there was a female like coming over with the ship. It's like, hey, we gotta go now, right? And that makes me believe to think that, and I do think that Darth Maul is showing up, that female is Barriss Offee. And I really, really like Free Comic Book Day, Clone Wars Adventures #1. This is the first appearance of General Grievous. Awesome. We got the first full appearance of Barriss Offee. And if Darth Maul is trying to recruit Tano, right, then why not try to also recruit her best friend, someone with similar fighting tactics, right? So Dave Filoni has said that he has big plans for her, and that she had died in Star Wars Legends. However, they made her live. She got free from the. They didn't explain exactly how she came free from being in prison from bombing the Jedi Temple and framing Ahsoka Tano. But I think, this is a good opportunity to bring Barriss Offee, and I think Barriss Offee has a tremendous potential to show up in the Ahsoka Tano like live action series. Like,
you thinking way ahead.
Yeah, I just love this character, and it's just I don't know. I think there's just top heavy, good investment appeal for this book.
Let me ask you something. So you think it's a lot of Jedi who survive Order 66 going to appear in the Bad Batch, or do we wait for the Obi-Wan series? You know who I'm looking for. You know what I'm waiting for. Kieran can follow. Yeah. You know I'm waiting for that guy. You don't wait for that.
I was looking about Carrick on Fala, and then he's kind of like doing his own thing, right? And the Bad Batch, they need to seek refuge. They're jumping from one place to another, right? So Carrick and Fala,
why not hang out with Carrick?
I can see it happening.
Well, he
I do like it.
Weed. He said it's a smoke weed. Just wait for his time.
Yeah, and you got Cal Kestis, right? He's a video game character, a super big one, right? So, I definitely could see. Okay, maybe these episodes are in blocks of 3, right? So, can they fit them in? Yeah. And having Dave Filoni, he could throw like 6, 7 dozen characters in one episode, and it'll just flow. He's good. He's a master, you know. All right.
Holy shit,
so,
hold up. Shout out to Terry Hognes for coming through on Drunken Chat. Oh shit. Legend right there. Terry Hognes. Salutes you, sir.
All right. So this is thank you, Terry. So this is the last one of the night. Obviously there's a lot of possibilities, but this was just a discovered book, and it was in the comments of CBSI. And Topher just followed up on it, and Ben C followed up on it. And it is like seriously like the first, like this is the first appearance of Hondo Ohnaka. Like, I mean, he's been in Clone Wars, right? He's been in the Rebels, right? And Robert Downey Jr. has been talking to Star Wars about doing a Star Wars role, and I think this matches him. This is, I'm not talking Bad Batch spec, but in the future, like future projects, I can see Robert Downey Jr. being Hondo, and I just love this character. I think you just gotta have this guy, and the pirates, Weequay pirates. It's just you gotta have him in the animated series. Like, he's been showing up all throughout for Clone Wars and Rebels. The Bad Batch, I mean, they're gonna need help, and these guys are, you know, they're on. They do their own thing. So
Sith Lord, he's been on this one too. Shout out to Spine Ticks.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
He's been all about this book too. He's been like, I pick up every copy whenever I see it. And everybody's like, we can't find no copies. He's like, because I got it.
Sith Lordy buy anything fucking Star Wars, man. That motherfucking name is Sith Lordy.
Sith Lordly is definitely Star Wars. Big Star Wars guy for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's a 110 retailer variant and also a cover B variant. So the 110 is actually quite interesting because it's the only cover with all the Rebels characters and Chopper on them. So that's a quite a cool book. So let me just kind of go back here. I'll stop sharing my screen. But yeah, you know, there we have it. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me or any feedback, but more than
our feedback is you did fucking great.
That was awesome sauce.
That was Drunken Chat, son.
It's Drunken Chat, son.
Bill's definitely family.
Jonathan, did you guys write that shit down? James, you wrote that down?
Wrote what down?
All the Star Wars knowledge, all the gifts.
We were at the LCS this weekend, and the LCS had a 50% off back issue sale. So I went through the Star Wars shit. I don't know what I got, but I think it was pretty good.
A lot of what was on there.
Yeah.
Nice.
And including that.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you giving that away tonight?
No.
20% off? You get 20%
another drink.
code?
Hey, we're gonna give this away tonight though.
Get the fuck out of it, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trippy.
And two of these.
Hold on.
Are those mystery boxes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not our mystery boxes, but we're gonna stack them with some random
wow.
Hive back issue stuff. So this is John Gallagher signed CGC 96 crossover 1.
You wanna do that on a wheel, or you wanna put that in a random buyers? How you wanna do it?
Well, so here's my thought. Right, we're gonna give 3 of these away, okay, and each of these is gonna have 6 books, okay, and they'll just be some of our like some of our books we've done, you know, over the last 12 months. One of these boxes we'll send out with that slab. So we'll do 3 wheels. But let's do one whenever you're ready to set one up, and then we'll do one down the road here in a little bit, and we'll do one a little bit later after that. We'll keep people sticking around for them for a while.
There goes the wheel right here.
There you go. You're ready.
Lucas is always on deck, man.
Wait, I got to comment real quick so I can win it.
You know, this is what I always want. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons why I started Drunken Chat is because I want to give the people a chance to win just some awesome shit without having to fucking jump through fucking hoops. Again, like I would say, without having to fucking tickle the devil's dick. You know what I mean? I don't like. It's not that I don't like it. It's just annoyed. Like if you want to give away a book, there's no reason why they have to fucking subscribe to one page, put the name in another page, fucking go to a whole other fucking website, create a fucking account. And why do all of that? Well, fucking, if you want to give
wait. Are we talking about giving away the book on Ultra Box?
Oh, I got some shit for the Ultra Box.
Because I'm gonna make them do some hoops.
Nah, don't make him do no fucking hoops. Get the goddamn box with it.
I'm kidding. Yeah,
get the goddamn box with it. You got to Ultra Box is crazy. But again, like I was saying, like, I want to go through all these hoops, man. If you want to give a book away, let's give the goddamn book away. And the wheel is here. So let's be clear. For this wheel, what are you giving away on this wheel? James?
What? Sorry.
So we got the wheel line of what are you giving away right here?
So we're gonna give away 6 random Hive Comics books, and we're gonna do it 3 times tonight. And one of those 3 winners is gonna end up getting a slab sent to them too. So
sounds good. So let's start off with number 1 before we get into the next segment with Bolo.
Well, next segment, let's give Adam the next segment. Then we'll go.
Adam? Okay, sounds good. Lucas, are you ready?
Go ahead, man.
Spin the motherfucking wheel. Banana? Rob's beard shaving. Awesome name, Rob. Get in contact with Hive Comics. We can find you, by the way. HiveComics.com.
yeah, hive-comics.com. We're going to have our winners email us tonight, though, at hivecomicsonline@gmail.com.
Yep.
And I'll type that up in the chat here in just a second.
Yeah, put it in a private chat and I'll blast it out there.
Oh, sounds good.
That fucking Bubba got an awesome fucking name right there.
Did I see that Brett Hess is in the chat right now?
I see the Brett Hess.
We just got some Brett Hess slabs back in today too.
Fat Murdoch. I like that. I like that name. There out for what? I like that name. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Some cool ass fucking names here. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Yep. So, hey, don't forget that if you guys want extra names on the wheel, don't forget to go over to the Twitch channel for Comic Crusaders and make sure you comment over there, and then I'll carry that over to the wheel as well.
Good. Adam.
Yes, sir.
We got a lot of shit to get into, brothers. So you got. Let me know what you got. Lucas dubbed a lot of your shit.
Okie doke.
I like that logo. That's pretty cool.
Neat.
Who did that?
That was me, man.
We do some shit for Drunken Chat. You're the cute shit from Blind Adam and shit. So I don't know if you see it. It's literally somebody searching for hidden gems. It's pretty cool. No, it's really fucking like jealous cool, motherfucker.
All right, so the first one that I'm looking at right now, Adam, is back issue number 99. It's got Batman and Harley Quinn on the cover.
Yeah, I like this because it's a Bruce Timm Harley Quinn cover, and Bruce Timm plus Harley Quinn, Suicide Squad trailer equals money.
Okay. Issue Wizards of the Comics magazine, issue number 54.
It had a Madman cover, and I like these sealed because it has a milk and cheese game in there with milk and cheese dice. Milk and cheese is one of the greatest comics of all time, and I just think for milk and cheese stands, you need this for your collection.
There's definitely not milk and cheese on this cover. It's Lobo Wolverine.
Yeah. Right. And there was actually two covers for this.
Yeah, I was looking at the Madman one.
Critters number 50.
It's the final issue of Critters, and it's got Yujagi Azumo in it.
Death, the High Cost of Living number 1.
That's a dope cover.
Yeah, it's the Platinum version.
Right. There's two covers for this one, and the one I have is the Platinum one.
Yeah, it's the Platinum. I still think once we get whoever's going to be playing Death in the Sandman show on Netflix, all her stuff is going to blow up. Every Nemo chick who's reading comics in the 90s read Death, so I think it's going to blow up, man.
And not just every emo chick, man. This was my jam back when I was in high school, man.
Yeah.
Sandman, I read the shit out of this.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 1, 5th print.
I'm really digging these later Mirage printings. And
so is a lot of people.
There's a quick print.
This one, Adam, I love your picks, but I hate to tell you, this one's not so hidden anymore.
Yeah,
I
did tax. I paid my taxes today, so my head wasn't really in the game when I was.
But no, this is a great pick because it still may be hidden, but if you pull it out and they go, "Oh my God, it's the Turtles number 1," well, I might need to reprice this one. Is what I see happening in my future if I ever come across this book. Sick book,
right? Batwoman Volume 2, number 37.
This is the first appearance of Red Alice, which is basically the character of Alice that when they reformed her into like a anti-hero.
Right, and that's right, and that's a tough one because she's already made a CW appearance, and great appearance too. I actually loved what the actress did with the character. It's just that it still hasn't caught on because DC. Yeah.
I'm still holding that hope for it, and Rachel stars then as Alice is that show. So I see it being like a like Ebert song and whatever villain they're using for Superman and Lois, and I'm the only one I know that specs on CW Arrowverse stuff. So,
right. Hey, I want to get a shout out to Zoris Tiger, Bodhisattva. I guess that's how you pronounce that, and all the other guys that's hanging in there tight with us at 2:00 in the goddamn morning. Spawn number 1, the Kickstarter variant that came with the action figure.
Yeah, basically this was the Kickstarter that came out last year, and it just got shipped to people this year. I just like the variant of the number 1, and the figure is pretty cool too.
Right. Now this one I trash. Right, Gwen Stacy Toon Tumbler from 2007, the Baltimore Comic-Con.
I should have told you to take off the list. That was going on a list with something else. Sorry about that.
Right, and the main reason why I trashed it is because anything collectible where you can make him in your garage with the right equipment, I'm not a big fan of being collectible of. So,
like I said, I was restocking Toon Tumblers at the same time I was doing this.
Yeah.
So you don't have a comic book print press in your garage? I thought everybody does.
Yeah, there's literally machines on eBay or Amazon.
Hive does. That's why they're here, so they can fill the ink on their print
the
press.
secret's out, eh?
What the fuck?
What, you don't have a print press, Mel? I thought everybody had their own print press.
Come on, Mel, get
I have
on.
a Braille press. Does that count?
That's why we print 9.8s, man. We make them. No, I'm just kidding.
What about a Braille press?
Total parody. Just before.
How is this trash?
Now I get to trash this one because this one I actually have a 9/8 signed of this one, so I rightfully get to trash my own shit. But this one I actually got this one as an extra that was padding for another freaking book. I have no idea what the price is, but I'm not so sure about this.
This is like a $40 book.
Howard the Duck 2015 number 1 second print.
Yeah,
you're wild. You special about this? Look, you can trash it all you want, but this book was actually shipped in a 1-to-1 ratio of the second print of Howard the Duck number 1. So when you ordered Howard the Duck number 1 second print,
you had to order one of the A cover second prints in order to get one of this second print. So it's a 50-50.
Gwenpool, I think she may be showing up in the MODOK show.
And not only that, this is also
unfortunately
this is also in the Drunken box. I put one of these in the Drunken box too. It's like, this was like a $75 book at one point.
It was when people were thinking that she was going to show up in the MODOK, but we've been given basically who it's going to be, and it's a different X person. It's not her, unfortunately.
It's not going to be Gwenpool?
No, it's not, unfortunately. But still, let me tell you. All right, I was working for an LCS when this book came out, and when the original Gwenpool variant was announced, you had to go and physically add that to your order. They didn't just automatically add it for you. Even if you ordered 25 copies and were getting the other 1 in 25 incentive for Howard the Duck #1, or any of the other incentives, if you did not add the code to your order, Diamond didn't ship it to you. It made this book extremely rare. Yeah. This book then got blown out with whatever remaining copies they had printed through Diamond sales eventually years later, and those copies evaporated too. And then next thing you know, I remember, Trey from the UD days, definitely making fun of me in the chat because I was like, I picked up Gwenpool today. And he's like, oh, you picking up Gwenpool, man? I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But, dude, it's not only does she cosplay gold, she's definitely a way for a younger audience to kind of associate to Marvel in this current time frame. And through the cosplay medium, it might help. But I think also reading and seeing the campiness of the character, how her powers work, some of the things that she's actually gone through. It's a well-written book. Don't get me wrong.
Her first item is a great gateway drug.
Dude, her ongoing series, 25 issues, if you have time to sit down and read it. And I know Steve from My Bargain Comics even, likes to point out that he can't keep the trades in stock. And those things
and 3 for $5
because they are out of print and they sell for a pretty big penny. So even if she's not showing up in TV, she's an iconic Marvel character that even though she is a derivative, of 2 different Marvel characters put together in one, it's still pretty awesome.
Right. So I like the reasoning behind it. But I just don't like it's just a weird book for me. MODOK Head Games #1, just as you were saying, Adam, there is a MODOK TV show, cartoon coming out like that. So you got MODOK Head Games #1.
This is written by Patton Oswalt, who's voicing MODOK and is co-creator of the show. And my favorite panel out of WonderCon last week, the one that got me jazzed and buying books, was MODOK.
And the interesting thing about this one is that it actually has the first appearance of his family in there.
Yep.
I haven't read this week, or is it coming out in 3 weeks? The last one, the #4 of it. But Melissa Tarleton, Lou Tarleton, and Jodie Tarleton, his family in there. So if you're going to have a series, you might as well add his family in there as well.
Why not speaking of the first appearance of MODOK? It's very cheap.
It is. It's always been a cheap book because it was. Tales of Suspense has always been one of the higher.
I picked it up for $35.
But Adam, so despite the Gwenpool thing not showing up in MODOK, you do realize that this MODOK series has a ton of firsts in it. Also, besides #1, do you?
Oh yeah,
Do you talk about?
Tales of Suspense 2, the first super adapted
with his brain waves. That's how the Ninth Wonder.
How was MODOK fucking?
What the fuck does that sound?
So do you talk about any other MODOK books in your list?
I have a feature list coming out for Pimpin' the Law Box on Comic Crusaders that should be out next week.
Okay. Well, I would like to supplement that. Issue #3 is actually the first appearance of MODOK's father, aka Agent #1.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a few books like Tales of Suspense 82 that I bought right away after watching the panel.
But this MODOK miniseries is definitely something, if you guys are going to be specking on the actual claymation series about to drop, this is where a ton of that content is, because Adam hit the nail on the head. This book is also written by Patton Oswalt, who's working on the TV show.
Yep.
Good stuff, Adam.
And Gwenpool is in 3, I believe. She's either number 3 or number 4. So
she shows up the last panel of number 2, and then is used to accelerate the plot forward in issue number 3.
Yep.
Awesome sauce.
AIM's in it. Taskmaster's in it. Iron Man's in it.
Pound Cakes is in it for some weird reason.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Adam.
Hey, I just give a quick shout out to my new favorite comic book YouTube channel.
Tessa?
It's called Tessa is a Nerd. She's been doing call videos, and I think they're awesome.
Nice.
She's cool. She's a really, really good person. Yeah, I like her.
Yeah, man, I discovered her YouTube channel, and I think I watched every video she's made, and we should get her on Drunken Chat one night.
That sounds good. Did you just put up Reading Rainbow?
Yes, I did. Just a couple, 2 quick freaking slides on some interesting thing that did happen this week. I think everybody's already tracking all this stuff anyway, but hey, Avengers Curse of the Man-Thing, it had a first appearance. There was a 1-10 of it. It was the first appearance of the Herald, and apparently she has the same powers as the Man-Thing. She's already squared up against the Man-Thing, and she took the brother out.
Well,
so that's something.
Fucking just running around with fucking weed on her chest and shit. That's what Man-Thing does.
Yeah, she basically fucked him up.
Brian McClay is Man-Thing. He likes this big thing of weed just walking around.
And the other thing that I lost track of is that apparently She-Hulk is walking around with a bat right now. So she left the freaking axe and she's walking around with a bat. Don't know what the bat is called, but they made a big thing of that inside this issue.
It's kind of Harley Quinn.
Yeah,
right. It's
kind of sitting on my shit go bonkers.
So She-Hulk with a baseball bat.
Yep.
Yeah, does she need
I don't know
though?
why. Yeah, exactly. That bat better be made of freaking vibranium, titanium, or freaking wakandium or something like that. I don't know what. Silk number 1. Again, everybody's already hyped up on Silk number 2, but Silk number 1 just came out this week. There was a Ji Hung Lee Virgin variant, which I believe was a 1/100. First appearance.
They want 150 for it. Yes or no?
No.
Wait, the Virgin's $150 right now?
Well, it's a 1 in 100 books, but yeah,
right.
Remember there's a ton of store variants and tons of store exclusives. You need to wait that one out, bro.
Yeah, wait it out. First appearance of Saya Ishii, who is apparently she's like a Steve Jobs type character where she's building all the stuff and she's allowing people to take it out and freaking whip it around and do whatever. So she's kind of going to go face to face, and this is going to be like I think her first like real big freaking villain going forward. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out on. And other news, so they changed the ratio on this whole thing. So
and this is where we segue to Bolo. Lucas talk about a Bolo. Continue.
Yeah. So what was supposed to happen was Berserker was supposed to be a 1-3, or it was some weird thing where they put the card inside the book, and then you were supposed to take the card and go to your retailers like, hey, I want the Something's Killing the Children first number 1 8th print, but apparently the retailers were supposed to take that out because they were supposed to divine it from an email that never arrived, right? So now they changed it from 1-3, and now they're saying it's 1-2. Don't know what that means because we still can't go back and order more of the Berserker anyway. So, but that's what it is. It's supposed to be 1-2. So, if you're a retailer and you're listening right now, just be advised that this Something is Killing with Children is going to be a 1-2 of the Berserker. So keep an eye out for that and keep an eye out on your numbers. I just checked my thing. If they still haven't made the number change yet, but you're supposed to do it. So first come, first serve. Yes, exactly right. So basically, the way I'm going to do it is for the people inside the pull box that ordered the big numbers, those are going to get it first, and then if they don't want the rest of them, then I'll fill out the rest of the orders. But once again, check with your retailers on what they're going to do. You might want to send them an email like, hey, could you set this aside for me? Because they may not know yet, or they might not even be tracking it yet.
So Lucas, you got Far from me.
Well, Dan the man.
Dan
Dan
good
the
people.
man. Yeah.
Dan good people.
So you know what shocked me this week is this joint, because you guys
Berserker.
did this joint right here. Oh wait, let me turn on my freaking camera. This joint right here, right? You guys highlighted this one on the top 10, and it was a pretty good book. It's doing pretty well.
I should have ordered more.
This is the only one he didn't order out of all the freaking hot joints. He
Who
actually
ordered
didn't
that? That's you. You ordered that?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was like, fuck it, huh?
Let me get that.
This is going out, but no charity joints, baby.
Yeah,
What
charity.
we
I got you. Well, how much you need for charity? I want that.
Smart people also saw the ones go for sale on Boom's website for about ratio, and they cleared them out.
Yep.
For ratio. Wow.
And I was, like I said, this is why I love the fans of the show, because multiple people send me that link, and I say, but Bolo was a fucking genius. Bolo knows Bolo. And I apologize for waiting so long to get into you, but I'm glad you were part of the show. You know how we get down. You know what I mean? This ain't your first rodeo on Drunken Chat. You know what I mean? Paul, it is now your time. You know what I'm saying? I've been wanting to. Like, we've been on shows before. You chimed in and everything, but I never had a chance to really sit down and interview you. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me throw you right here, Lucas. You don't mind, right? So my man right here, it's better visually for me. How did you get started?
Like in comics in general?
And what you're doing right now? That's fast.
What I'm doing right now? Okay. Well, like where I'm at right now was after I had a conversation with Brian from Simpleman's Comics, who I know most people are aware.
We're gonna get into that in a minute.
We had a conversation. And we made we didn't make it. It was his decision. It was something he brought to me that he kind of wanted to change up the content. He wanted to kind of do his own thing. And I didn't see it coming per se. So I had to kind of sit back and take like a week or so to kind of figure out, okay, well, what's the next move? And at that point, I knew that I wanted to make a different move. And I shout out to all the content creators who are here tonight, who are in the chat and in the community in general. There's so much great content and there's so much new content coming in that as a creator, I had to sit back and kind of go, okay, I don't want to be duplicative. I don't want to be just another version of this entity or that entity. I want to do something different. So I started targeting. I've been trying for probably 7 years since back when we first were launching Comic Book Invest and all of that. I've been trying to get outside entities to pay attention to our comic community. And it's taken a long time. I can't tell you how many DMs I sent, like Gary Vaynerchuk, his team at VaynerMedia, trying to get their attention, trying to get somebody to pay attention. And out of nowhere, I sent out a tweet and they hit me up, and we had a couple meetings and conversations. And right now I feel really blessed to have that opportunity to be the very first comics writer on 1:37 p.m., which is if you're not familiar with 137pm.com, it is a culture and lifestyle website. It is really the website that had so much to do with popping off sports cards. It's like the leader in this NFT talk. If you want to know anything about NFTs, 1:37 p.m. is the place. It is a place where young alternative investors are turning, who are looking. They're about that hustle. They're about the grind. They want to make money, and they'll do it by any means necessary. So I knew. Go ahead.
No, what is the age group there on 137?
It definitely skews younger. I definitely think you're looking but it's such a mix because you also have CEOs and professionals, people that are within Gary's contemporary circle, as well as this young Jake Paul crowd, right? Where these young dudes who are trying to make money, they're aggressive with crypto, they're aggressive with day trading. It's that kind of crowd that has migrated into sports cards, and is now coming into our space. And that's where like graded comics provide such a nice transition, because you don't have to play the guessing game. You don't have to work a whole lot. It's easier for them to learn the game by coming in and messing with graded comics, which is largely why I think you're seeing these spikes in CGC prices going on right now, because all of this new money is coming in, and that's right where they're gravitating towards. And they're gravitating towards especially those keys.
Now, do you think it's dangerous that these people are coming in because once it gets all sucked up and dried out, they move on to the next thing?
The key is it not getting sucked up and dried out, and that's on a lot of different factors. Number one, it's on the publishers to keep bringing heat. It's on the movie studios, because so much of why comics has become to the level that it's at today is because we have these movies. But if you look at it comparatively to an investment in sports cards, I'll tell you straight up what my pitch to 137 was. I said to them, I quoted direct pricing. Like, if you quote what a 1976 Walter Payton rookie card sells for in a PSA 10, and then you compare it to a 1975 giant size X-Men #1. Walter Payton is selling for twice what that giant size X-Men #1 is selling for. So as much as we talk about these prices and the insanity, to me, that doesn't jive up, because I love Sweetness. He's one of the greatest of all time. But the man is no longer living. There's nothing that he, unfortunately, will be able to contribute to the future of pop culture. Versus giant size X-Men with those first appearances and that iconic version of the X-Men team. We're just getting into the X-Men phase of the MCU. We're going to be talking about X-Men for the next decade. And because of that, I look at a book like that. The other beauty that you guys all know, right? This is common sense to us. But comics, the great thing about investing in comics, I don't like to use the word speculating, because speculating is a type of investing, and it doesn't incorporate all of investing. Speculating is important. It's a part of investing. But I think that the new money wants to limit that, and they want to instead make very sound investments on keys. That's why you saw like Miles Morales and what you're seeing with like Hulk 181 and things like that. So as this kind of like new money comes in and enters in, they're finding out, and like I said, my whole pitch was that this is a more predictable game than sports. Look what's happening with Deshaun Watson right now. He went from being the off-season, like, this is the guy you invest in. He's going to get traded to another team. It's going to be this big move. And now you're looking at these lawsuits. We're wondering, is he going to be on the field this year? And you look at what's going on with quarterbacks getting drafted, and the next thing you know, Sam Darnold, a few years later, okay, now we're looking at Zach Wilson. And there's a lot of investors in sports cards that had their money tied up in these athletes. Well, the great thing is, you know, if you're investing in Miles Morales, not going to sexually assault anybody. It's not going to happen.
There's no injury. There's no injury in comics.
No torn ACL. And the beauty is, if you read the comics, while movies don't follow the comics to a T, right? You can predict things just by being a reader. The better the reader you are, the more active the reader you are, the more you can predict what are happening in these shows, because you can start to pick up on storylines and you can start to make projections. And this gives us a level of educated guess that doesn't exist in any sort of sport. And there's so much near insider trading that can go on.
But this is why I like kind of the what we do, what all of us do is more important, because people don't have time to fucking read comics, especially these new investors. They don't have time to fucking read comics. They want the quick fix. You know what I'm saying?
They're investing. They're investing in
it's dangerous though.
But that's also why I think that a lot of what we talk about, this is just my opinion, okay? This is no shade on anybody who is making content. But in my opinion, to meet the needs of the growing market, we have to narrow our focus on what we talk about. I think a lot of times we talk about every single little first appearance that comes up, and 90% of them aren't relevant. And rather than talking about them and saying that they're not relevant, I think instead we need to focus on the content that directly is going to be relevant in the coming years, and not be so surprised when those books spike in value. You and I, Mel, have had a lot of talks about Ultimate Fallout 4. You know where I stand, and I'll say it here publicly. I'm a firm believer that's a $25,000 9.8. Again, judging by other alternative investments.
I remember when me and you and Nico had the fucking conversation, I said Miles should not be a live action hero. I said he's good the way he was at. Boy, was I fucking wrong.
I just think the sky is the limit for that character because the immediate recognizability with that younger audience that's now making these buying decisions.
It's crazy.
I look at that's why we're gonna get $25,000 moderns. Like you already have that in sports cards. We operate a little slower than that market, usually a couple of years behind. But you're gonna start to see that, and it's gonna be these cream of the crop moderns. And the beauty of Ultimate Fallout 4 is it's not hit with that same print run issue that you're gonna run into with other books I still think are gonna get hit staggering numbers. But books like New Mutants 98 or Amazing Spider-Man 300.
I got a question. So, Ash Dackerby thinks the new money is big money investing in collectibles to help hedge inflation, similar to what the wealthy did before the Great Recession.
What I think it is big money. If you look at what's going on in sports cards, for a long time, if you owned a sports card or a comic, we all knew there was value there, but banks didn't recognize it as an asset, and brokerage firms didn't trade it as an asset. With sports cards, that has changed. Every major brokerage house on Wall Street now has a card-based mutual fund that you can buy into. Fractional ownership. We've seen it a little bit in comics.
That's ridiculous.
It's an ETF.
It's huge in sports cards. And what that allows is it allows for bigger books to be more liquid because you're not waiting on those giant buyers to come around because these funds are buying these big cards, taking them off the market. And that is driving up prices. And what I think is important for all of the value of all of this is good for if you've been in comics for the last several years. I can't see a single negative if you're sitting on long and short boxes like most of us are, because the value of this stuff is going to go up. And if we start getting the Charles Schwabs of the world setting up comic-based mutual funds, then these assets that we all own, graded, that's the key, not raw, but graded, can become the type of assets you can draw loans off of, that increase your actual net worth, that add to your credit. These are the things that comics can get to that other markets have gotten to that maybe seem far-fetched and silly to us based on our thinking of where the market has been. But one of the best things I heard you guys say on the previous show was that it's a whole new market, and it is.
It's no money.
It's an ever-changing market. And what I would love to see from my contemporaries is a little less nostalgia for what used to be and a little bit more excitement for what is going on.
I have to. That's me. You're talking to me. You might not be talking to me, but you're talking to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if the shoe fits, I mean, it's just
I have no problem.
And I think that's right. I think that's natural. I'll tell you this. I feel like in the beginning of the year, I had a real epiphany about the market, where it's going, how I view it, and how I wanted to approach it. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody's going to see it the same way, but there's a lot of talk about the bubble, and bubbles only grow when market size stays the same. So if the bubble is what we're afraid of, then we need to increase the market size because we need to increase the amount of people buying. I always hear that complaint. This book is just speculators selling to other speculators. Well, then you got to bring in other outside.
It was.
That's the key. You got to bring in other outside.
And for years, it was that.
And there still plays like that. That's why I'm saying we have to focus away from some of these fly-by-nights. I would rather miss a first appearance the week it comes out and have to buy it a bit up the ladder, which would have been spec sacrilege to say that 5 years ago.
Truth,
but I'd rather do it now.
Truth number one is a prime example of that.
The market's definitely changed because now there's subscription service 9.8 services that you could pre-order your 9.8 with. And they make it kind of easy for those guys who are playing that game that tight, and you could deal with it, but you're going to pay. I mean,
and I think as we're seeing in the market too, like if you're the type of investor or speculator who's heavy into like what comes out this week, you're probably tying your money up too much. The market moves fast, and the most liquid books are those keys. And the new game I love. I'm a modern guy. The Bolo show, the Bolo list is what elevated me every step of the way. Like doing that for CBSI was the first big thing.
I am so glad you changed your font, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was for you. That was directly for you.
Appreciate you.
but it's one of those things where as I look at this changing market, I think we all as investors have to adjust constantly. And the current adjustment that I see is like, I've started, this is just me personally, this is full transparency, but I've started selling a lot of like those fly-by-night variants. I started selling a lot of like, yeah, this future X-Men spec could pay off with this minor character 7 years in the future. And instead, I'd rather take every dollar that you have to invest as a bullet, right? That's a bullet in your chamber. I would rather use those bullets on catching some of these books before this ever-changing market just continues to escalate. I like what you guys were saying on the last show about 9.6s. If you look at the pricing right now, the same thing happened with sports cards. And that's why I say, watch the sports card market. It's 2 years ahead of us. You can predict major changes. PSA 9s 2 years ago, nobody wanted. If it wasn't a 10, it didn't matter. But prices got so ridiculous on 10s. Suddenly 9s became important. Suddenly people started respecting 8s like they had never before. I think we're gonna see that here.
Look at Golden Age books. People are like, "Oh my god, a 4? That's amazing!" Right. Because there are none, and you can't find any.
Yep. And I've been saying in the right. So I'm sorry. So like really quick. So I've been saying on the show that like in the fall last year, like CGC 9.8s, clearing out Bronze Age, Copper Age, and now we got like what's like X-Men 266 9.8. What is it, like $1,200 or whatever?
Nico said something really arrogant one time on Flipside. He's like, "This book's only $355," and that was for a 9.8. And then within 2.5 months, it's like attentionized to all of the old key books, and then all of a sudden, poof, gone. And then next thing you know, everybody's chasing certain things, and I don't know if it has to do with stimulus or just monetary parking or what it is, but look, I'm in that age. We're now in that age group where I'm like, oh shit, I couldn't get that book when I was in my teenage years. I want it now.
There's so much of that nostalgia. There's so much of that where people want to buy up pieces of their childhood.
I told you there was a book I bought. I'm not gonna mention on air because I want to buy more. But there's a book that I fucking just mentioned. I don't give a fuck. I'm fucking mad that I said that. Fuck that. It was a book that I just bought, and I'm not gonna big it up. It's good. It's gonna work on its own. But the nostalgia and having money at my age plays a very, very big factor.
Because we're parking it for retirement. Let's be honest.
It's My Little Pony, isn't it, Bill?
Yeah.
So I gotta say
that's one of
My Little Pony, She-Ra, Jim.
I dare you find My Little Pony's first appearance.
I agree.
See what you're gonna pay for it.
I'll buy a few.
Look at Jim. Look at Jim. Look at Jim. Ultra brought to the fact that Jen Bartel and a Jim book was the first. He raised that book from an unfindable book to a fucking $100 and something book.
But it brought copies to market. I'm happy about that, but I'm also saddened to know how extremely rare that book is in a 9.8, and now I see why.
Disgusting.
The 9.8s that were available were stacks upon stacks upon stacks, but they were also signature series.
But the one I sent you was the best of the bunch, and I didn't even know.
And if that was the best of the bunch, I'm happy to have a copy, Mel. Thank you, I appreciate it. I don't want to sound ungrateful at all. Not every book can be a 9.8. That's always been one of my things, and that's why I credit back to Bolo what he's saying here. Dude, look, I press books, but and just as a fair warning, not every 9.4 is going to press up. Not every 9.6 is going to press up. Yep. You could try rolling that gauntlet all you want by crap pressing resub, but boy, let me tell you, they are hammering people right now on Bronze Age and Copper Age. You will drop a grade. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you better be prepared to deal with at least a full point drop.
Shout out to Ben Amaral. When does CBCS have because you're bigger CBCS? I'm not. So this is going as the Bolo. When does CBCS
I have a hard time seeing them overtaking. I thought maybe when they were bought by Beckett and they were aligned with Beckett, I thought maybe they had a chance to compete. But what we're seeing is just in both markets, one company dominating those markets. And the market could change if people started overwhelmingly sending books into CBCS and you start seeing more copies on the market. But so long as CGC is that dominant brand, it's hard to justify a consumer sending their books into CBCS and then having less inherent value in that book. If the values keep going the way they're going,
why does it have less value?
They just do.
Because it's iPhone versus Android.
It absolutely is. It's a perception thing. There's legit money. There's guys who make money buying 9.8 CBCSs, cracking them and flipping them into CGC cases. There's an entire group of people that's a flip for them.
I have
because
seen some
of the price disparity.
I've seen some blue chips that are 1/4 the price they sell for in CGC and CBCS. For my Drunken Sharks, I like that you guys chose Drunken Sharks, but I know that there's a few orcas out there, and the orcas scare the shit out of even great whites. So just know about that. There are some orcas out there that are in the hunt zone doing stuff like what we're talking about here and are extremely successful at it. So may the odds forever be in your favor.
I would love to see more parity in the graded game. I would love to see it not be so dominated in one direction. But again, like I gotta look at other markets and say, well, in other markets, one company is holding down the grading in that company, whether it's action figures, whether it's video games or sports cards. And I think that that's probably going to ring true here. I think that they'll have a niche, they'll have a market, but it's going to be tough. My other thing I would say is look at what's going on with the grading companies and sports cards not even being able to handle cards anymore.
Yeah.
That's why my suggestion I've been saying to comic investors is start increasing your CGC investment.
Yep.
Start getting more books graded. We
get your bread up. I just said 27 book submission because I know that price increase is coming.
The price increase is coming. Turnaround time, extreme slowdowns are coming, and we could one day see a complete halt in production the way that PSA did. That none of that's impossible based on the way that the market is trending because the companies just cannot handle the amount of when you start looking at the multiplier that graded books are getting right now, when you're looking at a book that's selling for $400 raw, then getting $3,000 in a 9.8, and more importantly, the cheap books. When you look at like Something's Killing the Children,
there we go.
Think about that local comic shop day foil book that just came out. That's a all-day $120 9.8. So there's incentive for buyers to grab a book like that off the shelf, slab it for $30, and now boom, they've got a book right there that they can make 3x on, which is just incredible return and is liquid, moves quickly. So that's one of those things where the grading companies will probably catch up to the market, and I think the the sharks will start really loading up on getting those books slabbed. We got to start thinking in advance. Don't wait for books to get hot to get them slabbed. So like I'm slabbing right now stuff that isn't moving on the market. Stuff like Seven Secrets, we only find them when they're dead. Wind. While everybody's looking at Something's Killing the Children and Berserker, I'm going to those next group of options. And the reason is when we get that announcement like, oh, Seven Secrets is coming to Netflix, I want to have those books slabbed and ready to go so I can maximize that spec window.
Did you just drink too much and leak?
No, that is not a leak. That is not a leak. That is not. Ross Ritchie killing me
right now.
Big shout out to Ross Ritchie, by the way. You were one of the first people, and you had told me even before you went live with Superman was like, yo, Mel, fuck with this Something's Killing the Kids. I mean, Something's Killing the Children. And I was like, I ain't fuck with that shit, man. That shit. Nah, what the fuck is something? Who the fuck is killing? I remember telling you who the fuck killing the kid. And he was like something. I was like, all right. I didn't read it. I passed on it. I picked up a couple copies here and there, but that book was organic in growth. Even with you guys talking about it, it was still organic growth because people read it and see how fucking dope this shit was. You feel
and
what
I
I'm
really
saying?
wish people would understand that because, like, I can talk my shit. There's no doubt about that. And
no doubt.
And when and one thing that I've always felt like is I don't jump in on everything, but if I jump in on it, it's something I personally love, and I will go hard for it. And like Canto and Something's Killing the Children, early on with Brian and our Simpleman's combo, those were two books that we identified early. We were long on, and the beauty is in being members of the media, we got to like read advanced copies. I did get to see things that maybe the average person didn't get to see, but I tried to. What my job is to come on the mic and then to articulate what I'm seeing to the market. The problem is there was a little more toxicity in comics during that time, so there was so much doubt about pump and dump or, oh, you know, he's doing this for the publisher.
Cry baby bitches.
There was a lot of that at that point. So I think a lot of people missed money because they didn't like where they were hearing the information from, or they didn't, you know, back then we were still hearing shit like it's an indie, it can't sell, or you know, these things that now that's not. No one talks like that anymore in the market because indies for the last 2 years have been the books, the absolute books pacing the market have come from Boom and Image. And then some other places, but Boom and Image have absolutely killed over the last 2 years. So at this point, the indie game, it's some of the fastest moving profit. And it really, I hate to boil it down to media options, but that's largely when you're looking at indie books is you're trying to judge what looks like it can be picked up by other media.
The shit about Something's Killing the Children is I don't give a fuck about any option. Once I read the shit, I was like, I don't give a fuck about any option. Like,
it's incredible.
But I did the fucking shout out to Eric Hurd. We did the fucking Something's Killing the casting. I was like, now I want to see this shit on TV. After the Mel cast that I did, I was like, yo, I want to see this shit on TV. And hopefully that should come to fruition.
Oh, and I know, like I just saw a comment in the chat about like Image and Boom getting announcements and then things not coming to fruition. I think largely we saw that 6-7 years ago with independent comics. There was a lot of that. How we're talking about the game changing, like these first look deals that they're signing, those are essentially the old options. By the time they're optioning one of these books like Berserker, there's no chance Berserker's not being made, both anime and a film. They've already put that money up. That money's invested when they sign that deal.
When I see Keanu Reeves on the cover, I was not surprised that this shit got out there. You'd be a fool if you did.
Right. And another thing that people got to remember is that and I've told people before, is that when something is optioned, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go into production anytime soon. Sometimes what that means is that a company that bought that option has another project that's very similar to that, and they don't want it to compete with what they're doing. And they'll just sit on that for a good 7 or 8 years, and then they'll freaking let the option go. So you got to remember that.
And that's why the key is too, like, you got to do extra due diligence with creator owns. Like, make sure you're following these creators on social media, and you can pick up on a lot of the chatter. You know, it's like things like you have to have patience too. Like Mel, you said, let the beat build, and Lucas, you're saying about the production. Even if they start working on it immediately, like Canto is an animated feature that's going to take a couple. Yeah, it's going to take some years to put that together before we actually see the finished product. In that time, you will absolutely see people in the market talking about how it's a flop and it went down. And when that market dips, I'll buy again because I know what these creators have put into this, and I know that there was demand for this property, and I have faith that these creators who are putting everything that they have in their lives behind this IP would not choose the wrong place to get an option, because there's a difference between a book that is begging to get option and gets option versus a book like Canto or Berserker or Something's Killing the Children, where there's multiple places that would love to make that film or television show, and there's a bidding war, because that's where it's a whole different thing. You're going to get a rush.
Another thing that you got to remember,
one independent that I'm super happy about getting made, Tokyo Ghost. I've been talking about it for years and years and years. I read that book, just like fanatically, like, oh my God. I'm kind of mad at myself for not getting the con exclusive for number one, but that's not here nor there. But I got everything else. And actually I just bought the last issue that I was missing from that entire variant set, just because that's one of those properties that means it to me, that I want to invest in. So it's really good when you're reading these books. You don't necessarily have to read them right at release, but it does help because it puts copies in your hand. Otherwise, you are left to fend with the speculator crowd.
So but you could have been buying but even if you got to buy it up the ladder, you could have been buying like Something's Killing the Children over the last year for
that's what I've been doing.
$100.
That's what I've been doing.
Right. So what I will say is regarding all that is that so for instance, you were talking about Kanto. A big thing to understand the way that it sometimes works, and there's a reason why they'll throw out those big names, right? So, for instance, they threw out, hey, Will Smith and his wife Jada. Hey, they don't throw that out so people can buy more books. They throw that out so people will throw money behind the stock. There's IDWM, and there has a stock there, and yes, it did find a little bit of a jump, but not enough of a freaking jump that because people, once again, they want to see that production stuff, right?
And an interesting note about that is IDW doesn't actually own a piece of Canto. That Canto is totally creator owned by the creators. They got a very unique deal with IDW. Right. So I definitely IDW likes their logo next to the Canto stuff. But.
Right. Well, yeah, and Will Smith and Jada, they have their own company that they're trying to raise some venture capital for. So that's what you also got to remember. Like when it comes to all these, don't just freaking look at the books. Look to put some of that retirement money into some of these freaking stocks. So, for instance, like I've been telling people about that MIKP for the last 2 months, right? And I told people to buy in at 0003. It finally hit this week. So,
boy.
Yeah, it went down to 003, and then what did it do right after it went down to 0003? It went up to 006, so it doubled within the same freaking week. What's the other one that we were talking about? Viacom. Once again, I'm telling people to freaking wait for Viacom.
CSCW.
Yeah, CSCW. Yeah, that was a big one. So you were talking about Bolo. You were talking about NFTs earlier. CSCW. That's a big NFT one. That one was one that was at 71 cents. 71, and it jumped up to what?
$2.30.
Yeah.
So a dumbass bought it at 180.
And just to give you an idea of how bullish I am on this market, and this will probably like trigger some people in the chat, but like I think that one of the most slept on investments right now is Berserker. And I know that people our immediate reaction is to go 600,000 per.
Yep.
And I understand that. Here's what you have to understand about this. You got to look deeper.
Not on that one.
Not on that one, correct? Yeah, right. You're looking like 2,000 there.
And I own like 6 of them, so I was buying those for $20 a pop because I'm like, that's gonna be one of the rarest variants out.
Exactly.
I'm working smarter, not harder on the second print.
The only one.
You gotta send me.
You just announced the third print too.
Yep. The only one lower printed than that. That's not a store variant. Would be the John Boy autograph by Keanu.
Right.
But I think people have to look deeper at this. First off, you got to remember that those 90s comics that are hitting these astronomical prices that we're quoting, they all are printed double what Berserker is printed, at least. Yeah. So when you're talking New Mutants 98, ASM 361, you're talking about books that have astronomical print runs into the 7 digits. So it makes 600,000 not something that's unprecedented in the hobby to be able to go up the ladder. Secondly, I think people who are speculators and investors don't always pay attention to like the readership stuff, but Boom did a Kickstarter for Berserker that broke all comic book Kickstarter records, did $1.4 million inside of a month. Much of that money came from outside of the comics space, that came from people who just wanted to read this book that Keanu Reeves wrote, which was largely Boom's interest in doing it, is bringing in new readership. Ross Ritchie talked about that when he came and did an interview with us. But I look at that and go, $1.4 million was already spent on this property before a single #1 issue was printed. That was money in hand for Boom. So when you look at 600,000 copies, yeah, it's a big number, but this is an unprecedented title. Double option. Netflix is the most accessible platform that almost everyone in America has.
Returnable books, and not many got returned.
And that's the thing. I told people, and you know this, Mel, I told people beforehand, I was in your chat saying this. I said, nobody's going to return this book.
You're right.
Because who returns an option book?
Still, but to be said, Midtown still has copies.
Oh, no, this is why I'm advocating this. Because I actually think hardcore speculators, this is part of like my epiphany this year, where I feel like I see the Matrix now. We have a tendency, our biggest weakness is actually largely our greatest strength, and that's our experience. Our experience makes us great, but it also makes us blind to see things, because we have a hard time paying prices that we saw old prices that paled in comparison. So like Mel, I give you so much credit for having the balls to like buy a market Miles Morales when you've seen that over the years cheaper. Bro, you could have bought that 100 times over.
I do not give a fuck.
But it's so hard for most of us to do that.
I've read comments. I read comments when people talk shit. Oh, he's dumb for paying. Let me be dumb. Let me be dumb.
Right.
I guarantee you, I will be great in fucking 5 years.
Right. It's called financial mental permanence, right? Where you became aware of something at a certain point, and for you, that's where it should be. So, for instance, when Unprocessable Defects were doing their thing, 3-4 years ago, there are people that are still stuck in that mindset that those books should be still at those prices or should be even more. Despite all evidence to the contrary, where there's stuff where it should be more or those prices should have gone down, they're still in that mindset that, hey, these books are the shit and they still have value.
But the books that we spoke about on Principal Defects, the books that were on fucking the East Elevation, the books that fucking Sean has spoken about, the books that Trey has spoken about, the books that Jimmy has spoken about, all those books have fucking been gone insane. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we were, again, I've always said this, we were ahead of our motherfucking time doing what the fuck we was doing. But hold on. Paul, you spoke about something's killing kids. And my people, they've been waiting for 2.5 hours. And
we're gonna do something huge with something that's killing the kids?
Yeah, after we spin this one whip for Hive, because I've been waiting too. See, this is my problem. I don't know. We got a lot of motherfuckers here. We got a lot of shit.
We do. Look, I tell you guys what. If you get, you have an hour. Oh, Adam.
I have to do something family tomorrow with my nieces. So.
No, hey, Adam, are you going to the show on Long Island next week?
No, but I will be at Big Apple on May 1st.
Big Apple's going on May 1st?
Yep. At the New Yorker Hotel.
Motherfucker. I'm getting them for free with you. I'm using your.
Hey man, I'll tell Mike to put you on the list, Mel.
Motherfucker, tell him don't start cocaine off my name.
No, man. We're gonna get you. I'll make sure you get in without having to pay an admission fee.
I'll pay. I just want to sit online. That's my whole thing.
I'll make sure you get in without having to sit online, man.
Appreciate you.
I want to say I love you guys. I want to wish everyone in the Drunken Chat family happy Passover, happy Easter, and good night.
Thumbs up, Adam. Talk to you later, man.
Adam, talk to you soon.
Mel, one thing before you kind of move on to the art challenge that I wanted to say too, because I want to address something I saw in the chat. And this is my belief, and I know a lot of people they give me shit about this, but I really believe in the long run you're going to see this over time. Cover A on most books that you're looking for options is the book you actually want to be speccing on. And the reason I say that, and you can look at Naomi and you can look at Something's Killing the Children as two examples of books where clearly there's a better cover B, but it's cover A that is dominant.
You know why cover B was Something's Killing the Children.
I know about people talk about print run, but I think the largest effect of that is media. Because when you look at the different pockets of buyers,
exactly. Nobody has time to go look for a cover B. When you write an article, you go to cover A. Yeah.
Well, and it's the part-time money, the investor who's not in it like we are, right? They see that Berserker news story. What cover do they see? They see that Raphael Grompa cover A. Yep. And every news story that gets put 100%. Up between now and the time that movie debuts is going to show that cover A. So my belief long term is that cover A is the cover to get. And I think if you look over time, look at Punchline, look at Naomi, look at
it's the rhyme or reason. It's just laziness.
Well, I've been saying it. I don't
want to say that.
I've been preaching it for a long time too. Like, I laugh when people, new book, a 1 in 50 comes out, and most LCSs will sell them at ratio, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see people go out of their minds to grab this 1 in 50 ratio for $50 because it's a key issue. And in my mind, I'm always sitting there going, well, I'd rather buy 15 cover A's of a key issue than 1 in 50. Because you look at any book that has been a major key, you even look at Ultimate Fallout 4, and you compare me 1598 cover A's versus 198, 1 in 25. Like, it's not even close, and it never is. It never is. And so I laugh like some speculators that see that way. If you can get both, by all means, get both.
Right.
If you believe in a book that much that you're going to spend $50 on a copy or $100 or $150 on a copy, you should be buying at least half that much amount in cover A. You should be.
Well, I'll tell you, for some of those DC comics, that is absolutely the effect. Like, freaking cover A has always been the better one. It's almost always had the great character, the first appearance of the character on there. Mr. Bolo, you were actually talking about, you were trying to talk about Naomi for a second right there.
Mm-hmm.
The cover A is very similar to a comic book convention cover that's out there. So the cover A may be like around 50 to 60, but the comic book convention that's looks exactly like that freaking thing, except that it has like convention variant like a top or something like that.
It's got like purple tint to it instead of the red tint.
Yeah, that one's going for 100 to 120 to 125. So people got to be careful on that one.
Yeah, and I think similar to with Berserker, where if you want to make the argument to me about the foil variant or about the virgin cover of the Grompa, I'm with that because it's the same imaging. And I think that the customer won't care per se, but I really think that FOMO customer who's getting in late, that's what they're seeing is that deadline or variety.
Right. Yeah.
Cool
So Berserker's going to be crazy because they got that second print foil that's going on. There's another foil joint that's only going to be 10,000 copies that are going to cover when we do the FOC.
I was supposed to get one. I was supposed to get one of those second prints. My LCS was like, "We got 10. You're down for one, man." I'm like, "All right, cool." But this past week, I actually got 0 new books from this LCS because Diamond kind of gave them.
They probably fucked you on the greatest Adam Hughes covers to come in the greatest.
Don't twist the knife any more than it already is, man. I mean, come on. I mean, I already feel bad because I pre-ordered. He's like, "Yeah, man, I got you. You can use your discount card. You can use all that stuff. You're going to get a good deal on this book." I'm like, "Sweet."
You learn your lesson. You better fuck with the pull box, man.
It was my LCS, but it wasn't. It was not them that did it to me. That's what I know. It could have easily as just as happened to Lucas, and he would be making the same email like, "Dude, they didn't ship me anything except for these two boxes of my normal shipment, but they sure as shit charged me on my invoice for shipping the whole order."
Right.
Hold up, Lucas.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold up. I know you better get Lucas. You better get the whole shit. Let's do the Hive way, and I got to do the fucking. Shit.
Okay. So quick. So, even if you don't want to mess with the Drunken Pull box, every one of your local shops, has access to their own pull box. So encourage them to use that Diamond pull box. That way you can see what you ordered, and they can see what you ordered, and there should be no excuse for them not to be getting whatever you freaking ordered and asked for. Should we know?
Yeah.
No, just saying.
Yeah.
Or you can just fuck with me, and I'm trying to make sure the best I
That's what
can.
I'm trying to just fuck with us. James, I fucking 100,000 appreciate you for doing this giveaway. Number 2.
You nasty motherfucker.
He's up and down. Up and down is funny. Up and down is a funny dude.
I'm a lot less drunk tonight, but I'm still giving a bunch of stuff away. So let's do it.
Yay. Lucas, spin the motherfucking wheel.
Round and round it goes.
And make sure you write these names down, James, because I ain't doing it.
I mean,
Take some motherfuckers down.
I got Rob's beard shaven already down.
Call Thunder. Yeah, Thunder's been getting shitted on a lot.
You got issues? Yeah, we do.
I think that's my man. That's my man. We got issues. But we got issues. Hit up Hive Comics.
Yeah, and I'll drop the email back in the comments again.
Yes, sir.
Our first guy, our Rob's beard shaven, already got back to us, so we're getting him set up.
Rob's beard shaven.
Rob's beard shaven.
Yo, Bolo, this is gonna. you got a direct line, and thank you for hooking up with the direct line to Ross Ritchie. But you got more of a direct line to Ross Ritchie. This is gonna make him fucking happy as fuck. I put out a challenge out there. The reason why I put out a challenge out there is because I've seen so many summons killing the children, blank variants just sitting out there, and nothing being done with this great title. So he said, you know what? Me being the proactive motherfucker that I am, I said, you know what? Let's do a fucking art challenge. I know some great artists out there, some great listeners out there. Let's do a fucking art challenge out there. And damn it, I got some heat. I expected a little bit more heat, but I got heat. Because and I was sitting there, I was shaving. I said, you know what? I said, no, don't be so bad on yourself, because not every motherfucker can draw. You might have a lot of great fans, but not everybody can draw. But you got some heat now. I said, let's do it. All right, so Lucas, how to do this shit again? I want to
go down to the bottom where it says share.
I want to do this earlier for the same reason here. Share.
Yep.
Share screen.
Mm-hmm. And then...
select window. Art challenge. And I like that show, by the way.
Did you share your screen yet? No.
Am I sharing?
Yes, you are. Pull up what you want to pull up.
Shit, hold on. Give me a second. What the fuck is shit? Well, fuck.
Just pull them up.
Got it.
You got it.
Now, present mode. Are we good?
All I see is the folder.
The folder.
Yeah. So I see entry 1, entry 2, entry 3, entry 4.
Yeah. Close the folder. I'll try this again. Share screen.
Can you manually change a shipping address?
What the fuck? Okay.
Just push them to me if you want.
It's not fucking this. It's not this. Streaming. Entire screen. Right here. Okay. Allow. Are we good?
Yep. There you go.
All right. So, boom. Of course, something is killing the children's challenge. This was, again, take the blank variant, draw something in the blank variant. I kind of wanted to just be exclusively to pencils and pens, but I think we're going to do that on the next challenge. So we did a combination of both. And I was going to put the names of each entry on there, but you know what? I said, nah. Let's give the fans entry 1, entry 2, entry 3, entry 4, entry 5, so on and so forth. So the Blake variant of number 11. I was hoping everybody would draw on this, but we got some digital work. But most people kept to the rules. Let's go to entry 1.
And
I'll wait.
Decided to go with that alien bit.
And I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait. This was a heater. Off rip. What do you guys think about that?
I like the concept. Some of the lines are a little off, but I tell you what, I definitely love the concept.
Yeah,
it's gonna be hard to defeat, man.
Yeah,
this is better than 80% of the freaking covers that come out.
Yeah, it's better. It's definitely better than some of those other joints, some of those Black Panther shits I've seen.
Almost looks like Venom on the bandana. Venom's face.
I didn't even peep that. William Ball, any other thoughts?
I like it. I like the color. I like especially like the kind of solid color, but like different shade background.
All right. So we'll move on to the next joint. That's entry 1.
Yeah.
Entry 2.
So,
wow.
Once again, interesting concept.
Someone knows what nostalgia does.
Right.
I love that one.
The Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's one of those ones like if you were an artist in Artist Alley at a con, you could sell prints of that.
Oh, yeah. That's easy.
This fire. Entry 3. I like this. I like this because it's dark. It meets the criteria of Something's Killing the Children. It's quaint. It's not too much going on, but it is. You feel what I'm saying?
And it's all going on. Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said it's got a noir vibe, kind of Gotham by Gaslight type.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, do you know how hard it is to show light on a watercolor? I mean, to get that play of light on watercolor. Holy shit.
It's work. Woo. This was work. Next entry.
Oof. That could be a cover.
That could be a cover.
But have them just straight to CG.
That could be a cover.
Right.
Hey Mel, click the hide button.
We good?
Excellent.
This fire.
See,
Next
that's exactly what I needed. I needed a nice, clean view of just the comic by itself in its Zen moment.
Yeah.
You know, so the all the things that I was saying that were good about the first, third, and the last one, they're all combined into this cover. The darkness, the interesting things going on, the play of watercolor and against light and everything good is on there.
I agree.
So, oh, man.
And the fact that it was drawn onto a cover that could be physically attainable. I love it. This is crazy.
Wow.
Oof.
With the artist with digital hair. The artist with digital hair, and she doesn't have a big head. It's just I had to extend the screen and make it look bigger. But
And the color of her hair is more akin to what her actual hair color is in the comics.
right.
This one.
Let's go to the next one. Artistically, sick as fuck.
That's Charlie Brown?
Yeah, this Charlie Brown.
Yeah, but it was Charlie Brown.
Yeah, it was Charlie Brown.
But see, that's the thing. If you came out with that cover, that would sell.
Yes.
Clean up the lines, absolutely.
That totally reminds me of Aliens versus Predator 2, where the dude's newfound girlfriend gets chopped in half by the aliens,
Right.
or
Right.
the Predator.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So if you remember the Ice Cream Man joints,
Yeah.
and the Vampirilla freaking parody covers, that's what strikes it up for me. So the concept is absolutely amazing. It's just that if you cleaned up the lines, I that would help me out to think this was a better cover.
This is a homage to Something's Killing It. What? Not Something Killing. What is that? Jumping Gin and Juice in the Hood.
Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yes.
Brilliant. That's exactly where that's from.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah. Do we have a problem?
Exactly.
Come on, man.
And that concludes the Something.
Those are some amazing entries. Great freaking concepts, man. That proves that some of the listeners have better concepts and ideas than what's actually being put out there right now.
Yeah. How do I stop this shit?
I got you. And it's interesting, like how much some of these artists get restrained, right? Like my girl Rochda Lynn, she actually has a cover coming out for Batman number 108 or something like that. And I had to freaking tell her, I had to freaking ring her up today, man. I was like, hey, I love your stuff, but that cover is doo-doo. That is really not at all close to what you can do or what I've seen you do. Rochda Lynn, RACHTAALIN. Check her out, man. Freaking, she's got some amazing stuff. But that cover that she's going to put out, and I think the FLC is coming out on Monday. Stuff that it's just freaking garbage, man. It's not even close to what she can do out. So what do we got next? $30 holler or something else?
We the show is all yours, man. You know what I'm about to do?
How do you have so many damn lobsters and freaking steak open?
No, I'm not ordering no goddamn lobster, man.
But he is going to order steak, and it's only 3:12 a.m. and they are open until
just,
like 9 a.m. tomorrow when they close for like 2 hours.
I'm get eggs. But I do. I think I asked all the questions I want to ask Bolo. Bolo, you know what? Give me your top 3 properties that you want people to invest in, that people should invest in.
That people should.
Unbiased. Marvel.
Well,
DC,
give me 6. Give us 6. Give us 3. Give us 3 blue chips, 3 pennies.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Unbiased. All right. Blue chip. Ultimate Fallout, regardless of the printing, regardless of the cover, I think is the book that's going to grow the most going forward. Another one that's a blue chip and is one that I think that a lot of people will kind of be hesitant about, but it is actually New Mutants 98 with Deadpool. If the MCU version of this can play as well as the previous version of Deadpool played, his pop culture popularity, when the new money comes in, they're jumping right on the characters they're already familiar with, which is why you're seeing Venom and Miles Morales and these characters pop up. And I think Deadpool, he's iconically popular. And then
he's easy. That's why. It's because the people who don't know what they're doing coming into this see the Deadpool, and that's the reason why it's spiking.
Yeah, but it goes back to what he said. We're too smart for our own good.
Yeah,
but he look right over that.
I do want to circle back to real quick because you mentioned Deadpool again. Now, Deadpool and Berserker both actually have a very similar sales total for direct market. You got to remember that newsstand at the time when Deadpool's New Mutants 98 did hit, obviously is the smaller market. There's other variants. Mark Jewelers out there selling for, $10,000 plus, dollars for the 98s. But they're both almost equal in amount of copies available. And it's all about market absorption. A lot of those copies that went into collections from New Mutants 98 owners from the 90s sold them when they got rid of their comic books. That's how a lot of these market copies came back. There's still a ton of people out there that are sitting on comics that are in their attic in places. And if Deadpool does hit the MCU, I see more copies coming to market. And right now we're outpacing inflation, or trying to. But I don't know what the rate of growth is on the book, but the book does have growth potential. But I think right now there's people that are buying up every copy that they possibly can. And right now we're in that time where people are catching the FOMO and seeing copies fly, and then all of a sudden they're buying 9.6. Oh, and then all of a sudden all the 9.6s are gone, and all of a sudden they're buying the 9.4s, and then all the 9.4s are gone, and then all of a sudden they're buying the 9.2s, and then next thing you know, every single one of them is moved up $200, $300, $400, $500 in a month, and that is the sign of frantic buying. And look, there's only a couple of reasons why that's going to be done. Either somebody heard casting news, somebody heard something that's been proven, there's good spec value in the book, for another comic book or whatever, or it's a huge key. All right, and we are seeing, like you said, an influx of a bunch of new people. They want the safe books.
Yeah, and the books that we take for granted that we've all either already bought or we've bought, sold,
right,
as resellers, we've had 5 copies.
Regrade.
Right, it doesn't impress us. A New Mutants 98 doesn't, like, if you're a reseller like, Phil or James, they how many of you guys owned in your lives? So it's not giving you that same excitement as a new collector coming in the market, grabbing it right off the bat. So
you also said something earlier, which I kind of want to piggyback on, which is let's bring new people into the market. Mm-hmm. Like in the 1990s, there were millions of people buying comic books, millions of dudes who are now me in age, going, holy shit, I got spendable money, but they aren't into this community. And then all of a sudden you have an influx of all these good, comic book movies. All of a sudden comic books are cool. All of a sudden the dude who tore up my comic books and, wrote on them when he broke into my fucking locker in middle school is like, dude, how do I make money? So it's like there's a lot of weird things going on with society, but I can tell there's a lot of people looking for that nostalgia. But there's also, do you guys remember in high school, like people who listened to music that was current, and then you had the guys who were like, fuck all that new shit, I gotta have the old stuff, and they were young, and it's like, dude. Well, it's at first you're like, why do you listen to the Doors? And you're like, oh, you like the Doors, man. And you get it. There's a wave of those kids out there like that too, that are into like 90s and 80s and 70s shit, and it's like that's their target, and they focus on all the culture from that decade.
They got the bread though.
Well, they have the bread, or they have parents who have money, and they're like, okay, yeah, you want bell bottoms? You want to dress like you're in the 1970s? Well, here you go. So there's that too, and I love seeing the diversity at the comic book stores, and that's where I'm seeing a lot of this. And I'm thankful that my own LCSs are like, yeah, dude, hang out, chat for a little bit. I'm like, yeah, but you guys didn't get new books today. Peace. I gotta go to the other one.
and the other like blue chip that I'll say is probably you need to have a little bit of patience with it, but I think it's a blue chip. It's been an important book. I think it's going to be an even more important book. And that's the first appearance of Damian Wayne. I wrote about that today at 1:37 p.m. I think there's so much room in DC Comics because
they fumbled the ball, the ball boy, man.
But it's one of those things where all the negative things that we can all talk about DC Comics and what they've done with their movies have provided amazing buying opportunities right now for DC Comics keys. When you start comparing them to their Marvel counterpoints, it's not even close in value. I look at what Damian can do, and I really think that his popularity can be a junior version of Miles, not quite at the same level.
Well, here's a question: is Damian Wayne the one from Teen Titans? Is that the same Robin, or is it a different Robin?
No, it's not from the TV show. That's Tim Drake.
Okay, because I will tell you that once again, in 10 years, when my kids are growing up, they watch Teen Titans, that Teen Titans Go bullshit right now. So that's going to be the Robin. That's going to be their Robin.
That's Dick Grayson on the Teen Titans Go cartoon. Yeah, that's Dick Grayson. But that's the point. Is I think that at some point, Marvel has done a better job transitioning their young stars than DC has done. DC has a lot of great young characters. But they haven't taken that next step.
DC was always scared to take chances. Marvel said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna take a chance," and it pays off in the long run. They thought about future. They're future forward thinking.
But the bottom line is, if you start looking at Damian Wayne's actually down from where he was a couple of years ago. Damian Wayne, a 9.8 in the 1 in 10 Kubert variant, sold for $500. That book Raw used to be a multiple $100. And you're looking at like 200s to 300 for a 9.8 of just 655 cover A. When you compare that into other books of like that level of importance,
Naomi,
you're looking at. I would argue, though, that Damian Wayne, Bruce Wayne's son, is worlds more important than Naomi.
Yeah, but look at the overall
mythos.
In terms of the prices,
right? But it's pricing. It's the same as a CW show. And the only reason they haven't done a Damian Wayne CW show is because, in my opinion, this is an important character to them, and they want to roll that character out right. They just haven't been able to get far enough down the story.
They're not even thinking about doing a fucking Damian. And
I disagree. The Snyder Cut teased Jonathan. So that if the Snyder Cut is teasing Jonathan, you're not far away from Damian either.
I missed that. How did the Snyder Cut tease Jonathan?
They made multiple references congratulating Clark and Lois. So they were hinting at Lois's pregnancy in that film.
Did you hear about the unreleased stuff about that though? That was where it was Bruce that gets Lois pregnant. Right. And that's why Superman in Batman versus Superman comes down with his boys in the S suits and heat visions the two dudes next to him and he goes, "You took her from me."
Right.
He holds Batman responsible for knocking up Lois.
If they do that,
Snyder had released
if they do that,
that was the storyline that he was going to proceed with
if they do that,
in a future movie where Batman got Lois pregnant.
That's the stupidest shit I ever heard.
Also, you got to understand, for publishers, a large market for publishers is Scholastic and Scholastic book fairs and libraries and all of that.
Moon Girl,
Shuri.
And Super Sons is very big in that market. So there are young people who are growing up getting access to these Super Sons books who I really think.
You saw that, right?
Yeah, I know they've messed with these characters in the continuity, but that's the thing about DC movies is they don't follow the comic continuity because there's that break between the publishing and the film. If anything, I'm worried that the film version of Damian would be too far of a departure from the comics. But I just think when you start looking at opportunity costs, when you start looking at, you could get Damian Wayne's incentive variant 9.8 right now for the cost of a lot of frivolous 9.8 books. A lot of books that are just risks out there that I feel like Damian Wayne is a far less risk. Forget if he makes a movie. Like I said, a couple years ago in the market, he was higher. Just a couple years ago, when people were less negative on DC as a whole. And that's why if you're looking at like cheaper get-in books that I think like some of these they've popped already. But this is where I'm saying we're looking at the old market, so we're afraid to buy into them now. But Punchline's first appearance, Hell Arisen 3. I think that Strange Academy #1 is a book where you have an opportunity right now to get on a book that if it becomes a Disney Plus series, has infinite possibility because it hits the demographic that is different from a lot of the other releases that they've done. And then again, the other one that I really like is Berserker because of what so many people in the chat are saying about like, oh, there's still $2 copies available. It's hard for me to explain to people, even though the print runs are very different. But I had this same argument about Something's Killing the Children. I've had this same argument about so many different books where people have come to me and said, well, Something's Killing the Children isn't going to be popular. Every LCS I go to has that Frizen book all over the wall.
So let me ask you, can you say you see that a cover hitting $200.
Yeah, in a 9.8. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, in a 9.8, yeah, but what about Raw?
Raw. I mean, I would find it hard to believe because of the print run. Pushing over 100 would be tough. But looking at the buy-in for it right now, I feel like a lot of the negatives that I see people talk about, like in the chat and in other chats, are really the positives. The fact that you can get books right now for $2, that there are dealers who overextended themselves to get incentives, who are now ready, willing, and able to jump those A's on the market. I love buying up other dealers' dump books. I love
they could just return the A's, which is what a lot of them did once they knew about a second print coming down the pipeline. The smart ones did, but they got allocated. That's the hard part.
There were very few returns, record-settingly low amount.
But is the return window already closed? Is that it?
The return window is 30 days from the release of issue number 1 to return the book. And that was the beauty of the timing of the announcement. If you look, the timing of the announcement was like right before the cutoff to return the books. And don't think that wasn't by design. Ross Ritchie knows what he's doing. So that was very much, I think, a planned and orchestrated thing to ensure that those copies wouldn't be returned. And I have made a habit over the years of buying up cheap copies from dealers who are doing this. I mean, people don't remember, like, when Department of Truth even came out. You could go on eBay the week that Department of Truth came out, and you could buy 5 packs, 10 packs, 20 packs of cover A for less than cover price. Why? Because people went hunting for those incentives. You're seeing
95K orders. Right. Shout out to Hot Comics who did their own DOT variant, didn't you guys?
We've got one coming out.
But did you? Oh, that's right. You got one coming out, but you guys didn't do one for issue 1, right?
No, but we spec the hell out of it. And we've
got so there's a couple. There's a couple of ones. There's a couple of ones for Department of Truth that I will admit that I went after just because I'm a Merca and Dolfo fan. So I went after the Merca 1 in 50 because, of course, the 1 in 100 was way out of range by that time. And that was the weird thing about Department of Truth. The number 1 in 100 was the one that just took out all off the gates, was super, super expensive, over 200 raw, like for a super long time. And the 1 in 50 was like, oh, here I am. Little Marilyn Monroe, So I thought that was like the low hanging fruit to grab at the time, and I think I did a really good buy on the at least the incentive. But when I found out that there was a virgin variant of the incentive, and this is where it gets tricky because I know Image lets you do this in some cases. In some cases, they're like, nah. So like,
because Image isn't a label, because you're dealing with a lot of different publishing houses within Image, so it's different. Every
whole different ball game.
Deal with it. It's
I can't tell you, but I know these guys are, but they're the ones doing it. But I do know that again, there's, like I said, there's really good virgin variants of that incentive that don't get made by Image, but will get made by a store every now and then. That I'll be honest, like I said, if the art is killer, I always look for artwork. Am I a snob for that?
No,
I think that's one thing I think you're going to see with the new money is you're going to see art plays become more and more strong, because it's one of the things that's driving like NFT sales and things like that. Is that aesthetic? I think art plays. I think artists getting hot. Specific named artists is a trend you're going to see. The way Peach got hot, I think, in the way you see Rose Besh get hot. Mel, you and I have been talking about Alex Pardee, who I think Alex Pardee is like. Most people don't know him unless you're fucking with sports cards, but he's like that next artist.
I dare you, motherfuckers, try to find that fucking Invader Zim shit.
Yeah, his one comic variant, Invader Sim 13 cover B. That thing,
about it.
Right.
That is a future Bee and Puppy Cat number 9.
Right. So I do want to address something that's been popping off inside the comments. Is they're talking about the Asian market, right? So, for instance, Godzilla versus Kong, they made most of their money this weekend out of that Asian market.
Yep.
Mr. D started popping off about
Lucas, let me ask you something right quick, Lucas. I'm sorry. Is there a different ending for the Asian market versus the American market?
I don't know about that because I haven't watched it yet, but they do tend to change little things. So, for instance, if there's anything in an American movie that says anything bad about the Chinese thing or is opposite their ethics, they will make them change it before they'll let them open it.
Guys, I don't want to spoil it. Guys got a Kong ass.
So when we're talking about new money, right, and the reason why DC and Marvel they're trying to push new freaking Asian characters, that's absolutely it because they know that there's a lot of with the interconnectedness of the internet right now, a lot of Asian investors and alternative investors are able to look over here and say, "Hey, I want that. Give me that," right?
And so much happens in waves. So you mentioned the kaiju. Look at what's going on with Power Rangers and Sentai shit, and then you've got this like wave of like martial arts stuff that G.I. Joe with that Snake Eyes movie. You're going to see so much.
What do you feel? What is the panels feeling about Enormous? I mean, because that was one of the greatest kaiju books I've ever read. Greatest drawn, greatest written.
Right, that was
speculated.
Right, and during the UD days, that was a hot book.
It hits all cylinders of speculation versus, and not only that, it's a great story and great art.
When you look at different takes on books like that, like even Kaiju Score, which we did a variant for, like reading the PDF of that, it was, when we first read that one, we're like, this is actually cool. Like, what would somebody who lives in what would the seedier element do if something happened? It's not even about the kaiju. It's about like what would other people do? And like in that book, it was everyone's distracted because this is happening. So let's go rob a bank or let's go steal something. Right. And like stuff like that, like that's movie ready. Those ideas are movie ready. And not only are they movie ready for US, but because of the introduction of Asian elements and something that's beloved in that film community and that TV community, that's properties like that are properties that have potential for global success.
I think this is a fucking great pickup.
Yeah, it is.
And there's also books like this where the options keep getting re-picked up when the contracts run out. Like one that I was hard on back in 2015 was Southern Bastards. And I keep waiting for that book to get like released from its option.
Nail biter as well.
FX keeps picking up the option, but they're not doing anything with it. But they just keep picking it up every time the option comes up.
This is a pick that I'm gonna put on Phil. I'm gonna put this pick on our list because this has to be made.
Yo, that book dropped like a rocket out of nowhere.
Super rock.
It's scary when you look at prices of Enormous right now.
Because when I was looking at UD, that book was like $200 for 9.8. Now it's like what?
Like $50 for a 9.8 or something, maybe.
For number one?
Yeah,
I heard of one. Yeah, selling for $50. Yeah.
And what's the giant size one? The Treasury Edition one? The one that's actually enormous?
Yeah, and that was like the first appearance, right?
There was one at my LCS when I worked there, and it was there when I left working there.
$8. Wow.
Treasuries I remember were terrible to ship.
Yo, you can get the treasury right now on eBay for $10.
That's crazy.
Hey,
that was like 100 at one point.
You know what? You could have got it treasury for $10.
Why did you just buy it?
Yes, I bought it. This is a no-brainer.
No.
If you don't mind me going back a few minutes, I got a question from Mr. Bolo, right?
Yeah.
So we addressed the fact that Guy Ritchie is a very smart man and he's running Boom Studios in a very smart way. Do you think that it is any coincidence that this 8th printing of Something is Killing the Children is happening right now? Because I personally am expecting there to be a pretty big announcement coming shortly after. I don't think that push to let's get as many issue 1s into as many hands as possible is by mistake. I absolutely refuse to believe that, especially after reading what he's written about it, about being like, we just want a lot of people to really read this story and get interested. Well, why now?
Well, what other big news could there be? Because they've already
paperback sales. I don't think so.
They've already got a first look deal with Netflix.
Yeah.
So there's no other big news that they can make,
except
other than like a big ass actress freaking coming aboard,
or that they've got producers or writers lined up for it.
Well, that's the thing is the way their Netflix deal works is they have to bring Netflix like a director or a producer with the project, and then a target for a star. So they have to bring stuff to the table when they're doing these deals, which is why some of these are obvious, like Something's Killing the Children. Like everybody kind of figures it's going to happen, but it maybe has taken some time to happen. James, I wish I could directly answer your question. I can't. I will say that previously we talked about how Ross is very smart about the timing of these promotions. So you're thinking,
I'll help him. What are you selling? I'm buying. Whatever you're selling, I'm buying.
What am I selling online?
No, I said whatever you're selling, I'm buying.
Oh, I mean, we got an issue 16 coming out variant, but I wasn't selling that.
He's basically saying, "Shut up and take his money."
No, I got
it. He's like handing you the cash like Fry.
No, yeah, I mean that's
too early. Let's just say that. If
James is a smart guy who's seen the market and has seen what's going on. I
tried to get Jessica. She's not coming on. I don't know. I sent her the link. And listen, if you guys have not been on the show when Jessica's on,
that's all right. She can hang out with us on Discord later.
Yeah. This is why I'm not on monetized.
She got tired of me sexually harassing her on in front of everybody. So
yeah, you better chill out, Cuomo.
So like Once in Future, right? Like number 1, 8th print just got cleaned out on eBay, and it like all $100 copies are like gone. I had one copy on my website.
Why?
You know why that is, right?
Why?
And it's
nobody
like
gives a fuck about Arthur anymore.
Well,
nobody gives a fuck about King Arthur anymore.
No, but I'll tell you why that's moving right now. That's moving right now because Ross Ritchie, he has these like Instagram posts that he does where he breaks down the top 5 lowest printed books in a series. He did that with Something's Killing the Children, which is what popped that Something's Killing the Children number 6 incentive. That's what made people realize that was a ghost in the first place.
Oh, you talking about the 6 was already a part of the book because it introduces new characters.
But the moment that he did that post, if you got to join, if you really want to know what's going on with Something's Killing the Children, you have to join the official Facebook group. 900 members. They are the most rabid, like diehard fans of a single property I've ever seen. Like they are just, and it's why if you create a Something's Killing the Children store exclusive, it's a guaranteed sellout because you got at least 900 people who are trying to buy every single book that comes out. When that Ross Ritchie list broke, it spiked a lot of books that were on that list. He just did a Once in Future book or Once in Future list, and you're starting to see those books spike according to people realizing what the true rarity of a lot of these books.
I was explaining to one of my viewers about how Something's Killing the Children is organically built.
Yeah.
Is Ross really trying to recreate the hype? I
don't think so. I like that he's doing that because that's information that the community doesn't get.
Okay, so let me ask you,
he's being a very forward-facing CEO.
What was the better read to you?
I like Something's Killing the Children. I think it's tough because those books get compared so much. I literally got sent those 2 PDFs in the same email. It was here's Once in Future number 1, here's Something's Killing the Children number 1. Because of that, I think those books are always going to be compared. Something's Killing the Children is literally the next Walking Dead. I mean, it is literally that type of a property. And because of, I mean, look at the pricing already. Just look at the pricing already. Look at what it's going for already. Look at the fan base it's built before even hitting the next form of media. I fully believe that. We've been looking for that title for years, and I fully believe it's that one. And so, unfortunately, I think everything gets kind of compared to Something's Killing the Children. That's why I think Once and Future is great. Is if you feel like you missed Something's Killing the Children altogether, I still feel like there's meat on the bone. But if that's not the type of investment you want to make, by all means, my suggestion is pivot to Once and Future. Pivot to Seven Secrets, which is my absolute favorite. Pivot to We Only Find Them When They're Dead. And don't sleep on Wind. A lot of people don't like Wind because it's more of an all ages story. But every movie studio is not only looking for their Marvel Cinematic Universe, but they're also looking for their Harry Potter. They want that book. Yes. And so much Wind is that. Wind had major YA buzz before it was a comic. When it was originally just a graphic novel, it had huge scholastic type buzz about it. They made it a comic because of the pandemic to try to help out retailers, to try to give them a new number one when no one was releasing new number ones. Yep. So it was never meant to be released as a monthly comic. It was overlooked because the market, we like bloody, we like action. And so kids stuff we overlook the way people overlook Kanto. And I think you look at Wind right now, you got Something's Killing Children number 7 is a Wind preview that came out before any other Wind preview and came out before Wind number 1. Although unfortunately Something's Killing Children 7 is already kind of a high dollar book. But Wind number 1, the 1 in 25 Peach Momoko is $100 9/8 for a 1 in 25 incentive. The cover A, I've had people send me DMs after I talk about how much I believe in that property. They're buying it for $35 plus shipping. I mean, that the cover A is an utter steal. So that's where I look at that and go, you have room to grow with that.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's not a property people like. We tend to follow the leader a lot in comics. Whatever. Whatever. We buy the same things that we see other people. We all want to floss the same books.
Well, that's because there's too many of those fucking things, right? There's too many of those fucking things to read. You don't have enough time to look at every single cover or read all of the previews or read every freaking book. All you can do is have somebody else bring it to your attention, which is why at some point we need Ultra give us the thumbs up on whether he's ready to do his no, he's not. Okay.
I'm putting polishing touches on it. I'm gonna give these guys something to go. So I tell you what, Spec Matrix will go last.
Yeah, Spec Matrix is going to 5 a.m. And this is probably the first Spec Matrix that I won't be a part of because eggs are on the way.
I got a topic then, and this will be going on with Mr. Bolo in the chat. I don't know if it's something a lot of speculators pay attention to, but it's something I've started to pay more attention to lately, and it's the jump immediately after trade paperbacks come out. Yep. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, over the last couple of years, we've become a lot more used to being patient in a way, but impatient in others, right? Like,
I fucking hate trade paperbacks. I don't think trade paperbacks. I don't like them. There is a place for them that I don't live in. Like, I don't want to go to fucking the ghetto and live in the ghetto. I live in a nice house. This is the same thing I feel about floppies versus trade paperbacks. I don't want to go there. People live there. People like it. I don't want to live there.
I don't like. See, even if you don't want to invest in trades or you don't want to buy trades or reading trades,
I don't have nothing to do with fucking trades.
But what James is saying though is you can. This is a play though. You're an investor.
Yeah, it is.
So pay attention to when a trade is dropping, especially in an indie series where people have missed out maybe on issue 1 through 4. The Something's Killing the Children trade when it dropped spiked those books. Yep.
Okay, so
Department of Truth did the same thing.
Before I let you get into your thing, James, do you think that 3rd, 4th, 5th printings are hurting trades, or do you think they're helping trades?
I think it's backwards. I think trades are helping 3rd and 4th printings.
Gotcha.
I think people are reading the trades and then they're like, wow, this is a really good story. I want to go grab an issue 1. Oh shit. Now issue 1's $100. but a second printing's $5, $10. And then you see those clear out, and then it's now the third printing's, and those keep trending up.
Nice.
There you go. That is very clear. Thank you
Yep.
for making that point, because I do get a little upset that people keep saying, well, this second, third, fourth, or fifth, sixth, seventh, motherfucking 11th print is rare, therefore you should want it. When we talk to the other book community, we sound like idiots. we sound like idiots.
Right.
Talk to book collectors, we sound like idiots because they don't give a fuck about 24th print. They give a fuck about the first print, because that is the first work by that artist.
But love it or hate it,
the whole new blood that's coming in here, they're going to be like, "What do you mean you're paying $100 for a second print in 9.8? That's crazy, man!
What's wrong with you? Yeah,
that's why you want to know one of the things that the new blood is starting to ask questions about. That I'm getting questions in some of my outside the comic community chat is cameos and first appearances. Yeah. That's one of the things immediately that is confusing if you're new jumping in.
I know kids at the elementary school that will go to war with people all over eBay, YouTube about whose first appearance is a cameo and who is a first.
Well, exactly, and look, I'm a bad example.
These kids will cut throats. So
I'm a bad example because I am already on the record that
remember we got a heated conversation with somebody about Hulk 181 versus 180.
I'm on the record. First appearance to me is the first time a character appears.
It's fucking 180, goddamn it.
180, 299. These are the books that are the ones that really, in my opinion, are the ones that I value as a first appearance. And I know the market goes in a different direction. Now I play the market, but if the market expands exponentially, if we add 3 times as many people in comics as are in now, this whole argument of the market decides, I think people forget that the market will constantly redecide. Like,
and what happened? You know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? 50 years from now, Hulk 180 will outsell 181.
No,
it's honest to God, my thought. That's honest to God
right now. It's happening right now.
10 years.
Right. So Mel forgets that maybe 3 years ago when I first was on UD, and Coy asked me, hey, what's the freaking trend? And I was like, the trend is that my dumb ass should have bought Hulk 180 when it was $30 because it's $60 now.
This was on the first Drunken Chat. It wasn't on UD.
No, it was on UD. What's his name had invited everybody that wanted to be a special guest on the show when I signed up, and I was on there, and Coy asked me, I was like, hey, what do you think is the trend? And I was like, yeah, other than the indie bullshit, this is what I think. And then maybe 2 months later, that's when you started seeing some of those Hulk 180s starting to hit $300, $500. Now 98s are going for $1,000. Sometimes they're going for even crazier money than that if it's signed. So once again, yes, we don't know what those cameo rules and all the other stuff is. Who knows what'll happen for a year from now? Whether it be, hey, a Shadow is now a freaking cameo or counts as a cameo, or those previews may count as a freaking cameo. I don't want that to freaking happen, but who knows what might happen.
But it reminds me a lot of like presidential elections. Like if we would have cut off the election at a certain point and be like, okay, nobody else we're not counting any more votes. It would have the election would have gone in a different direction.
Yeah, don't get us banned on YouTube for algorithms.
But the point is, the more we counted votes, the more the votes swung in a different direction. That can happen within comics. The more people come into the community.
Ultra, shut up.
I'm biting my tongue right now, man. You know damn well I am.
Love you, bro. But the more that people come into the community, the more we can start to see some of these voting numbers and some of these theories change. Because in as you mentioned, Lucas, like in book collecting and book buying, it's a very clear rule. First print, everything after is less. In sports cards, they have very clear defined rules of what a
rookie card and whatsoever. Yeah,
and what's your draft pick card? How they do that, the rookie card designation that goes on the card, all of that is very laid out and explained. So when those investors come from those markets to our market, that's what they're looking for. So they ask me, well, why is Hulk 181 a first appearance? But I see that Wolverine's in Hulk 180. I don't have a good answer for that, other than that's what we've decided as a market. That's a terrible answer to tell a new person.
Drunken Chat season 1, which nobody can find anymore. I was like, yo, listen, 180 is the first appearance of Wolverine, period. And no, it's 181. No, it's not fucking motherfucker. He said, yo, look, bitch, I am Wolverine. That's the fucking first fucking appearance. Motherfucker, he suited up, ready to go. Bitch, I'm Wolverine. That's first fucking thing.
And one of my last articles I wrote for CBSI that got so much heat from in the comment section was talking about this first appearance versus cameo argument. And not even everybody within my crew agreed with me. And that's okay. Like, I'm fine if people don't agree with me on this topic. I just think it's a topic that we should look at, because the new people are coming into this community and they're going to start making decisions. When you look at the exponential growth that 180 has shown, and then if you look at these as an investment right now, 180 is attractive.
Yeah. Do you know what happens when you try to shatter people's false perceptions of things?
Yes.
Okay. So here's where I'm going to give people a glass breaker. All the newsstands in certain places didn't get the same book as a direct until 3 weeks later.
Put the numbers up.
De facto second prints, because your stuff hit 3 weeks after the direct did. So if people really want to go, well, there's less newsstands. Okay, that may be true for some years. But these people also refuse to look at the fact that there are other years where direct is infinitesimal.
Yeah, I was going to say
the opposite way.
Misperception that newsstand is inherently rarer is just.
With that being said, my 90s nerd ass has been buying a lot of things to make sure that I have both direct and newsstand. You really want to have them both.
Yeah.
There's census numbers out there that I was shown in the last couple of days about the number of books that have been submitted, and I'm like, you can't use that, especially when people are trying to crack press, resub books, trying to get a higher grade, and especially in a grading capacity, unless you have are you going to put like a infrared tracking number on the comic book somewhere to know that this person has regraded this book 14 times trying to get a higher grade? No,
right.
That's not going to happen, because you're not going to mark a customer's product. But that skews census numbers, and I get there's a huge census number on some of these books, but you also have to remember a lot of these books have been resubmitted like 3, 4, 5 times. People trying to get better grades,
and that's a trend that's only going to increase as more and more people come into the hobby.
The census will one day eclipse the actual sales total for the book.
I can see that.
It will happen.
Yeah,
and they'll be like, "Damn." So
there will be a book.
How do we know which books have been regraded? Well, we only have records of these being cracked on site, and we have the old serial number or the new serial number. And I get some of them become yellow labels and stuff like that. But this is where the numbers, like Mel was saying, show the numbers. The numbers have been fudged everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And
even Comic-Con, everyone quotes Comic-Con. Numbers.
Well, I use Comic-Con numbers for what they are: sales totals,
and it's sales totals through Diamond, through one distributor. What it never depicts is live convention sales. It doesn't factor in any of like when they're selling floppies at conventions or when they're producing exclusives for conventions. None of that factors in. It doesn't count any of the direct to consumer sales. So when you see stores selling through their web store, none of that factors into Comic-Con. And it's different for every publisher, because some publishers, they don't do a lot of that.
Well, it factors
in. That's because people don't know.
Web store does through their Diamond order.
What people don't realize is that often some of these titles, Marvel, if you open up some of the freaking titles, they'll say, hey, if you want this book or issue number book, send a letter to this, and you can freaking buy straight from Marvel for that freaking book. That was some shit that I knew you could do back in the 80s, but I didn't realize that until maybe a month ago.
That was called subscriptions, and I used to get them, and they were folded in half ever so nicely with a newsstand barcode on it.
Right, you
Yeah,
can still to
do
this
that shit.
day there are still people who get their monthly Amazing Spider-Man mailed to them, and none of that counts on the numbers. So I always say the numbers are a piece of information, but I don't think that any investor should be
That's the information.
leaning on that number.
We got 9 thumbs down. I'm attributed to Bolo.
Oh, without a doubt.
Without
a doubt.
No, it's because I didn't give these guys a spec matrix. They're pissed as hell.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to change the system?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. I'm still working on it.
Yeah,
Like I said, I'm polishing it and trying to have good conversation.
One of the things, though, I'm
about to put a thumbs down because you ain't ready yet.
All jokes aside, though, about the thumbs down, the thing is, when you take stances that are outside of, say, the common community thought, you're gonna get backlash. And I've tried to tell a lot of content creators, like, don't be afraid of that. Like, if you feel strongly about something, stand on your hill, and you say your shit.
Motherfucker, let me tell you something about Bo and Superman. You motherfuckers, first of all, that was the greatest fucking team of all fucking time. When it comes to comic book shit. I've watched you motherfuckers do your thing, and when I heard the rumors, because it came out as a rumor that Bolo they split up. Let's get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? When I heard that, I was like, damn, that's fucked up. It's like when the Fat Boys broke up.
I mean, I felt that too. Like, people reached out to me, and it was hard for me because I respect it, and it ultimately was for the best because I've had the biggest breakthroughs of my entire time in comics in 2021. And so there's no doubt that, like, Brian probably saw something I didn't see. And also he wanted to protect our friendship, and we were kind of going sometimes in two different directions.
Right.
And I always wanted to push growth. And for Brian, you know, he's got his career, he's got his family, he's got all these things, and the channel is the thing that he does for enjoyment. And I think what we were doing, while I felt very successful, I think it was taking some of the enjoyment away from him, which I hate. So I'm glad that he's doing what he loves. I'm very happy with where I'm at. I would love to be able to collaborate with him again. I do think that's going to happen, where we'll do some stuff from time to time together, because we're still, close friends. Hey, Ninth Wonder, true story. I cried a bit too, my man. That was an emotional conversation between you.
I say that to say this. The show that me and Wolf Warner was on, you gave me the opportunity to want to come back to this drunken chat shit. After that show, I was like, yo, Lucas, load up. Lucas was ride or die day one. I said, Lucas, load up. And I brought on my man Ultra. I said, Ultra, I need you on this joint. You know what I'm saying? Ultra came through for like a 2. I said, you know what, Ultra, you deserve a chance to shine. I mean, yo, load up. You know what I'm saying? Me being on that one show with Wolf had, you know what I'm saying, had so much impact on me to come back to this comic book thing, because I hated it. Effect. I fucking hated it, son. I fucking hated it.
And it can get like that. It can get like that for you. Like, there's so much bullshit and negativity that you can get caught up in.
I hated it, kid.
And you unfortunately got caught up in some shit, not by your own doing, but it was nonetheless some shit you got caught up in that I know was weighing on you. And that was so much. I appreciate all the love you've given me for that show. But that was a main reason why we wanted to do that, was like, I hated hearing you say you were getting out of it. I love this show and this concept. I love the community that you've been able to build around the show. I love your original idea of putting people from different groups and walks of life. There's so much assumption of beef in this community that I utterly hate, because I feel no beef for anybody. So that's the thing, is like, me and Brian are good. I think after Brian and I left CBSI, there was a fraying of the relationship, but I can only speak to my side. I respect the fuck out of CBSI. I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in today if they didn't put me on first and foremost. And so for me, I love to be here and talking like with Phil, who I absolutely respect the shit out of, and McClay when he was here. And then Ultra, I know, I don't know your current status, but that type of thing, like to me, it's like that's the beauty of this show. It's like comic Switzerland. We can all just kind of come here and do our thing. But also with this new money coming in, people got to stop infighting. Like fuck that shit. There's too much new money coming in. Get the new money.
You know what I'm saying? But like again, I want to thank you guys. Like because if it wasn't for you guys and I mean, let me rock off with my man Wolf Warner. Shit, and then we took it to, and then you always encouraged me, like, "Yo, Mel, keep going." And I was like, "Man, fuck this shit, man. Fuck this comic shit, man. Fuck all of this shit." But you was like, "Yo, Mel, keep going." I see some shit in you that I don't see in a lot of other podcasts. That shit, real shit, man. Like, yo, and then we grew, son, and we here. I'm glad to have you, this motherfucker.
Hell yeah, man! And I have the utmost respect for Unpressable Defects and everything that was done there. I just always felt like you were a star, though, and I didn't.
We always stars, dude.
But I did exactly. But that's what was my point with you is like I didn't see you as like a background member. I saw you as front and center. And I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing now and I'm glad that now publishers are paying attention because I get asked a lot of times from content creators about like opportunities that I've gotten. Networking is so key.
So like, Ross Richie hit me up was like, "Yo, I'm glad to meet the legend, man." I'm like, legend? Motherfucker, I'm drunk motherfucker.
And well, that's the point though. But I've talked about this show to every publisher I talk to because I'm constantly getting asked like, what is content we need to pay attention to?
Wow.
Who has got the market's attention?
Wow.
When Ultra drops the Matrix, people buy. That works.
I buy.
when you guys are going through FOC, people buy. I'm sure people will buy off of the spec that Phil dropped tonight. So you're gonna, because you have that impact and that influence. I think the next logical progression for you is to get more of that industry attention. And when people would ask me and Brian about our growth in the relationships that we made, the key with relationship building that I try to tell people is like the publishers, they want attention, but they also want your silence. So that's another key is like, you got to earn that respect to show them that you can keep your mouth shut. I know things I can never speak on. But that's why sometimes when I'm talking about a certain title, I may know more than I'm allowed to say. But if I'm talking about it and I'm pushing it, I don't ever want anybody who I'm advocating to take an investment journey, certainly at your own risk, but I don't want anyone to lose money. I think that's the next thing. I think this channel, the one thing I've told Mel though is we need to cut up some micro content from this 4-hour stream, 5-hour stream. Like Phil's section should be an individual video on top of the main video. Spec Matrix should be an individual video that you cut.
Just due to contract, it can only be done in the whole format. If it is cut, it will be reprinted on my own channel.
Well, hey, there you go. But I think there's either way. Even if you play it on your channel, it's great advertising for what's going on here. That's a win-win to me.
You know that I do what's called guerrilla tactic podcasting, right? It's where it's this incredible feat where I bribe my kid with Transformers, cookies, and sometimes a 5-minute popsicle before bed to be like, okay, now brush your teeth, now go to bed. And then I run to the studio and I'm like, oh shit, 10:15, trying to get live in time. And I just want to talk about comic books, but I do it so I have an edge when I'm ordering my own pre-orders when I do actually do that. And then, of course, New Comic Book Day, I want to know what's going on, so I get my stuff together. And look, lo and behold, I know what's coming out today. Oh, look, lo and behold, I like to tell people what's coming out today, too. I think it's I like talking comic books. That's the only reason why Mel was like, bro, come do it.
Do it.
He's like, you want to talk comics? Come talk comics. I'm like, thank you.
I said, I know nobody can fuck with you when you want to talk comics. When you get in your wave, when you get in your lane, anybody fuck with you.
You know, but I'm okay. My shit stinks just like everybody else's, though. Okay,
you know,
just put that out there.
You know what's gonna fuck with you? Gonna fuck with a lot of people here. My ex just came, and I'm sleepy, and it's 4 a.m, and my wife hates me right now. I don't want anybody to leave but me, because Ultra got some shit to talk about. And if you want to make some good money and hit some good spec, I want you guys to stay. I'm going to leave. I'm contradictory, but fuck it. I'm tired and I work hard. Bolo, it was a pleasure and honor.
Hey, thank you for having me, man. I really appreciate it, man. And
Yo.
everybody for sure, show me some love over at 1:37 p.m. Check out that column. It's big for comics. It's a litmus test. It's doing really well right now. They're really happy with it. But if we can continue to do the numbers we're doing right now, it's only going to expand under the VaynerMedia fold, and there's going to be more and more podcasts and in collabs with major companies. There's a lot of doors that can be opened, but we need the comic community to support it.
Tell that motherfucker with the money that we want to get.
Tell Gary to get on here.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Gary shared my article in his Instagram story today, and like that was like the first acknowledgement yet, because I've been on the team now for a month, and I was told like, yo, you got to earn that. So that was like the first move today where I was like, okay.
Tell that rich motherfucker I don't give a fuck about his money. Tell him come over here and have some goddamn fun. God damn it. And
Hey, if you look at his office, he has a New Mutants 98 slabbed on the wall in his office.
Well, Mel's not leaving because Mel, I just got done. Do you want to watch the Spec Matrix before you go, or do you want to? How about you watch the Spec Matrix while you eat your eggs?
That's what I'm gonna do. Phil, I'm leaving this one. I'm gonna go upset. Phil, yo, pleasure. Phil, you did your goddamn thing. Love to have you.
Do we have any giveaways?
I've got one more giveaway.
Okay. How do we do it?
Ultra, do your motherfucking thing. I'm gonna upset. I'm gonna eat these eggs and watch this on my phone. So
how many live listeners we got right now, bro?
107. Yeah, we had 113 just a minute ago. I don't know where they all went, but
they heard Mel was leaving, so
they probably went to these eggs.
They're probably doubting I was actually going to come through tonight, right?
Right.
Like, I mean,
right.
I know it was looking kind of close.
Right, and we still have 5 on the Comic Crusaders Twitch. So just
yeah, and I sent you the link. You didn't want to come. You didn't want to come hang out with us. Don't talk about I'm leaving. Come on, Jessica. Come on, join the fellas.
Come as you are, as you were, as we all want you to be. As a friend,
join Lucas quote. Come on, join with Lucas Cuomo. I'm out of here, man.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there. See, that's a trade up. Okay, I'm sorry, Mel. You may host the show, but she is a trade up. Welcome to the Drunken Chat.
Welcome, Jessica.
Hi.
Well, we were just about to get busy over here with this little thing that I call the Drunken Chat Spec Matrix. How's everybody doing? All you guys listening in the live chat, I don't know how to thank you so much for your continued support, but y'all support the shit out of me. So make sure you are subscribed over there to my own YouTube, because Mel promised we're not going to give away the Drunken/Ultra box until you guys have all pushed me over that 1,000 subscriber threshold. And basically what that is that's putting in work so I can put in work, because once I've broken that wonderful YouTube algorithm that unlocks the super chat, I'm going to focus on a big thank you reward to all you guys. But we're not here to talk about that right now, because this is the Speculation Matrix Variant Edition, exclusive to Mighty Mel V here. And I have a newer slide than that. I don't know what the fuck's up with these old ones. Here's where you can find me if you care. Hopefully you do. And if you're mean, I'll just block you. So it's cool. Modern technology. So I'm throwing y'all a curveball. You know why? I was working on a Spec Matrix double feature and stopped doing it 15 minutes into the show tonight and started a brand new one. And this is the one that I was doing because I had an epiphany. And you know what the part of the epiphany is that some of these books are hanging on my walls in places. So I want you guys to know this gentleman's art here. He's a Pacific Northwest Native American. So the Native American art that he does is fantastic. It's not In the days of cancel culture, it's not anything out of line by any means. But check out his website. Now, Jeffrey is his first name. Verege is what I'm going to pronounce his last name as, with hopes that I got it 100% correct, because again, pronunciation incorrectly, I do see.
That's what his name is at 4:00 in the morning. God damn it.
Okay, all right. Well, it's 4:10, so I only got 10 minutes to wrap this one up before I turn into a pumpkin. So, but anyway, make sure you do visit his website, and of course, there's going to be a bunch more art that I probably missed. Because there was some stuff on here that said that he did covers, and I had trouble finding some stuff. So it's not an easy artist to find. And also, he's relatively recent in the last couple of years. But one real oddball one to start with for you guys. Voracious is a number 3 variant cover. And it looks like it's a Happy Meal on a pink cover from Action Lab. That was a bright one, right? And that also may have been because I couldn't find a online picture of that book. But the Saucer State, now, from what I'm being told, he did the whole series, 1 through 6. I don't think I got 1 through 6. So I'm just going to be forewarning you on that. However, I did see that and one of the reasons why, of course, as I stated earlier, he's on my walls in certain places because he's known for some Transformers art. So here we have a Cybertron daily departure poster, basically showing it. It's like a destination spot, like a vacation poster for Cybertron. Very cool use of color. And then there's this one, issue number 6, 10 copy incentive. Also taking on the very, I'm doing poster things. Yeah.
Wow. That's 100% better than all the shit they've been putting up lately. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, these were early on in the issues, and unfortunately, people like me who are Transformer snobs who were like, "We're not buying that. You guys just killed my universe."
Interesting thing about that one is too, that was during when they were polybagged with the trading card.
This one
so many of those got fucked up.
This is the issue that was polybagged with the trading card. Yes. And did you hear the trading card game got canceled?
No, I didn't know that.
Yep, they stopped making new cards, so it's gone. Yeah, basically. Transformers number 10's 10 copy incentive for issue number 10, of course. Cybertron War Memorial. Transformers number 12. And that's actually one of the newer characters from the previous IDW run. Nautica, watch out for a future Spec Matrix. Covering a lot of first appearances of Transformers, Cobra Kai. And this is for my 8-bit variant chasers, because I know there's some guys out there that actually are all about the 8-bit variant sets. This is the one. Like, wasn't there a Karate Kid and NES game?
Oh, it, man. Everything was made into a freaking NES game.
Yeah.
NES was thinking, man.
But wasn't this the Karate Kid NES game? Like, isn't this what it looked like or whatever?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. That's a good question, man.
And maybe they switched it around, so instead of it being you seeing Cobra Kai, you see what's his name? You see, Mr. Miyagi in the background. So I don't know. I think this is a pretty cool one, and I know that the Cobra Kai photo variants and the Raza covers, those always do well for my Dread fans. And you know what? IDW, again, Idea and Design Works, obviously, they deal with a lot of outside licensed properties that they make content for those licensed properties. So it's cool to kind of see some of the books that they make. And I know that this is really going to be weird for some people here. Why the hell is there a Star Trek book on a Spec Matrix Ultra? But hey, I'll tell you right now. These were pretty cool looking. Like, as I was going through FOC, these were always like, to me, I was like, wow. They're putting like emphasis on the Star Trek book. Like, the variant looks way better than the regular cover too. Right. So I know Star Trek fans are so funny because they always go to a store. hey, I heard there was a new Star Trek book out today. And the guy at the counter is like, yeah, like, I can try to see if I can still order it for you if it's still in stock, but we don't order that. And they're always like, what do you mean you don't order it? And they usually get like really like offended. Like, what do you mean you don't have 10 copies on the shelf? There's got to be at least 10 of me in this town. But no, afraid not, good friend. You guys are like you're a rare breed. You are a rare breed. And I feel their pain because look, as a Transformers collector, when there's a 1 in 10 incentive, do you know how many stores would be like, oh man, we don't even have like 4 subs for that book, man? I'm like, okay, no problem. And like by the 3rd or 4th month of me trying to track it down at the local stores, I started doing DCBS. I was just like pre-order. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to get my book anyway. This is the only way I can get that retail incentive every month. But these covers, he actually did all 4 for the entire 4-issue miniseries. All of them were the 10 copy incentives. And it's 7's Reckoning. So I know that's a character that probably has a little bit more of a more recent Star Trek following than your average James T. Kirk fan. But even in issue number 3, just a really cool looking. I actually do like this one a lot just because it's like
a lot of weird shit going on.
Yeah, a lot of action on the eyes and action on the eyes and draws your attention to the cover. But this one here,
I remember that one. Yeah, that was a good one.
This was a decent one, and I do remember some people taking note of it. Okay. Now, I'm about to take that nostalgia drum, and I'm not going to beat it all the way back into the 1990s now, but I am going to throw you back about a decade. You guys ready?
More that 8-bit.
More 8-bit, but with a Napoleon Dynamite flavor, and that is your Napoleon Dynamite number 4, cover B. So it's not a retail incentive. So cover A and cover B were probably the 2 together in order to get any incentive variants that may have been available. But there's Uncle Rico with the meat. This is amazing.
Jesus.
And if the Uncle Rico variant starts selling, you know where you saw it first, because nobody else knew about that. Nobody saw it in previews. Nobody paid attention to it. That was probably one of those B variants they didn't even drop cover art for until after the previous books had already like expired, and they're like, oh well, FOC already happened on this one. Okay, put up the cover art.
Make that note, because I ain't never seen anybody talk about Napoleon Dynamite before you. So make that known. If that motherfucker pops, I don't want to see nobody else claiming credit for that shit.
You can claim, the only people who can claim credit for it is IDW and the people who put it out, because I cannot claim any credit to it. It's not a piece of work of my own. I'm just re-attentioning it. So Rom and the Micronauts, obviously some people know about this one. Really interesting that Micronauts movie is moving forward, right?
Really?
That keeps on like, say what? So if that is the case, all right, ROM and the Micronauts is how they are dealing with the split in Space Knights. So they gave the Space Knights to Marvel. We're like, you can have that, but we're going to take the Micronauts. And dude, if they start launching the Hasbro universe with Micronauts, I can kind of see if the Micronauts again exist in a realm outside of space and time. They could create the universe. They can create the Cybertronian race. They can create a lot of things that trickle down into so much. And you guys know, again, I'm a true, like, I'm diehard Transformers, but I am very dedicated to a specific group of Transformers comics. Some of them we're gonna see here tonight.
Right. So on that, so we've been talking about this since January about that whole Micronauts universe and what's actually inside that universe, from the Skrulls and the I forget what the name of the Phoenix joints and those whole bird people.
Yeah, but Marvel got to like rename it and keep it something else though. It's like a pocket universe. That's where Quill was, right, with the old gods.
Right, that's where Captain Universe comes from. The Enigma, the Enigma Force, right, which has like 5 different time travelers. The gods of light, as a word, are freaking are there, man. Peter Quill's son which people are not freaking tracking right now. His first appearance came in Guardians of the Galaxy number 11. People aren't tracking that. He's there right now. There's so much stuff that's going on in there that would open it up. Once again, Ant-Man, when old girl's mother went away for a while, that's where she was stuck at. She was stuck in the Micronauts universe, where when Ant-Man went away to that whole thing, that's where he was.
So what does this tell you? Like, are they going to be piggybacking off of the hype that's going to be built off of Ant-Man and the big quantum supposed story that's going to be in the new one? Well, you know, if whatever happens, as long as they say in 1984 a spaceship found inside of a mountain becomes active, and they date that spaceship back 4 million years. That's all I give a shit about. Just give me the goddamn origin right, okay? Don't give me the Michael Bay origin where they're, you know, flying through spaceships and landing in pools and scaring the shit out of little kids who should obviously be in bed. And shame on that parent for not being a better parent watching their kid at 2:30 in the fucking morning watching Optimus Prime come out the pool. I mean, come on. There's a lot of that. I know that a lot of the fans really, really want. They want, not like you said earlier, Bolo, not comic accurate, but please get it close. You know, like for me, the one big thing that would make X-Men amazing is if they somehow intertwine a multi-generational story, but I got to see the original 5. Yeah. The original 5 should not be deviated from. X-Men First Class was a good movie, but it wasn't a good X-Men movie. None of the Fox X-Men movies were good X-Men movies, but they were good movies. I just watched Dark Phoenix like a week and a half ago. Like after I watched the Snyder cut. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit hard to follow up that. But Dark Phoenix was atrocious. I couldn't believe I even wasted that much of my life on watching it, but I'm super glad that is in better hands now. But there's Jeff has done so many of these other variants that we got some good stuff. I promise.
Well, and that's also why I want to back you. I also want to back you up there, Ultra, because you know, you're a big Transformers guy. I'm a big G.I. Joe guy. So we play in that same Hasbro Paramount universe. Something that I'm paying attention to is the fact that G.I. Joe has a movie coming out in the end of the year and an Amazon series. And I think a lot of people miss that because they focused on the G.I. Joe aspect of it. What I see is Paramount is taking their shared universe that they keep telling us they're going to build. And it means we're going to get movies and TV shows, which opens the door for Transformers, for ROM, for Micronauts to come in many different fashions. And Amazon right now is a major player. Invincible, The Boys, those are doing major numbers.
I just want to see G.I. Joe get their tech and then somebody be like, yo, we got this from the Autobots. And then the Decepticons give it to Cobra. You know, and there's a little bit of that shared universe in there. But if they do give us a shared universe with all the Hasbro properties all intermingled, it's going to be very unique to see, because then we will have 3 shared universes from 3 comic book houses. And it's going to be, are we going to be seeing like Twilight Wars again? I mean, let's just be honest. So the last one was Turok, and this is the only Dynamite book he's done. But that one, let's just be honest. He got a 20 copy incentive on a Dynamite book. Pretty cool. And that just means there's probably a shit ton of other incentives that might have a variant of that, but I'm not looking for them right now. This is one of my Valiant. I will read this book because I love the story of Rye. I probably one of my favorite classic Valiant books. I still look for that Magnus Robot Fighter #4 flip book, first appearance of Rye. He's the first new character introduced by Valiant. So I don't think people understand what that means for, you know, us right now. Probably doesn't mean anything, because Valiant's still probably very much like it's a notch above where it was in the 1990s. Let's just put it that way. It was really, really good out the gate, and then at the end of it, people were just like, "No, we don't want none of this. It's all glut. It's all trash. We don't need any of it."
Below where it was a few years ago under Dinesh.
Well, it's true. It is down an awful lot because they released a movie the same week that a pandemic kind of just shook the movie industry and closed everything down, and it didn't work out well. But it's going to be one of those Vin Diesel movies that everybody's going to be like, dude, why is this movie so badass? How come they didn't make more? And then we have to all tell them, well, son, let me tell you a story about what happened during this shit year. But this is still. If anybody here is a fan of Clayton Crane, the original Rye series that they did, Volume 2, basically from the VEI relaunch, man, that is some Clayton Crane interior pages and some wicked good story. I can say there's some kind of relevant to today's youth and some things that kids go through, I guess, nowadays, where some questionable thoughts and things. I don't want to get too heavy into it, but Rye's a really good read. I recommend you read it. 4001 AD, also a really good read. Basically, the entire future of the Valiant universe is, in my opinion, 20-fold better than the original or the current timeline, as you want to call it. But there are still some other good books and some really cool covers. I mean, Shadow Man, I know it's not for everybody, but if you're into that voodoo stuff, this is definitely a really cool book.
That's the movie that I think would pop.
Bill Sinkowitz's 1 in 50 variant for the VEI relaunch is a book that I pulled from a dollar bin. I'm very happy that I found it at the time. And
wow,
I was like, oh, well.
Look at that shit. Wow.
So this is Harbinger Renegade. This is without the trade dress on it, but this is the 20 copy incentive for it. And Jeff did a ton of these, and we all know 20 copy incentive on a Valiant is high ratio for them. This is like a 1 in 100 on a Marvel book, as far as ordering equivalency, I guess you can say. So there's not a lot of these out there. They're out there, but there's not a lot of them out there. And again, just really another artist, good, cool use of color. These, has a blend of both warm and cold colors on it. Still very vibrant. It draws you into it. You definitely are looking at the details. And even if it's not like photographic artwork, it's still definitely. I don't have a necessary style that I have to like all at once, but he's got a very boxy style. But he's like, man, I don't know. I usually like being able to describe somebody as having a very good combination of other influences that I can see on his work. But this guy, he's really got a style all his own. And I think it's really, really cool. But there's your 20 copy incentive. And this is for Eternal Warrior Awakening #1.
Jesus Christ.
What, man?
I don't know what's going on. Is Black Widow interrogating somebody, or are they just having a good time?
That's Jessica. Roku.
Jessica, only wrong answers only. What's going on here?
So, if you know, Roku is Ninja K's one of his nemesis, I guess.
What did you say, Jess?
I said, why can't it be both?
Ah, jeez.
And I'll go back on mute now.
And I think Ninja K and Roku got a little thing going on for each other too. So it's probably a little bit of both in her eyes, but she is holding a very bloody knife at the moment, and he does look a little cut up. So I think we might be seeing post foreplay.
Hey, marriage makes you do strange things, man.
And these are in no particular order. I just, as I was copying and pasting, trying to put the polishing on this one, I just wanted to finish this one up. But this was a very interesting read if you read Valiant books. And I know people in the chat are like, fucking Valiant Ultra, what the hell are you doing to me? But this is basically the Stalin verse, which we could be living in right now, kind of. The 10 copy incentive here shows all of the Valiant characters basically in a universe where Stalin took over. So it's kind of wild. And then here's issue number 2. So there's a 4-issue miniseries. He did the 10 copy incentive on all 4. This one, Dr. Mirage, Second Lives, number 3 of its 4-issue miniseries, and this was a 20 copy incentive. And it's the Brady Bunch homage. But again, who's collecting Brady Bunch homages? Nobody.
What?
Children of the Atom.
Oh yeah, there's that Nakayama store exclusive that just came out about that one. That is true. And actually, I have the Gen 13 bunch. Do you guys remember that?
That's a nice cover. That's
like one of the ones that came in that big old pack that he did back then. The Bloodshot, he did a couple of the Bloodshot books, and looks like cover C's and cover D's. I mean, yeah, he's got a very minimalistic, kind of like pop art style to him, but some of the stuff is,
it's like some stuff that's just not out there. Like, it's so different than everybody else's stuff.
He definitely has an unmistakable style that if you're diving for these books in back issue bins, they'll probably stand out. And this one looks, like steampunkish. It's like, dude, you're pulling cues from everywhere and executing them amazingly. And again, I like to think I have a pretty good eye for art. It might suck sometimes. I might like Liefeld and people will give me shit for it. I don't care.
Oh, I love Liefeld.
I mean, sometimes it takes, when I look at old Liefeld art, it is me back, 10, 11, 12 years old, back in the room, just trying to avoid all the shit outside. And Divinity 3, Stalinverse, there's your number 4. And there's your number 1.
I would kill for posters of these.
I think you can get them. If you hit up his website, he's probably got some good stuff on there that could probably make you prints. And Mel's probably like, what Faith in the Future Force? This is probably a Faith book that Mel probably didn't know about. It has Divinity, Faith, Bloodshot, Exo Man War, and Livewire. And it's the Valiant version of Livewire. All teamed up. But we're going to get into some other books that might be a little bit more familiar. And I want to give a shout out to McClay and Aaron Yee and Marco from Tales from the Dark Side, because we're working on a sick project right now. It's a lot of books, and it's a very long list, but it's one that has a lot of kick to it. But this isn't even the hidden gem variant that, and shout out to Big Leg for his chasing on that, that hidden gem variant for Werewolf by Night. He's a Werewolf by Night fan. I hope he has this book, and I think that the Drunken Sharks are probably going to like section of books a little bit more, because I know they are a little bit more on the Marvel heavy. Mel, if you are still watching, I'm sorry it took me so long, but don't worry. It's Jessica Jones number 1. You're going to be able to find it. It's so bad that I say things like that, but I'm being honest.
Yeah, this one's all right.
It's a 1 in 15.
I feel comfortable saying this one's all right, because there's some other joints by Marvel that are just absolutely craziness.
There is. This one's I'm going to get to the crazy ones too, and I saved a couple of ones that I didn't want to drop until last. So they're gonna have my little Spec Matrix badge on them. But this one, I think it's a really cool Black Panther cover. But he recently did the entire month of these variants. These would have been what would have been a modern day qualifier variant, but they had no qualifiers. They were open order. But who's ordering these?
They're unordered.
Definitely going to be. There's a lot of these theme variants that, again, I've done for all of you sharks out there. You guys know I ripped up and went through every single qualifier variant that I collected while I had my tenureship at a comic shop. And I went through all of those lists, and I'm like, man, I got to come up with new content, because I didn't go through all of them, because there's some of them that I still have incomplete sets, and knowing the sharks, I got to buy them before I talk about them. So, but you guys, again, this is one of those sets that if it would have been released in 2015 to 2017, when I was still working in the LCS, it would have had a heavy qualifier on it. And they would have been like, oh, you'd have had to order, 90% to 350% of X book in order to just unlock the ability to order these. And they would have ordered 3, they would have ordered 4, they would have, depending on how many people asked for them. And it creates a very unique market without having that incentive ratio number. It's not a 1 in 25. It may actually be less common than a 1 in 25 where you are, but it may be 16 of them on a shelf at that LCS that ordered 2 of the qualifier book. So they're like, I got to order 4 books to unlock the ability to order. I'm ordering all of that, So this is still a book that kind of is not really out there. And if you're a fan of the artist, this is who I hope I'm reaching. I hope I'm reaching who are fans of the artist that are going to be able to, find these books at maybe at a convention. Maybe when they start getting fired back up, Jeff starts doing some signatures and maybe some sketches. But I mean, some of these are really, really good. I know. I remember doing FOC previews with Lucas when we were popping. At first, it did take me a little bit to warm up to them, just because at first I wasn't feeling them. But some of these, now that I look at them, they're modern
amazing,
fire.
Right.
Modern fire. And even this one too, just good use of homage to the character, but still incorporating his own style into it. This is probably one of the better ones, just because the Hulk it transcends so many things. And this one, even though it's a Hulk variant and it's it's supposed to be a Native American homage variant, I don't think you feel that from it. You just feel the art, speaking to you from the cover. So this one right here just recently hit
FOC, right?
I don't know if it's actually out yet. I do know that I think I've talked about it, and I know it looks so familiar to me. I think it's already on shelves, but it's basically Iron Fist doing, a dragon move, I guess, all broken down in his style.
The kata. He's doing a kata.
See? Thank you. And then, of course, this was actually pretty cool. He did all 6 issues of the A cover of Red Wolf.
That is nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
They get better. Hold on. But wait, there's more.
I love his transitional art style. Like, none of them look like you could set them next to each other, and if you didn't tell somebody it was the same artist, you wouldn't think it was the same artist.
Only on a few of them could you do that. Like on the ones where he's like hardcore in the same theme, you could be like, okay, that guy definitely did those.
Yeah.
Range is important. And, I who watch this video in the future know that my art teacher told me I had no future in comic book art, and that they gave me like would always give me like snide remarks on art instead of explaining to me where my actual physical art was wrong. She just gave me her opinion on why she didn't like it. And that's why I think I have a better eye for art than my art teacher did. I think she was just a bitch. Anyway, Red Wolf number 4. This one kind of wild. And that looks to be a not happy, possibly venomous snake.
Hey, however he wants to auto asphyxiate himself to get off, man. Just let him be.
I don't think that's the case here, but we're going to go with issue number 5 and the clock tower from Back to the Future. And he's trying to blow it up before Marty can go back in time. Or something. I don't know. I just made that up on the fly.
It sounded good to me. I was like, oh,
it did
shit,
sound good, right? Like, believable.
I was getting ready to pick that book up, man.
I don't, and that sucks. That I'm that convincing if I say stuff sarcastically that people take me serious. Damn it. All right. Well, Red Wolf number 6. So this is the final issue of the 6-issue miniseries. And then again, just the series that used a whole lot of the darker reds and darker colors. The final issue, boom, just decides to blow up with some purples and some neons. So there you have it. Now this one also, this was wild because I believe that's an interpretation of Thunderbird. It's a Death of X book.
Amazing. Yeah.
So or Warpath, depending on
Right.
who you got.
Amazing.
One of I study ancient cultures and stuff, so hieroglyphics. Like, come on, man, you had me like just at the cover. Like, I'm buying that book. Not necessarily the same for everybody, but being able to pull off a weathered hieroglyph look and make it look like pretty authentic. Kudos to him for this one. Now, for my friends who know
that hip hop variant.
So, and the discrepancy is that this one was the qualifier.
Right. This one was meter exceed 250% qualifier for Ultimates 2, number 2, with orders for American number 1.
So you had to order 2.5 times of what you ordered for Ultimates 2, number 1?
Yeah.
And they already had to hit Ultimates 2, number 1 in order to hit their hip hop variant. So, and this is the reason why I know that this book went second print. So the difference is the second print hip hop variant was open order. I always thought it had a qualifier too, until we were in a private conversation. I was like, no way, man, that thing has a qualifier. He's like, no, dude, it's open order. I was like, are you sure? I'm like, I swear those things got a qualifier. And sure enough, and Lucas could probably confirm, doesn't show any restrictions or restraints.
You're talking about for American number 1 or for Ultimates number 2?
No, for American number 1, the hip hop second print.
Ooh, that one I'm gonna have to take some time and figure that one out.
Because it should be right there under American number 1. You should see the second print diamond code if you're into the diamond system. So it's supposed to be open order, and I had somebody else confirm that they were open order, but there's actually something really interesting about Jeff doing this second print, because there's only one other book that does a second print in the whole hip hop variant run. But here's the first print, and of course we got Jay Dilla's Donuts being swiped, and this is also the first appearance. Hydra Cap. Oh, what the heck did I do? Did I actually move it? Yeah, I think I might have messed it up, fellas. There's a second print of that one. Either I copied over it or I moved it. But there's a second print of that Captain America Steve Rogers that's also supposed to be in open order. But he also did this one here, which is the all new Guardians of the Galaxy, the Goody Mob swipe, the Monsters Unleashed number 2. Oh, there it is. Captain America Steve Rogers, the second print with the alternate colors. And then one of the bigger books, because of whose first appearance is it? Little Moon Girl. This is also a book that when I got, I was like, man, is that color rub? Like, I was freaked out that the color rub was what was on the cover, and like I was gonna have to send the books back because I bought a stack of them, and I'm like, are they all rubbed? Oh my god, they're all rubbed like that. Like, I was freaking out. So yeah, I mean, look at the cover. It's black and white. And you see the little dots? That was like normal, commonplace for everything Marvel was putting out at the time. And I was like shaking because I at the time, some of these books I honestly knew. I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to buy 4 to 5 copies to be able to get a 9/8 candidate. You're gonna have to just sell the rest. So, heart attack later, and I started pulling up eBay, and I was like looking for every preview picture to make sure. I'm like, holy shit, they're all like that. So I don't want my sharks out there. If you're watching this, if you're able to pull a Moon Girl Double Dinosaur from the back issue bin still, not only are you like one of the luckiest men on the planet, or ladies on the planet, or whatever you identify with that Apache helicopter on the planet, you have just hit pay dirt. And don't worry about the color rub on the front. Worry about what's on the back. So, X-Men fans, who's an X-Men Forge fan? Anybody like Forge?
No. Not that we don't. He's just not in enough stories to like get the blood hot all over, man. But they're working on it. They were working on the whole within the last month or so, they were trying to integrate him into a lot more stories and stuff like that. So
Forge got a bad rap, man, because you know Forge and Storm were once an item.
no, I don't remember that, but
You don't remember that?
No.
Oh, dude, that was the life and death story.
Well, I mean, Storm's a hoe, so I mean, come on now.
Well, all the X-Men are hoes, man. Look, we all know they all like
they literally
like to
have
get around with each other.
Dude, they literally have portal those so they can get around. That's their whole deal, man.
Man, Jean Grey got a bedroom between Wolverine and
Cyclops. In their constitution, it literally says, "You shall get around. You shall make more babies."
Jean Grey was kissing Wolverine, and Cyclops is like, "You coming to bed, honey?" Like two panels later. Like, come on, man. But all right, so here's what it's really funny that you said something about Storm as soon as I said that, because there's Storm making out with Old Man Logan, and Forge is looking for him. He's like, "Hey man, where y'all at?" And Old Man Logan's like, "Yeah, Forge is gonna come looking for us. What you doing over here?" Anyway, okay. So I have 3 books remaining, and these are 3 of my favorites. And the reason why I reserved these for the end is because, of course, they're Transformers content. So if you didn't like what I showed you thus far, well, you're probably not going to like these, but I love these because I think they are phenomenal, and they do belong in my collection, and they may belong in yours as well. And I don't want people to get alarmed, because that is indeed what you are seeing as a Autobot symbol on the chest of Megatron. This is why I love this era of Transformers, because Megatron went on a redemption arc from being a Decepticon at issue number 28 all the way to the end. All the way until the series ended at the next series, after the name change, which was Lost Light. It's a redemption arc.
Heresy.
And
it's heresy.
It's heresy for our boy Omega. He definitely is like, I am not about that shit. And I can understand that, and I can respect it. I can respect a different point of view. It's, however, knowing that a man wants to be good and is constantly pushed and pushed and pushed until he's just like, all right, y'all asked for this. And then he gives them what they were asking for. And then all of a sudden they don't, oh no, we don't want that no more. Well, too late. You just opened the fucking can of worms, and here comes the rest of the worm. And then he realizes, like, oh shit, I can't put the worm back in the can. So he tries to redeem himself for killing more people than have lived. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but that was an actual line used in the book. It's pretty cool when you hear one of the Autobots say, Megatron has killed more people than have actually lived. So that should also tell you about the amount of fear that this version of Megatron did put into the other characters that portrayed a place. But you guys know that if Megatron is there, Optimus is surely not far behind. However, he was in his own book. And this was kind of cool. They had 2 concurrent running Transformers books. There was More Than Meets the Eye. And then there was this book, which was formerly Robots in Disguise. And the last one is for my 2-foot-tall toy collectors. I need to obtain a cop. Yeah, for you 2-foot-tall Transformers toy collectors, especially you guys who date back to the 1980s and like dinosaurs. I have a variant cover for you. And it's not even a retail incentive, because they didn't actually do a retail incentive on this one because it wasn't moving enough copies, but it is a sub variant. So this is Transformers Salvation's one-shot subscription variant. And there is Jeff's wonderful signature at the bottom. And that is going to close it out for the Spec Matrix tonight. You guys waited a long, long time for it. I hope it was worth what I delivered. Make sure to like and share the video. Leave a comment below. Make sure you are subscribed, because you all know where you're at right now. But don't forget, I drop hammers. I try to drop hammers wherever I go. So make sure you are subscribed to Ultra Maximus over here on YouTube. Ultra Maximus on IG and Facebook. And remember, the 1 is in place of the L, because I take no L's.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff, man. And for AJ, he's got a whole bunch of stuff coming up for freaking Heroes Reborn. So got to pay attention for those. And they're pretty good too, man. Freaking
I love discovering. I love discovering these artists that I like think have like. When I went searching for him, I was like, dude, this guy's gonna have like fucking 400 covers. I'm gonna have to dig through, right? And he doesn't have as many as I thought. So I love it when I find people who don't have a whole lot of work, because hopefully maybe somebody watching this one later on down the road will want to maybe reach out and utilize his artwork for some stuff, because he's definitely talented. And if he can produce covers like that on a regular, I foresee him having a long career. And I love my my art speculators who are like, oh, what's the first artwork? I didn't work that one out tonight, but follow me on IG and I'll get back to you on that one. I'm gonna find out which one was his actual first professional work, and I'll let y'all know what that one is, just in case y'all want to put that one in your art bank.
Okay. All right, everybody, time to figure out, what are you guys buying this week?
Ooh.
Wait, there's comics? There's comics coming out?
There's actual comics that are coming out this week on Wednesday. What are you guys buying this week?
Why don't we just scroll through it?
Yeah. I've had several Pullbox members said, hey, I want this book. And I'm like, you can't, because Diamond doesn't freaking sell DC, so you're going to have to find it somewhere else. And look, it's here inside of Midtown.
So anybody reading Batman on the panel tonight?
I'm trying to. In fact, I'm due to read it again. I skimmed through it, didn't get the gist of it. So I got to get that one. And then 108 is actually also the first appearance of...
First full.
So that means
you see more than her digital eyeball.
So does that mean that 107 is 106 like her cameo? 106.
So look,
okay.
Everybody was going 106 for Miracle Molly, 106 for Miracle Molly. I'm like, fuck that. What about Robin? Did you all see what Damian was looking like in that issue? Got the grayed out Robin costume, first appearance of the League of Lazarus. So I mean, there's other merits that book has. I just want to know something, because I haven't been reading Batman, and I jumped in at 106 like, I'm going to be just fine, all cocky and shit. And I'm reading the book, and I'm like, okay, so that's the mayor. The new mayor is Scarecrow, but it's not Ichabod Crane.
Right, it's a different dude. I forget the dude's name, but he's doing some weird shit. I'm not exactly sure why, but yeah, it's all types of weird. And he's got a new type of chemical that he's using on everybody.
People should be paying attention to whatever book he first appears in then, if he's a new Scarecrow. And the reason why I'm not sure on what it is because, again, I'm not reading it enough to be able to wholeheartedly put some spec behind it and be like, hey, these types of appearances now are the ones that if you can find this incentive cover at your LCS, close to ratio, maybe a little bit below. Below is perfect. Anything below ratio is perfect. But if it's a new Scarecrow, it's kind of like one day we're going to have people. I don't know what they're going to call this. If they're going to call it the Platinum Age or whatever they're going to call it, but the whatever they are going to call it, it's going to be a newer version of that version of Scarecrow. That may be important depending on how long he lives.
I don't know, man. It's just kind of funny with
him.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of iconic, this freaking cover, especially for this pandemic type of age, man. So that's just a freaking great cover. But I just wish for all these 125 variant covers that they're doing, they would actually correlate with the first appearance of the actual character.
They're all off by like an issue or two.
Yeah,
right.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, like Ultra, you mentioned the Robin King joint, right? Which was that Dark Metal Knights one shot.
Yeah.
And people were all over it because they thought it was the first appearance, which is not true because it would have been that Dark Metal #1.
Yep.
Right, the Dark Metal #1, which is like people are overlooking as the first appearance of the man who laughs, and there's like 3 freaking Robins like right there on the freaking cover too. That's his first appearance.
It's crazy, man. You know, like first appearances will change even after we think that people are like, oh yeah, that's definitely the first appearance, and people spend money on it. Then all of a sudden, we'll show them something that happens earlier, and a lot of times that cognitive dissonance kicks in. They're like, oh, I don't see that. Nope, can't see it. Can't hurt me.
I might have to recreate this with somebody. That's a good looking cover right there. I Dream Waking Hours #9, art by Nick Robles. Fucking beautiful, freaking gorgeous freaking cover.
Is that what REM sleep looks like?
Get it how you can.
Hey, wait. Go back up. Far Sector?
That's
See
a
that
hot
variant?
cover.
Which one? This one?
No, the variant. Merca. Oh no, Jamal Campbell. Oh, that's
I think
he's
this
interior. It is Merca. It is a
interior,
Merca
right.
variant. It is. I was gonna say, like, I've been following her work. I know her work. Like, I can ID her work.
Those
A little bit of
shades are
cartoony, but yeah,
awesome.
man.
Right. Yeah, she's got some it's not a Harley Quinn, but it's a Harley Quinn like cover that's on FOC this Monday. And I'll show that to everybody later.
When I read Teen Titans 12, I was like, whoever the artist drawing Harley in this one is doing such a good job. And then years later, I go back, holy shit, it's fucking Merca and Dolpho.
Yeah. People do need to keep pay attention to what's going on in Green Lantern because I forget her name. Her name is like Quinetta Jones or something like that, and she basically stole the freaking Green Lantern light and ring.
Hacked.
Yeah, she hacked it, and they're trying to phase her in as an actual Green Lantern, which is kind of crazy when you consider that she's like 12. Right?
Yeah, I think I saw that one issue where she was like flying in the cockpit with Jon Stewart and Jessica Cruz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. like, yeah, I don't think 12-year-olds or freaking children are supposed to be in this fight, but okay.
Green Lantern used to be my DC book. Like that was like the one DC book I was like, I like DC actually. I don't care what all the Marvel heads at the store say.
Then it got crappy, and then it got to, once they have the Sinestro core and the sad core and the gray core or the core of feelings and all that, I was like, you know what, I'm out. I can't keep track.
That's wild.
This art's been out for a while, right? People have seen this art.
Yeah, and that's the only problem, right? I appreciate that DC has good artwork, but they need to delay it a little bit because what happens is by the time the FOC comes out or whatever, or the time that the book comes out, people are so tired of the art they don't think it's special anymore.
Good point.
What's going on? Like, is it me or am I seeing a lot more freaking characters just tied up to stuff?
Well, I noticed that they have not done a B cover for this entire series. I think. I mean, they might have done one for issue #1, but in my past couple of FOC experiences with the Man Bat, I went looking for B covers and I did not recall seeing one. Sensational Wonder Woman, and then what's the variant right there? That Suicide Squad is not bad, but there you go.
Joshua Sway Swaby.
Yeah,
that's an interesting name.
Not bad for Sway. Yeah,
but you see the Artemis there though, right? That's what it's about.
So yeah, Suicide Squad. I'm not even sure who these characters are.
Oh, so those are the Crime Syndicate people. So that's actually no, that's Talon. That's Superboy, Connor Kent, and what's her name? I don't think it's Raven, but I think it's somebody else. But that's Talon from the Court of Owls.
It's good art. It's just,
and the fact that I don't even read any of these DC books and know this is amazing. Yeah, see, that's still doing good.
Francesca Mentina.
The cover A or the cover B for #1 was a hit because that one actually sold out in places that I saw.
Right. Yeah, I'm definitely jumping on this the Swamp Thing joint, and I might read this one. Dear Supervillains, Middlemen. I don't know why they brought back Middlemen, but let's go with IDW. Marvel Action Captain Marvel. It looks like sold out Captain Marvel, Marvel Action Captain Marvel, Scent of Kayla Lash variant cover, which I believe should be like just a 1 to 10.
Yep.
But it's going for $18. Doesn't really even look that good. I don't know why it's that high or sold out, but
Those Marvel actions have had a hard time holding value. Like, really hard time holding value. But some of them, I feel like, have very good long-term potential, but short-term potential that is just not there.
The ones that get heavy ordered FOC and that are out there, like with art, like Lucas was saying, with artwork that's just been sitting there for a while, are good. What I like about these the retail incentives are just like Transformers. They're just like Turtles. It's just like Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a different kind of comic collectible. Like, you really need to sit on this one. it might take some time, but also there's a lot of these variants that are being done for these Marvel Action Hours that don't make it to shelves in a lot of stores. A lot of stores are like, oh, we're only ordering 5 to maybe 7 copies. And we're not bumping the order to get to that 1 in 10. You look at them like, really? You didn't bump the order to get to the 1 in 10?
Well, it's an all ages book.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, because of that, you're right. LCSs are ordering under the ratio amount, where if they are, they're hitting that one per 10, and then that's it.
And
so
that's why
there's good long-term potential for those books. There's no short-term flip on these. There really isn't. But long-term, those books could see some decent gain.
I would grade a 9.8 if you see it there. If you see that book on the shelf on Wednesday and it looks like a high-grade copy, I would definitely be buying it. And
Right.
and that's what's it's crazy, because you're looking at a retail incentive of a book that how much in sales did last fucking issue do? 10 maybe? I'm thinking.
not a lot.
Yeah.
Like for every comic book store I go into, and they're not like a big box joint. You might see maybe 3 or 4 copies on there, and that's if they don't have any pull box members. So 3 to 4 copies. So there's not going to be a lot to have like
So
1
crazy.
to 10s sitting in there.
It's like reliving those Transformers days over and over again.
These Star Wars High Republic, they continue to sell as long as you can get your copy first in market. So keep an eye out for those. I don't see. Does it have a? Yep,
yeah, it
there
does.
is an incentive. Yep.
Yeah, I got to get that one to go with Buckets of Blood.
Even better, there's a deep spec on this. I don't know if you guys know this or not.
I keep hearing that there's like a first appearance in just about every one of these. High
No,
Republic
I'm not
events.
even talking first appearance. There's a Panini, so a European exclusive Delotto cover.
Oh,
I'm getting some.
Most
I'm
people do
getting
not
some.
know.
Phil knows.
I got a source.
Hive Comics has 30 coming. Yeah,
Nice.
but yeah, it's out there, and it ain't common, and it's disappearing quick. I mean, by the time most people see the show that aren't watching it right now, it's gone.
James, is it limited or?
It's not exclusive limited, but it is. I mean,
Is it going to be numbered like some of the previous
FOC's
ones?
up. So I mean, what's out there is out there. It's
Okay, so
FOC's
FOC's over.
Yeah, FOC's over. There's only going to be a few people bringing these masks to the States, and I think that'll see a huge turn. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe there might be some trickle down effect into ratios for issue 3 High Republic because of the increased attention due to the Delotto variant, but who knows?
Oh man, that's foreigns are even like if you guys like we were talking about store exclusives earlier. Like let me tell you, foreigns and store exclusives
Yeah.
are like a whole just other animals out there. The foreigns themselves. I chase some of the Transformers UK stuff, and it's like, it's like a tiny little National Enquirer type of paper, and that's crazy. And then looking at some of the stuff like we were talking about Mirka and Dolfo, she's got more published work, I think, overseas, kind of like the same way Milo Manara does, and some of these other really big. I know Delato does too. Huge amounts of overseas published work, and I love finding their exclusives. But man, I can only imagine what this is. It's not the first time he's done a Star Wars book, is it?
No, because he did
Star Wars. No,
he was doing the Dark Horse stuff, right?
Yeah, I believe so. He's absolutely he had to have done Star Wars before.
He's about Delato. He did cover A for Vader for that early Vader one.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Vader 25.
Not at first, but it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So.
Okay, I just looked at the cover art image. It's incredible.
Yeah.
So what else we got? You're gonna make me pull up my own Midtown, so don't
worry. Transformers 84, Legends, and
so that 100-page giant is a combination of Transformers 84 number 0. And then Transformers 84 Secrets and Lies 1 through 4. That has the first Marvel continuity appearance of Star Saber reprinted. Okay, so like they do this every now and then. They'll reprint a bunch of stuff into one book. This is probably a good end cap for those of you Regeneration 1 fans. And I actually got a Grail book over the last couple of days. So another Transformers Grail book of mine, a very, very rare, hard to find book because it was never actually released to the public due to the cover artist being Herb Trimp and him passing away before he could sketch the covers. So I got one of the blanks.
Right. Is that the cover you guys are talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's sick.
So amazing.
And it's standard comic size, or is it the foreign comic oversized? So you don't know. Okay.
Awesome.
Format 17 by 26.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's oversized.
All I know is I'm reaching out to Delato's manager tomorrow to have ours sent directly to him. So.
Man, get me one, man.
We'll see what happens.
Stingy motherfuckers. God damn.
We'll see what happens.
It's a beauty.
Hey guys, I got to jet out of here. I just wanted to say, man, thank you guys so much for having me on. I had a great time, man. I really appreciate it.
It's absolutely, man. It's absolutely a freaking pleasure to have you on, man. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime you guys need another panelist, man, I'm right there.
Go, man.
Absolutely, man.
All right, man. Later.
All right, man.
I appreciate you guys, man. Keep killing it.
See you, man.
Out. All right, so Dracula, looks like these are just shows GNs, TPs. Let's go to the image.
Wait, you're gonna skip over the Dynamite James Bonds?
I believe Dynamite is in. Dynamite's a little bit below, so it'll be after like Marvel and Indies. So Bliss.
Mom puts Dynamite first. That's so weird.
They know what I like.
So
Deep Beyond.
Yep, cover B for me. You guys know how I have the weakness right there. That's my kryptonite double-edged on that cover. Mirka double redhead. I'm just saying.
Oh, you talking about this one?
Yeah.
Very Mirka and Dolfo cover. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she made the point of making sure that they both have body. So
I actually went back and I did get the second print of number 1 with the Mirka cover on it. I don't know if it's reused art because I haven't flipped through it.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I bought one as well. I don't think it is. And Merca just kills it.
Right. Even then, there is a 1 to 10 of this. And this one looks like it's limit 1 per customer through Midtown. Look, I've read the issue number 1 and I really liked it. I think this definitely has potential as at least a movie, not necessarily a series, but definitely a freaking movie. It is primed for a movie. We just had one within the last year. There was like I think it's called Deep Sea or something like that, which did really pretty good considering the pandemic. So this one is primed. It's got an even better story than that one. So just keep an eye on that one.
And I see what's coming out this week. I forget that I talked to Mel about it in a private chat, but keep scrolling. I got some words, especially about some Marvel books.
So Gallagher, right? Yeah, Gallagher. That's one by Snyder. I talked to you guys about this one. So the thing that you need to, Jeff Johns. The thing that you guys got to understand about this is that the people that are involved with this, they are all over freaking scripts. They're constantly pumping out scripts. When I talk to these guys about this freaking thing, I got into a private thing with them and I talked to them. They had just came out of another script reading for something else that they're working on. So this one is another great story that would be primed for going to the big screen. And I'm not even sure I want to say a big screen for a TV series right here.
Can I give you some insight on this one as a retailer? We reached out on this one months ahead of time, just based on the people involved in that project. And there's no store exclusives, no shop exclusives, no nothing.
There is a thank you variant, a 1 per store.
There is a thank you variant.
Right.
Having read the PDF, because some retailers did get advanced PDF. There was actually even a sit-in with the writers or with the creators. I missed the sit-in, but having read the PDF, this is a really good segue into an Image superhero-based book that's not so overly superhero-based, right?
Right.
Like it's a very simple man and family story.
Right.
And this is one that, like, as far as my picks for this next week, this is at the tippity top of my list. Like this book has potential left, right, and center. It's an amazing book, amazing story. The issue 1 is killer. And the creative team behind it, like you said, like these are guys that are known for shopping their stuff around and really pushing stuff. I mean, I would be absurdly amazed if this is not an optioned book within the next year or two, just because of like how well, even just issue 1, how well it was written and how well it was laid out. It's like a script. It is exactly like a script.
Yep.
You know, and a lot of those guys that are used to doing stuff like that. I mean, you look at some of the creators that have had 5 or 6 or 7 books optioned, and this is how that's laid out. It's laid out like somebody. It's storyboarding. This book is storyboarding.
Yep.
You know, that's why Hive reached out to do a cover of this, and when we were told no exclusives, we're like,
that's crazy.
As a speculator, we were like, okay, let's buy some copies. You know, like if they're not allowing any store exclusives, that even just makes it even harder to get. This is a book that, like I had said earlier, I mean, hell, an hour and a half ago, this is a book that I think issue 1 might linger, issue 2 might linger. Once that trade comes out and people pick this up and actually read it, they're going to be blown away. That issue 1 blew me away.
Yep.
And I think people by the time trade paperbacks come out on this, issue 1's going to peak. It's going to be a monster. This book has potential to be a monster.
Yep. Noctera. That's one I keep promising everybody I'm going to read. I still haven't gotten around to it yet, but it's still getting some sales. Looks like none of them have sold out. Savage Dragon, Silver Coin.
Silver Coin's a good one. Don't sleep on that. It's crazy, but don't sleep on it. It's a good one.
All right, moving on to Marvel.
Oh boy.
All right. Come on now.
Yeah, you gotta go all the way to the top.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't go to the top in the first place. All right, here we go.
No,
So-
none of that.
I don't know why in the hell they are doing a design variant for the suit 2 issues later.
That's been out. Yeah, been out.
They got a second print for the 61 with the suit too.
Holy crap.
So yeah, I mean that's
And
not even there.
Yeah,
That's
don't even. Yeah, if you're looking for a good read, don't even bother with that. Don't even bother. I've read this thing already. Don't bother with it. The big reveal is
Next.
that the bad girl is hooking up with the good guy, and that's it. That's the big draw. That's like, okay. I really don't care. I'm sorry, man. They've already been banging for like the last 2 years. Yet this is supposed to be the big surprise. The big surprise is actually that their dads show up at the same time and see them freaking getting ready to get a bang on the freaking rooftop. That's a big freaking narrative to the thing. I am shit you not. I shit you not. So two side characters that nobody cares about. That's the big draw for a Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Dad got to watch him Pattinson her Kravitz.
He was getting ready to. That's where it stops. He's running up the freaking stairs. I gotta talk to her about something. And he sees old boy freaking getting ready to fucking get his in on the rooftop. That's what this is about.
But this is Marvel, so it's not the Batmobile, so you can't.
Spider-Man title.
You can only Pattinson her Kravitz in the Batmobile in the DC universe. So.
Oh my god.
American Travis made in the U.S. Nobody cares about that.
No, hey, hold up.
And number one, they
some people care about it. Okay,
listen,
Elizabeth Torch variant looks the best.
Listen,
I confirmed that last week.
Nobody cares, but pay attention. I will tell you right now. Pay attention to ratios because they didn't do ratio on this one, right? So
no, they did. It was just horrible.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down the road, right? And they push a ratio out. Pay attention, because Marvel knows they're like,
it's a 5-issue miniseries though, and the ratio for number 1 was a 1-25. It was bad.
I'm just saying, if issues 3, 4, or 5 have a ratio, pay attention. It's a foregone conclusion at that point that they're pushing a new character or first appearance or something major. So if there isn't one, there isn't one. But if you see,
it is a retcon,
and they're like, "Oh, by the way, there's a 1 in 10 or 1 in 25." Pay attention,
because it's a retcon of her origin.
Yeah. Marvel does that; they're known for that shit.
So here's my biggest disappointment about to be scrolled up on screen. So you guys know I've been following this Avengers story, and the Mech Strike not so much, but it's David Nakayama variant. It's pretty cool, but it's awesome. It's like Optimus Prime and Captain America had a baby.
Yeah.
So here's your 43-second print, and that's the one that's got supposed to be Nighthawk and Wolverine. I believe that was Black Panther and Wolverine. I'm sorry.
Right.
There's been a lot of people who do not like the version of Nighthawk, but that's a version of Nighthawk created by Mephisto. It's not the version of Nighthawk from Supreme Power, which I think is the version of Nighthawk that should be. The one that kind of looks like Shadowhawk, but with a different mask, and I don't think he's breaking people's backs. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Who knows? The next book, however, right there. Go ahead and show cover B. There's no point in showing anything other than cover B at this point. Cover A was your teaser, and I had talked to some people about who the speculative powers could have been, and Red Widow was the only female left in the tournament. So the fact that Echo here on this cover is showing to have the Phoenix power, and then hold on, this is the Phoenix connecting variant. I'm sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. Peach Momoko right there on that variant, and then there's a incentive 1 in 100 of that one. It's a Virgin, and then there's the design. So show the design variant real quick. So this is the final chapter of Avengers 40 of Enter the Phoenix, or whatever they want to call it. and Bleeding Cool spoiled it 2 days ago. Who the new Phoenix is, and everybody had me kind of in confusion because I was hearing the rumors, or I was hearing the echoes. Get it? Through the the channels that her first appearance was doing things, and then of course Spec 10 list. We had the one episode where number 10 actually made the list. So it was very weird, and I was like, "What's going on with this book? Why is Maya Lopez's books taking off?" Well, it's people specking on her becoming the Phoenix, or the people inadvertently specking on her becoming the Phoenix, getting lucky because they originally were specking on her showing up in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I believe was like the rumor, where the rumor came from.
Right.
So some of those people may have fucking basically. The sun shines on a dog's ass some of the time, and that may have been the day. So that right there is like, damn, you just walked into that and got lucky. I was really, really, really hoping they were going to give it to Angela, but they didn't.
Can I just say that is a horrible design variant though? That cover is like, that's bad.
You should see the ones from 41 through 44.
That is bad.
41, 42, 43.
That's not even good.
All of them.
Oh
I mean, they're all there. 40, I think, also had one.
That's so bad.
It's probably just because of the way it looks. Like right now, I'm looking at an old.
That cover B is fire though. That cover B is awesome.
That's the connecting variant.
That's beautiful. It's beautiful.
So that's at the end of the connecting variant, and behind her is Red Widow, and then there's Black Knight.
What's crazy to think though is it's and we see it on our end, right? Like we saw our Ice Cream Man prelims, right, are just garbled messes, right? And you look at it and you go, you have to have faith in the artist, but to know that like Guerin did that and the design variant, and to know that like that was the ultimate goal, and the design variant was here's a quick little thing about the costumes, right? But to know that's the same creator is it's crazy to think of, but it is, But I mean, that's beautiful, and the design variant's like, good lord.
So the design variant's the incentive too. It's a 1 in 10.
Yeah,
and Mel, this came up in another conversation. I was like, "Here you go, Mel." They were blowing out covers for $2.99 a copy, and you can get the incentive for like $6.99 ish. So I mean, they're cheap. And look, the Momoko people are going to love this one because it is heavily ordered. People were specking on Maya becoming Phoenix. I heard the rumors. I didn't want to believe it. I thought they were going to pull the old. I thought Marvel editorial was going to finally grow some cojones and do a really good bait and switch on us, where they really, really amped it up to be one person, and then just absolutely 180'd it and made it somebody fucking complete left field. Kind of like they kept on beating the drum that Roz Solomon was going to be the new Thor, and then made it a cancer-ridden Jane Foster. So, they've done it before. I thought they were going to pull something like of that caliber, and I feel kind of let down. Like especially with the weirdness of Angela books moving. Why the hell was that Age of Ultron 10 moving? If she's not actually gonna be anything other than Strike Force.
They don't know what they're doing at this point, man.
If she's Thor's sister, like, hear me out, everybody who's reading Avengers. If she's Thor's sister and Thor's mom is the Phoenix, wouldn't that make her a natural host choice for the Phoenix? Already exhibiting very, extremely powerful skills and abilities. So I'm just like, I'm further floored by the missed opportunity that Marvel had by having her become the Phoenix. And I really, really hope that this is all just a nightmare and I just haven't woke up yet.
See, Bear Fung says he heard that she's supposed to show up in a Hawkeye series as well.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. And I knew that, like, Disney Plus, MCU, whatever reason to spec on it, but who knows?
All right, so your favorite topic, Demon Days, X-Men, Peach Momoko.
It actually tripped a second print. Like people actually bought it to trip a second print. Look, if you're buying it for Peach Momoko's art, great. If you're buying it for the story, come talk to me. Please leave me a comment below. Let me know why you like the story here, because I feel that it's a very simplified version of it.
There's an incentive for this shit too, and it's the same. Oh my god, this is the same artwork from the J. Scott Campbell from the first.
Yeah, but it's black and white sketch, and
so the fuck what? I'm paying more. I'm paying more for no color. What the fuck?
Yes, you are paying more for no color, because I think the other one was like a 1 in 75 anyway. But for Jeff Scott Campbell collectors, they're gonna collect it, and that was strategic of them. They did that intentionally to either make you order it enough to get at least the Jeff Scott Campbell, to at least order 25 copies. So it was very strategic of them to do that.
Fuck, man.
Alex Ross killing it.
Still.
I mean,
always.
His artwork is going to be, look, if there's a comic book hall of fame for artists, Alex Ross had better be in it. Because, I mean, Marvel's, first off, everybody remembers that from the 90s as being like, oh my God, what is that? Is that an old X-Men book? No, that's a new X-Men book? That's weird, man. And then this, like, he's definitely evolved, but this is good.
He could have stopped after Masks. Like, I don't know if you guys remember any of the covers he did for Masks. He could have stopped after that and made it into any Hall of Fame for an artist.
True that.
Yeah.
His covers for that were, good Lord.
So what about these other incentives? The homage. Go back up to that one real quick. Cover C. Oh yeah. In the mirror. Yeah.
Joe Bennett homage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's good stuff. The homages have been pretty good. I really have to admit. I've watched the last, like 4 or 5 issues, and they have been pretty good homage covers to older Hulk books. All right, so we finally get King in Black number 5. It's finally almost over, everybody.
Right? Is that the end? Shit. No, what's really fucked up is that in some of the other freaking books, as far as they're concerned, it's already over. They're just going back to their regular lives, man. They're just like in Miles Morales' book, it's already over. Shit's already freaking solved. And
I know. And
like,
in other books, in Avengers, they get the King in Black in next issue.
Let's see, what's this? King in Black, Planet of the Symbiotes. And that's with Dagger and
Final issue. That's I'm waiting for all 3 issues to read. I do like that Finch, and the fact that it sold for $27 gives me hope. Because
it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Did they lower it from a 1 in 50 to a 1 in 25, or did they just sell it wrong?
I think they just sold it wrong.
They probably never even stocked it, to be honest.
Who drew this? Squadron Supreme Tales, one shot, cover A, regular Joshua Sway.
Check that out. Going to get a DC and a Marvel book from Joshua this week, aren't we?
More Star Wars High Republic number 4. That's the Phil Noto.
Oh no!
And our man's got his arm grown back. Oh, hello. There's Jessica again.
Yeah, let me check
back.
that out. Okay. But is that his natural arm? Is because it looks like it's a plant or a vine that's growing up and freaking trying to strangle.
He is the same color as a plant or a vine, so it's going to kind of look the same. And it's probably because it's not fully formed. It is what it looks like to me. He's probably got
you know what this is.
Skin.
You know what this is, right?
Fully formed.
Jessica, you know what this is, right?
What?
This is another invasion of tentacle porn. That's what this is.
Looks like it's me.
Shout out to Heartless.
Yeah. See, look. That's all this is. This is
actually no. Many episodes ago, I want to give a shout out to the Drunken Shark or whoever they were that called it correctly. That is a Marlboro from Final Fantasy. and you can kiss my ass if you don't know your Final Fantasy. You will know why the big green thing in the background is a Marlboro.
I don't know what that is. I do know that Final Fantasy, they just put another freaking series or a movie or something on Netflix, and I gotta check it out. I started checking it out, and all of a sudden I freaking exited out of it to do something else, and I can't find it.
All right, well, that might not be new, but if it is new, let me know, because if it's Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, the director's cut, you should watch it. It's pretty good. Recommended anime that even Heartless would probably be proud of me for recommending at this point.
Yeah. Apparently, they also had a cover C from Lenore Francis Yu.
Tight.
What the fuck is going on? Is that Swamp Thing and freaking Venom?
It's the man thing.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
And this is the time when I've made jokes that I would rather have a Venomized Man Thing than a Man Thingized Venom.
Sounds like an STD. That's all I'm saying.
Do you see it? It looks like one.
It is dripping. It's got the drip.
Catch that?
It's all reddish, man. It's got the freaking drip.
Want no parts of that.
It's got teeth coming out of the middle. I don't know what the fuck, man. Did you ever
There's
see that
actually-
movie?
What happens when you
I
go
was just gonna say that.
Did you ever see the movie?
Lucas, you were my sick friend. You know that?
Did
If you know about that movie with teeth.
Yeah, the movie Teeth.
Yes.
I highly recommend it. Come on, Jessica. You haven't seen that
How
movie?
you highly recommend that?
Yes, Teeth. Teeth. It's called Teeth.
So James, do you know about this movie?
That's what gives me
It's a girl who
nightmares.
has unfortunately developed
Teeth
they
down.
call it vagina dentata.
Okay, yeah, no, I've heard about it.
Uh-huh.
I've heard about it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild movie.
Uh-huh.
And once again, I hate body horror and all that other stuff, but that one and Tusk and Fly are my top three when it
Tusk
comes to
was
that.
good.
Whoa, you got down with the human centipede like that though?
No, I can't get down with the centipede. Nope. It's just because at some points I could get down with. Once again, I love horror, but there's a fine line in between horror and just fetishize freaking porn, right? And it doesn't belong on a big screen like that,
Quite
man.
a fine line.
You know, if you're gonna do what you got to do, he didn't have to look back at old girl and look her straight in the eye and shit. Like, no.
Hey,
man.
quick exercise here. What's your favorite horror movie?
No,
I'm
that's not a quick exercise for somebody as deprived as me.
Exactly.
I've been up
For me,
for
it's very
24
quick.
hours for sure.
I don't watch it.
I was gonna say a lot of people go to Exorcist, and I'll tell you how fetishized Exorcist is.
I've seen that. Yeah,
But you know what?
it's
I keep forgetting that I'm a
like
father.
all horror in some way. Almost
I'm
all
so
movies are
desensitized that I can withstand hours upon hours upon hours of Paw Patrol, and there's no horror movie.
That is the most bad thing.
Really, we're bringing Paw Patrol into this?
No, I'm saying that Paw Patrol
That is the most bad thing ever been
warrior
said on this.
not be
on this
hurt
channel.
by anything on the TV. What? Just saying.
All right, we're on some of the indies right now. Blade Runner, Peach Momoko, she has been pushing out some of these covers, which is kind of weird because she's got her own series right now, but she's still doing some work for Titan Comics.
She does the B cover on the other Blade Runner series. Last I saw.
Yeah. What is this? Ashotsuko still going on.
That's a sleeper spec of mine, by the way.
What?
That book has been on
Ashotsuko?
FSC like 5 times.
That's a huge Netflix hit. And there were some rare variants for that issue 1 on Agretsuko. That's a long-term hold for my ass.
So here's the 2. Apparently they had this back for sale. Apparently, that cover John Boyes Myers version variant cover signed by you know who, and let's see,
Sold out. 1 per store, probably the second best. And look at that, $100 for a second.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
Really?
Did you not hear? They printed before FOC.
So FOC, the chance to order this was like there was like almost a day. That was about it.
And
So allocation.
So here's the thing: they thought there's 600,000 copies out there. Are we really going to sell more than X amount? No, we probably won't sell more than X amount. Go ahead and just order X amount so we can make street date. FOC happens. They have more than they have produced, and they're like, holy shit, what the hell do we do? Oh, well, allocate the tap. And so here's where my bad luck this past week with not having any new books due to Diamond being like, oh, we sent you all your books. No, buddy, we only got 2 fucking cases. Where's the rest of our books? Like the dudes behind the counter and I'm Shore the store owner. I'm sorry, I'm losing my ability to speak this late. Was like freaking out and livid with them, and I'm like, he's like, don't worry, dude, your bartels are coming next week. I said, okay. At least there's that saving grace. I did get I got robbed of an incentive that I was going to get for way under, price because I pre-ordered it. And, I try to work really hard with my store to pre-order incentives and stuff like that. And it doesn't do them any good when shit happens. So they ordered 10 copies of this book. I was supposed to be one of them. I am one of the Wednesday Warriors at this store. They usually take care of me. Okay, if they take care of me and there's one on the shelf, I'm gonna leave it. Okay, I'm gonna let somebody else pick that shit up because I'm only gonna get one. But if it'll be amazing to see if they actually get their order filled with as many people are getting allocated, because I think they said 10,000 is all it's going to be limited to, and then they got to worry about damages. So they're going to hold some of that back because damages may happen, and if anything's damaged, you're probably not going to get it replaced unless it's reported like immediately. And I'm at the one tip of the country where we get everything last. So, yay!
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you do know.
Yeah.
I've sat there on Diamond. We sat there on Diamond when this became available. And I remember asking Jonathan, I'm like, should we order some? And he's like, yeah, we should order some. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll get to it. And we never got to it. But we've ordered heavy. We did a Berserker variant. We have a lot of Berserker fans. We could have sold the hell out of this. We could sell the hell out of issue 2, which we have. Yeah. And so it's something like we followed up FOC. We've started following up our variants with FOC, right? And this was one of those books that we're like, yeah, we should order, and we didn't. And after seeing the astronomical rise on this, I'm like the regular man at this point. I'm hitting up I've got 2 really good LCSs around me, and I was hitting them both up, going, hey, if you get one, please, I would love one for my collection.
Look at this. Limit 1 at $100, and they still have stock.
It's gonna be so heavily allocated, it's insane.
So this right here is like the equivalent of trying to set the market, right?
Yeah,
he's trying to set the market at 100.
It is what it is.
I mean, he's doing it without having to be on eBay because they're Midtown Comics. So it's like Midtown. You have Berserker subscribers, I'm sure. They have to have Berserker subscribers. Why is this book even on the website as showing in stock? This should be an in-store thing. They should be doing all sorts of different things. I mean, don't they have enough customers going through Midtown?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like,
hundreds and hundreds of hold customers. Yeah, thousands of hold customers.
I mean, I've been there. I've walked through, Midtown Times Square and actually went to all 3 locations. So it's like, come on, you guys got to have customers that are wanting that book and then hear that you want 100 for it. And they're like, nah. Yeah. I hate to be that guy sometimes. Like, sometimes at the LCS, they're like, oh, well, this 1 in 25 is 69 because it's expensive online. I'm like, yeah.
But, no.
Like, you gotta put it back sometimes. Sometimes you really just gotta make that call. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yeah.
is the question.
It is.
It is. It's the ultimate speculation question.
Yeah. I
So,
know for me, in my
Sumerian,
local comic book store, if you purchase the one, whatever cover you get, if you keep the receipt and come back to purchase the two, you get a variant cover for Something Is Killing the Children. I forget what number,
Yeah.
but
Right.
we
as
hope
they're
on that
trying
one
to
too.
get
We'll
rid of
get
them.
into that here in a minute. That's a whole can of
Yeah.
worms.
So yeah, we can actually talk about that real quick. So Jessica, did you hear? That's the
Because
cover.
of the code. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I
It's
didn't know
beautiful.
which one it was, but
It was Berserker
much
number.
is.
Yeah, it was like Berserker number 1. There were some cards. It was like Berserker
Actually.
number 1 foil, right? And it had some
So
cards there.
guess what?
That's
This
the
one's
foil.
This
Sorry.
one's also
Let me
going to
get rid
be.
of
This one's
the
also
amount
going
of
to be
money
out,
I've spent on comic
from what I
books.
hear.
Yeah.
So Lucas told me about this, and I heard it from Lucas before I heard it through official channels, and I was like, "Wait, what?" So when Berserker number 1 foils, not only did they ship like 2 weeks after Berserker 1,
Yeah.
they were supposed to have a notification to inform all shops to remove that little guy and make sure you order as many copies
Yeah.
of the Something Is Killing the Children
Yeah,
8th
you
print.
get out of here, you get the
Correct.
Something Is Killing.
So those were supposed to be pulled out of the books, and then you were supposed to order your books based upon pulling out how many coupons. There's been many reports that they're going to be heavily disappointed people with those coupons coming into comic book stores all over the place who aren't on places like this, YouTube, other spots, that know that the store had to order the Something Is Killing the Children 8th print variant in the count that they wanted to give away. Unless something changes.
Really?
So I'm a retailer. Do you guys want to hear it from my end?
Yeah.
I give you a quick.
He's a retailer too, and he already told me, he's like,
Yeah.
holy shit, they like it's on these are on my order as this book,
Yeah.
and he's like, this is all I'm getting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was done as a Berserker. What? God, I can't remember the wording on it. It was
Berserker
a
number 1 foil.
Yeah, there you go. And they were listed, and FOC was what, 3 days, 2 days? I don't think we noticed until 2 days before. But even retailers, like, we didn't hear anything. Like, LCSs didn't hear shit. Diamond account holders didn't hear anything. The way I heard about it was through a group. Like, it wasn't even an email from Boom. It wasn't through Diamond. It wasn't anything. We heard about it through a group that they were like, hey, somebody posted this thing. And so we looked into it. And we're like, oh yeah, look at that on Diamond. There's a thing, 1 per 3 on issue 2 of Berserker. So we ordered some, and a lot of people in a lot of the groups were like, oh yeah, that's, it's a 1 per 3. Everyone's going to have it. And I don't think a lot of people at first, they didn't realize, like, LCSs didn't know about this.
Right.
And most of them don't check Diamond every single day. They put out their, they do their orders a week in advance or 3 or 4 days in advance, and they would miss something like that. But then, because of all the backlash and stuff like that, it sounds like what they're doing is they're doing a full allocation for as a 1 per 2 for every issue 2 ordered. But that's what I'm taking from it. However, that could be wrong because
Yes.
people that opt into
I
the
was
variant.
told I have to
Right.
bring the receipt in for the first.
Yeah.
I have to buy the second, and then I would get the special edition.
Buy the second.
So I
Yes,
think
then I have to buy the
fuck?
second, and
Yeah,
then
you have to buy
I would
issue
get it.
number 2 of Berserker and
Even-
protect
yeah.
the coupon.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's what the
give you-
spirit of
they
it
give you
was.
a copy.
Yeah.
But I think even us Diamond account holders, even us LCSs or retailers, like I don't even know what to expect. Like, we ordered because of this, we ordered, I think, 300 copies of issue 2 that we wouldn't have ordered. And we ordered all foils because I mean, they look beautiful. We saw the issue 1 foils. We ordered a bunch of those. They're gorgeous, right? So we ordered all foils. But like, even us, like, I don't know I don't know if we're getting 1 per 3. I don't know if there's going to be allocations. I don't know
So,
now.
so they've already so for the 1 to 3, what they did was they already adjusted your order. You didn't have to do anything. So what they'll do is when they switch it over to the 1 to 2, they'll do that. They'll do the same thing. So you don't have to do anything.
But let me ask you this. So here's my question though. Does that apply to as an LCS, right? If I was just an LCS and I never even hit the option to order this, right? Never even hit the option, but I ordered say 50 copies of issue 2. Does that mean I'm getting 25 automatically?
Yes.
Because I never hit the option.
No, you're getting regardless because I never hit the option.
That's what I was.
But yet when I went to my weekly this week, it was already it showed up.
Okay, that was my question. So Hive Comics is a retailer. We would have looked out seeing that early, and now we'll get some, and it's cool. And we're selling like 9/8 pre-screens. We're doing what a lot of other retailers are doing, you know. But yeah, it was one of those things. It was like the spirit of it wasn't there in the way they put it out, right? The spirit of it was the retailers that really paid attention, that were in the spec groups and saw what was happening, were going to make out like bandits, and every other retailer was going to be stuck there going, well, shit, I didn't see that. So I'm happy with the way, as a retailer, I'm happy with the way they did it. I think it pushes something as Killing the Children better. Gives a lot more LCSs are going to have these available for customers, so that's great. It kills the spec market on it, at least a little bit, but
for now, because we don't know what the property is going to do. It's an 8th print. We don't know if a 9th is going to come. And
I think a lot of people are
never know when it's going to come.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are crazy. Like I've heard people being like, well, there's going to be 30,000 of these or 15,000 of these, and like I think they have to realize like some LCSs did stretch for those ratios, right? Like there's some LCSs that I know personally that stretched and bought 1,000 copies of Berserker 1, right? And there's a lot of LCSs that did that, right?
At least
a lot of that 1 in 1,000.
For me though, you're banking on the fact that the people that bought the first one are going to come back to buy the second, or at least that's what it was sent to me, that to buy the second to get then the actual limited edition, that they'd actually care about that, and for that they'd keep the receipt, because I was told make sure to keep your receipt to come back and show that you've done that, so that we could actually give you then the special edition. So at least from my end, I don't know if all the people that are actually going to do all of those steps to make sure.
Well, at least they kind of correct it. And they're gonna at least try to make it a number that is attainable for shops to hit. Because I was worried that there was gonna be like none of these out there, and there's gonna be mobs of people with this coupon. Where's my free comic? And you're gonna be like, no, bro, that's not exactly how that works.
This is better. Like this is better. The way it is now, it's better. But I think people need to realize like LCSs are only gonna buy. They bought issue 1s heavy for the ratios. They're only going to buy issue 2s. They're only going to buy issue 2s to fulfill holds and readers, right? And a couple of shelf copies. So people that think that this variant, there's going to be 20 or 30,000 copies out there, they're crazy, because those LCSs bought 1,000 copies. They're only buying 100 of issue 2. You know what I mean? Like that's all they're doing, because they only had 100 people that bought it to read. You know. And so it's at the end of the day, I think early on eBay, this book's going to be cheap. I really do.
So
it's
my question is,
cheap. I think.
I'm sorry. As you're talking about, my question is that you were buying so many of like the second, but what if I went and I bought the first? I know of the promotion, but what if there was not enough and they're all sold out of the second? So does that mean because I bought the first, expecting to get the
that's
free comic book, and then they didn't have the second, well, I can't buy the second to then qualify to then get the free comic?
I don't know.
So then would that just kind of like, well, sucks for you. You get the first, but you don't get the second, and then therefore you don't qualify to get the special edition.
I think that's hard because it comes down to hold customers for most brick and mortars, right?
Yeah.
If you were a hold customer and you said, I want Berserker as a series, I would feel like for the most part, LCSs would be like, okay, this this customer is in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
I would hope that LCS that's where, if they were getting a 1 for 2, right, on this, I hope that's where they're going. I hope they're going into holds. I really do.
Right.
But we all know that LCSs operate differently, and some of them are going to sit there and go, well, I can sell this for 20 on eBay, or I can do whatever, For us, we didn't ever, as Hive Comics, we're an online retailer only. We didn't ever offer issue 2. We didn't until this. And now when we're offering it in a bundle with a 9.8, Something is Killing Children variant, right?
Yep.
So it's weird for online retailers, but as far as brick and mortars, I would hope that the spirit in it is you guys are supporting a boom book through a series or a run as a hold customer saying, I want this book. And because of that, you're being rewarded. That's what I would hope. But I also understand that the spirit of this book was to get Something is Killing Children issue 1s into new readers' hands. So that's kind of where I'm curious myself as to how LCS's brick and mortar LCSs are going to handle it. I don't know. I'm not one of those.
Well, I mean,
I'm curious.
It should be. Well, it should be easy because if some of them have a prescription or a subscription to Berserker, then the ones that have the subscription should get first dibs, right? Going by like how many they order. So if you order 1 or 2, and then guess what? You get 1.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you fend for yourselves, right? Like, so for instance, the way I do it in my pull box is, you can't just buy an incentive outright. If it's a 1 to 25, guess what? You're buying 25. If you want a 1 to 50, guess what? You're buying 50. That way I don't get stuck with that stuff around in my garage, right? And that should be the same way. If you want a 1 to 3 of this whether it's Something is Killing the Children, and it's a 1 to 3, guess what? You need to buy 3 of those, or you need to buy 2, which is what it's supposed to be. Because I'm looking at the email right now, and it's saying receive 1 copy of Something is Killing the Children, 8th print, for every 2 copies of the Berserker number 2 you order by March 22nd, FOC. Which is crazy to me because I remember reading the freaking thing that Jessica has. I remember it's saying Berserker number 1 foil, right? So, and then here's the other jacked up thing. When I go into the system, it says for every 3 copies of Berserker number 2, right? But the email is saying that it's going to be every 2. So there's all types of strange things going on, and let's just hope they. But I do know that when I go into the item order history, they've already made the adjustment of 10, right? But that adjustment was made back on the 22nd. So if this email came out 16 hours ago, that means that they need to make another adjustment, which means they'll probably double up on me. Double me up.
They'd have to make another adjustment for it to be 1 for 2, which it sounds like they will. I mean, that was the intent.
I mean, they got 3 weeks to print more.
Yeah,
make everybody happy.
Unless it's a foil,
take longer from someplace else too. From what I hear, that's why they were 2 weeks delayed out of the regular printing.
Well, that was foils though, and they let retailers know. Like that was in diamond.
I think this Something is Killing the Children is also going to be foil.
Is it? That would be amazing. This cover, by the way, in foil would be, oh my god.
Yeah, the chainsaw in foil.
Forget about it. Jesus, that would be amazing.
So everybody, welcome back to the 90s. The foils are here. In 3 weeks, we're going to have holograms, and then 20 years later, we'll be back at lenticulars.
But at least foils now versus foils in the 90s are way better. Like they're way better.
Oh, see, you stopped on the $30 holler right there at the Sumerian that I was trying to point out. What fucking cover swipe is that?
I don't know, but it looks damn good. For only $10.
Not that one. The other one. It's a classic cover swipe. There's the merchant variant of it. There's a trade dress version of it that might help a little bit more.
I feel like this says She-Hulk. Cover swipe? Hold cover swipe? I know I've seen it.
I'm too.
Wait,
too
it says
tired
something.
to think.
It says something about. It says something about Fantastic Four.
Oh, there you go.
234.
All right, see there it is. See, I
There you
knew,
go.
I knew it looked very, very familiar. Oh boy.
There you go. That's what it is. This one.
Yep.
Yep. There you go.
Cover swipes. So, did you guys see the last run of the Sumerian at Ablaze, which was the Wolverine cover swipes? Wolverine,
no,
the Frost Giant's daughter. The first one is Wolverine #1 from the ongoing series. The second one is Hulk 340, where he's doing the Chimera, and the third one was the Lazarus Project, I think. I might have gotten this backwards. Again, I'm really tired at this point. But we're still live. Oh, look at that. ENIAC #2. Guess what else? I've already prepaid for my copy.
Hey,
Dinesh still owes me ENIAC #1.
Every chance I get, I gotta show that off.
Oh, look at you.
Nice.
What is that? Show it again.
That's a button.
The button.
That's
the freaking button.
I got kids. I couldn't hang out at the store. Some kid was there 2 hours before it opened. He got it.
Dude, I felt so bad, man. There's a whole story that goes into it. I won't even get into it, but
you told it last time, man. I do remember.
Dude, so me and that guy though, quick story. Me and that guy came to an agreement, and we're gonna split them because we're the only two people that want them. So this next Wednesday, the next book, he's got something going on with his kid. So he's like, yeah, you take that one. And so he's going to take the release after that. So I'm not even going to show up. It's his. And then if Dinesh down the road goes, hey, at this convention, if you bring the pins, you get this thing or something like that, we're going to team up together and one of us is going to go and get the books. So we got a whole thing going on now. But yeah, we made a gentleman's agreement. So.
All right. Grimm Fairy Tales present Grimm's Tales of Terror Quarterly #3. Let me tell you something about these Interscope books, man. They are freaking killing it with some of these covers and the stories.
That's a beautiful cover.
Yep.
And then once again, if you guys need any of these covers, hit me up because I am selling these for half price. Grimm Zenoscope books are going half price, so let me know. And I do believe I got some of these. And this is my favorite right here. This one, this Bad Mama Jamma here, right here.
That's nice.
It's sold out.
Who did that cover? Ivan.
Really good.
Ivan Tao.
Of course, we've used him for covers. Ivan Tao's amazing, by the way. He's got. If you guys check out he does a lot of his arts on. Damn it! What's the? It's one of the big art websites. I'm trying to think, but anyways,
ArtStation. It's on ArtStation.
Yeah, he did Miles Morales, right? That's it's Miles Morales with mask off, and it says "I can't breathe" above it. It's the most beautiful piece of artwork I've seen in God knows how long. He's such a talented artist.
Tell you what, I don't hate this Lady Death right here.
Of course
That's
not.
the foil one, of course. Of course you don't hate it.
Mhm.
Foil is so hot right now.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's why I like it. Foil.
Mhm.
Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly right.
It's a naughty joint.
Mhm.
That one not so much, but I like the other.
I know why you like the other one.
Hey, shh! Don't tell you got between.
I didn't say it. I'm well aware.
In other news, water.
Hey, what do you guys?
I gotta go to church on Sunday because you got damages.
What do you guys think about the Magic the Gathering variants? Almost them doing them almost like cards. Because there's the they're polybagged.
I haven't seen the Merca one yet. Anybody got a picture?
They're beautiful. I know somebody posted a picture.
You know the cards. I have
hers
a lot
was
of the art, but for not the comic books.
cool. So hers was only in the box.
Yeah.
That you could buy. So
and Huck Lee actually did one.
Yep.
That's tight.
Good.
Yeah,
and these are all new characters. So
they got heavy hitters on that book for covers. But they did like a polybag variant that was like five different artists, and it was all
polybag for the new release.
Yeah. I know my brother made me order like 20 for him because he wanted like one specific cover, and he's like, I'm gonna make sure I get it. He goes, order me 20. I'm like, okay, sure, 20 of them.
Yeah, it's an interesting new release.
Yeah.
7 Secrets. Miguel Mercado did these.
Interesting.
Let's see. Come on, how much more? I'm looking for some particular ones. Oh, these are just TPs.
Firefly comic books, really?
Say what now?
It said they're still doing the Firefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a brand new verse, as they call it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some books that are coming up for FLC this week that are pretty big.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see. Then on a Dynamite, I must have missed something.
All right, if I yawn again, I'm peacing out. Just saying.
All right. Well, have a good night.
I just said if I yawn again, I'm peacing out.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get rid of me so soon? Jeez.
There's your James Bond Ultra.
See, I told you there was a James Bond book, and it has
sold out. What the fuck?
A whole bunch of variants that nobody's ordering.
See what I told you? Tentacle porn. See, more tentacle porn. He's literally standing there going, I don't know whether to shoot this motherfucker or fuck it. I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's James Bond in any situation.
So, a wise scientist said that octopus is a foreign species to this planet.
That looks cool.
They're aliens living underwater, basically, is what somebody tried to say. Their physiology does not match anything from our planet.
Well, we've only found 20% of the life, so that's an odd statement. We got to find out everything out there first.
Well, they canceled the movie the Trench from Aquaman, so we'll never know about the other sea life, other percentages, my friend.
Lauren Walsh cover. That's a pretty gorgeous one. More of the Sonyaverse stuff.
Oh, don't hit
a little
being there for days.
Yep, a little drip off the chin. Yep, not bad.
Uh-huh.
I'm scrolling for 5 hours to get through all the Van.
Every single one, a little drip off the chin. That's all. She's throwing around a little drip off the chin. That's all you need.
That's what happens.
And that is it for the for what came out this week, or that's what's coming out this week. I'm trying to find maybe it's on FLC this week. Emperor versus Purgatory. This is the 10 1 to 10.
That's cool.
That's your 1 to 20.
CD covers.
What is a Dynamite book? I'm sorry, I thought we were playing Jeopardy.
Abbott 1973, number 4.
That one's cool.
Jen Bartel.
Yeah.
Her colors always just,
dude, for real. She's
warm to cold. I don't know how she makes warm and cold simultaneously hit and not like feel like it's like overbearing.
It's sourcing, man. She knows her light sourcing. It's that cold and warm light sourcing And a lot of artists don't grasp that. And
all of her books shine like that, though, man. It's so crazy. Like, did you see that one store variant that she just did for Silk?
Yeah,
I didn't buy it, but it was just like, I like the colors, but because I've been hanging out with Mel for a real long time, and we're
well, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, I hang out with artists all day long. My other business is a tattoo shop. Like, it's artists. That's my entire life, and it's light sourcing. Proper light sourcing makes art, and Jen has it down to an absolute pure science. That's why the covers look so deep and so dynamic every time. The light sourcing is just perfect, absolutely perfect. And
right. The ultraviolet colors too.
Dude, so good, so good.
Yeah. She took really good care of making sure that that light sourcing even off of her eyes, and then look at even off of the camera.
Everywhere.
Yeah. And then this is going to be the book of the week for that week, most likely. That Silk.
Absolutely, without doubt.
According to whom?
Everyone.
Everybody that's been blowing up the poll box.
Everybody
that's been blowing up the poll.
That's for sure. Everybody who's getting it through the poll box are probably getting it at a better advantage, because how many store exclusives were added?
There was a lot.
Yeah.
This book took 7 weeks of ordering before FOC.
Mm-hmm.
This will be a common ratio variant. However, you have to understand, as everyone in this group understands that it's a fundamental of economics, right? It's supply and demand. There will be a lot of demand for this book. There will.
I hope everybody remembers to grade their books as soon as possible, because if they do not grade this book as soon as possible, it will miraculously just show up with spine breaks, because it's a yellow cover. Yellow and red will do that to you.
Just from where I'm at, so.
And God forbid the back cover. Okay, a lot of people don't pay attention. If the back cover does not match that front cover, there's going to be some gnarly color on that book.
Yep.
There will be those white yellows and those whites.
It's not a dark ad, because if it's a dark colored ad on the back, they're done.
Oh boy, they're in trouble.
Yep. So this one is not. Yeah, this one is not a ratio one. This is just a 1-to-1. But I love this freaking cover, man. Just so much care taken into the environment about what's going on in the background, and it's just freaking gorgeous.
Right?
Man.
Webbing dissolves. So much environmental care.
I like the his sort of so.
What? Hey, what's goes off the chin? Who cares? Robin number 1. That's going to be the first appearance of Flatliner and Respawn.
There's like a whole bunch of other people who are apparently first appearing in there as well. So just if you want it, there's the Federici, right? Ricardo Federici.
Yep. The master at his work.
Once a future 1 to 25 for issue number 18.
At least I can know what I'm talking about when I see these and try to maybe talk about them.
This is the 1 to 10 for what's a future number 18.
Is there a tentacle?
And then what?
There was. I'm not.
See. Oh yeah. Sure enough. There you go. See, now I know I'm a bad influence on Jessica now, because she can't. Now she can't.
Yeah, now that's all I'm seeing. Okay. Anyway.
Firefly number 28, cover C, 1 to 10. This one is. Come on now. Uh-oh.
Weird one.
I don't know why it doesn't want to come up. Oh, yep, there he goes.
Who's that artist, sir?
Yeah, who's
Shannon Mayer.
Wow. Looks a little bit more muted on the colors, and proportions are really, really good.
the background with it. It really does kind of make her stand out.
Yeah. So something to keep in. Even if you don't like Firefly, which I don't know what Firefly is. I know it's maybe like a TV series. Like I'm like, whatever. I do like this cover.
Part of my problem of my upbringing is my brutal, honest, and sometimes unfilteredness. And I said to somebody about how certain artists unfortunately draw heads tiny. And this is one of those that is not done inaccurately. Let's just put it that way.
It's
So,
a smidge
well,
I trying to find somebody that was to those proportions would be difficult.
Well, I see this more as like maybe a 14 or 15-year-old who's put on her mom's freaking clothes, trying to parody her mom.
Quite a bit younger than she should be.
and actually, you guys, I think it's funny because isn't that where this story actually went? Isn't that the pilot and Tydek's daughter?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So,
You're right.
Wow, look at that. You guys properly identified a teenager drawn.
Yay.
Let's see.
Milk cartons, we got you next. We're gonna properly ID everybody on the milk carton.
Well, that's
Dune, House of Atreides, number 6. This is the 1-50 Jenny Frizen.
Yeah, that's got those eyes that follow you no matter where you are in the room.
I think this would be an awesome poster in my house.
It would be an awesome poster, like especially if you ran a haunted house.
Jesus. Well, yeah, because I guess if you're, what's the name of that one movie with the nun?
The Flying Nun?
No, there's that horror movie with the nun.
Honestly, I don't think those hands look very bright. That might just be.
She's been churning butter, man.
It's a weird angle.
I'm telling you guys, it's got those eyes that follow you no matter where you are.
Yeah, they do.
But that's good for Frisian. She always knocks it out. She has also, looking into her credits, she has over 350 credits now. I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, definitely after that Wonder Woman series.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't even scratching the surface on it. And now she's doing Catwoman. So she's back doing DC books again.
She's following the Hughes train.
What's this?
John Carter of Mars and some Justin Linsner.
Yep. Deja Thoris, Winter in One Shot, 1-30 by John Lisner. Or is it by Lee Lisner?
Should be John?
Is it John or is it Lee? I forget.
I think it's John.
Yeah. 1-20 cosplay.
That one's cool.
This one is the 1-15. That's just black and white. And this one's just a 1-10. Once again, tentacles. So the trend that I'm seeing this week is people tied to stuff and tentacles all over the goddamn place. What in the hell, man?
It's been a long time. we're all stuck at home. This is where we go.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer, number 25, 1-50.
You're not disagreeing with me.
I don't know what this white stuff just flowing off of her face is, man, but it's kind of distracting.
That's what she said.
Seriously, really? It's like coming off the chin and everything. Where are they going with this?
Yeah. Again.
What?
I hate when I have that issue.
At least she's staring you straight in the eye. Always make sure you stare straight in the eye. If you're gonna put it on my chin, make sure you look me in the eye. Like, okay.
That's right.
Same thing, but with letters. God damn. And this is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This is a 1-10. It's actually not bad at all.
That's actually not bad. Cool. I actually like that.
Yeah. you know, a lot of nostalgia is going to come back to Buffy down the road. So,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Dawson's Creek, and all that shit, man.
I thought they were
You know.
canceling Buffy, or the guy who's in charge of Buffy, the comic.
I don't know. Why did something happen?
According to a lot of people in places, yeah. But comic book seems to still be there.
Berserker #1. This is the one that's going to like have a 10,000 copy run. This is like what is it? Oh, a third print foil for #1.
Foil.
Yep.
And that's a spine.
Yes, it
And
is.
if you've read
Yes,
it, run,
it's
that is
not a tentacle, it is a spine.
Spine.
Very, very good.
I was doing that to clarify for you. I assumed it was a tentacle again. So that was bad. I get more funny the more delirious I get. I promise. Either that or you guys are just so sleepy that my stupid things are making me laugh.
Hey, I gotta mention a chat though. Like I've seen numbers dropping. I know it's late. Hive's got another giveaway to do after this whole segment. So
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Hey, considering that it's 6 o'clock in the morning, these numbers are pretty damn good though.
Stick it out. You know, one more giveaway, and you know what? The numbers are looking good right now. You got a pretty good chance of winning. So
Stormbreaker's Peach Momoko, and once again, for those that are Pullbox members, every single one of the Black Panthers this week in Pullbox are going to be 50% off.
And this one is not one per store.
Right.
And that is a very good Peach Momoko cover. That is very. It's subtle, but it's very back to her roots, and it's fucking awesome. It's a good one.
I may have mislabeled this. Yeah, I mislabeled that because there's a spread out there. Better Ray Bill, Pope variant.
Did you guys see the Wanted variant? Oh, I'm sorry, the Ultimate Comics variant for the Beta Ray Bill. It was the old Marvel frame throwback variant. It was on Bleeding Cool. It was all right. I watched it, being named. It said it was under 500 or whatever, and then I started watching the ticker tick down, but I never added it to card.
Batman #108. Did we look at this one already? Yeah.
I like that one.
Batman 108, 125, Ricardo Federici.
That right there, for all you Miracle Molly chasers, is the book you want, and you want to be hitting up the people who got large orders of their own exclusive. You got some 125s for people, huh?
I've got 1 in 25s coming, but we didn't do an exclusive. Trust me, I hunted those down though.
And then that's it. Are we ready for the wheel?
I think so.
Let's spin the wheel.
Well, you got to tell them to spin the motherfucking wheel.
Sorry,
so I just did.
You're good. Wheel.
Oh, see, there we go. All right, who's gonna win? A wheel with all Ultra on it. Wow, you guys shouldn't have.
Uh-oh. Ooh, almost hit on Jessica. So we got Franco 64ism.
We don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we do.
That's like
all over Jessica all day.
It's like Aaron Lee winning last time on.
Franco 64ism. Please contact Hive James. I'm gonna put the. Go ahead and find the.
And Franco, if you don't collect.
I'll shoot that up in the private chat right now so you can throw it up there.
Yeah, because I can't find the old ones.
Yeah, no problem.
So how long are we going to give them to watch all the 5 hour and 48 mark on Drunken Chat?
5 hours, really?
Yeah, we made it 5:48 right now.
Oh, wow.
We're about. It's 6:18 a.m. My son's probably going to be wake up.
6:18. It's 12:18.
I'm aware of the 6 hour difference between Florida and Hawaii. But you know what? A long time ago, I had a friend who argued with me. He's like, dude, Florida is further south than Hawaii. I was like, no. Like, do you want me like I can pull out the globe and we can look at the meridian, dude, like and see the lines and like I can tell you right. But yeah, the 6 hour thing, I
I took my honeymoon in Hawaii, and they had rescheduled our flight out of our departing airport and changed it to an earlier one, and we got to the airport as they were boarding, basically. So yeah, we got delayed, and then we were supposed to have a full day in Honolulu.
Are you sure that they did you schedule it during daylight savings? Because we don't. Hawaii doesn't do.
No. So it was during it was a February honeymoon, so it was good.
Yeah.
But basically, I screwed up. We got to the airport late. We missed the first flight. We had to reschedule the next departure flight. Delayed our time from getting there. The thing that sucks is that everything is so far away and so far on a plane.
Yeah.
And it's so nice there. But
yes.
Kauai is where we stayed, and where I would, if I was rich and retiring, there for sure. And lots of good stuff on the island. So I miss it. I want to go back soon though. But now I have a clone of myself to take with me and let him have fun.
You'll have fun though. I mean, that's the thing though.
Sure
you will have fun.
And your clone is as well.
Yeah, he's amazing. So I'm looking forward to him being able to experience Hawaii as well, because I know his mother's going to talk about it and how her honeymoon was amazing, and it really was. Beautiful place. So, anybody else got anything for the Drunken Sharks?
I do. We do. A lot of people that don't follow us on Facebook or Instagram, they don't know, but we do monthly boxes, right? Where we do a thing where it's like all of everything we put out for the month, we sell ahead of time. We do it as a way to because we know a lot of people work on the weekends. We do all of our releases on Saturdays. We know there's some people that work on the weekends. We don't want them to miss out. So this is one of those months though, where our monthly box involves not only does it involve the Department of Truth variant that's coming out, which is going to sell really quick, but it involves the Ice Cream Man that is going to sell really, really quick, which comes out tomorrow. So until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's Mountain Standard Time, not Eastern Standard Time, we have them available. They've been selling super fast. We still have 18 available. So if they go to our website now and buy one, they lock in all of our variants for the entire month. It's $164. I think it's $164.99. We're refunding shipping. It was supposed to be free shipping. I screwed something up somewhere in the algorithms. So we can do free shipping, but we're refunding the shipping. But it gets them all of our variants throughout the month. We've got, our two Ice Cream Man variants, our color and our sketch, and our Something is Killing the Children. Not to mention our issue 3 of Last Ronin by Stan Yak, which is amazing. People have been asking us to sell that for the last 3 months. It's absolutely beautiful. Amongst various other works, and we have a secret variant that we haven't even told anybody about that's coming out mid-month that's also included in the box. It's super low print run. So, I mean, if people really want to lock it down, if the Drunken Chat really wants to lock those books down, now's the time, because here in less than 6 hours, it's going off. We'll be moving counts down to 0. There won't be any available. They'll have to order their books one at a time. So if they want them now, it's hivecomics.com. It's the first thing on the website, and it's the April box. So they'll want to order that now if they want to lock in every variant we do for the month. And we got some killer stuff coming out this month. This is a really big month for us. So,
can I ask a question? As far as you shipping, how well do you package your comics? I actually have quite a few friends that have asked me who I would recommend to order comics, and I know that they're picky about making sure that they don't want to get comics that are bent or things like that.
I heard a rumor that these guys actually ship in My Lights.
We ship in My Lights and 48-point fullbacks.
Okay.
Every book, starting January 1st, we switch everything over. My entire garage is full of My Lights and fullbacks right now, and we have another 15,000 coming.
Mm-hmm.
So we ship everything like that. We have custom boxes that were made for us. We ship box in a box if the order is big enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we go crazy. I mean, our expenses on shipping, I don't even want to get into that, but our expenses on shipping is insane. We bubble wrap, we double box and box, we go crazy. So it's nuts. I put my brother in charge of all shipping. I help him out a lot. It's nuts. We are collectors at heart. So the way we ship is the way we would want to receive comics. We don't ship anything that's below a 9.4. We trash them. I have countless photos of me throwing books in the recycle bin, or sending them off as readers to buyers. Like we don't ship that stuff off. We understand the market that we cater to. People that are buying our books, they're not buying them to read. They'll buy the book off the shelf to read. They're buying because of the artwork and the value that we add to the book. So what we send out is the best product available.
Fucking snobs, freaking snobs.
No, I mean we cater to comic snobs. I mean that. Truth be told, that is what it is. Because that's what we are, though. I mean,
You're freaking losers, man. Look, if the book is really going to be worth something, it doesn't matter whether it's a freaking 8.0.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not
in like 30 years, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not buying a book off eBay.
There's a bunch of snobs,
and it's an 8.5.
You know, like an Ultimate Fallout 4 8.0.
Yeah.
Well, that's different. It's polybagged, and I know that back cover is all sorts of
I
fucked.
can say that, but living where I live, even when I go into the comic book stores, majority of those comics off the shelves, they're not even an 8.0. Like they are beat up. And then
you know what I need to do? You know what I need to do?
I don't want them like wrapped in cardboard and like just. I hope it gets there, and they may or may not put fragile. Sometimes they're folded and put into my mailbox. Like I don't want that.
Do you want to perform surgery with a scalpel in order to be able to remove the book from the package as well?
We ship international all day, every day. We ship to Australia and Europe and I don't know if you count Canada as international. We count Canada as international.
It's outer national, right? So out of the normal country. So
we ship all over the world. And in particular, when we do ship to Hawaii, I've heard from several buyers in Hawaii that it is not, they're not kind to packaging.
No,
so
they're not.
Yeah, it's because
do not bend it, and they will bend it. And I'm just like, really?
We do take special care to double box books. Books going to specifically Europe and Hawaii. I'm
used to getting the book from Europe that's just thrown in a bag or thrown in an envelope.
We don't. I mean, honestly,
it happens.
We don't sell reading. That's not. Nobody's buying our books and reading them. You know what I mean? Like that's not why they're buying them. They buy them because of the cover art. They buy them because of the collectability, because of the lower print runs and stuff like that. So we treat them as such. We put them, like we said, we put them in My Light 2s, and we put them in full back boards, so 48-point boards.
There it is.
Ensure that they get out to people in the condition that they expect them to be. And we, anytime a customer has an issue and they email us about it and say, hey man, my book got all fucked up, whatever, we always make sure we hold back enough to take care of customers that due to USPS or UPS or FedEx.
Oh my God, you have good business practices. Why on earth would you do that?
Yeah.
Why on earth would you have good business practices in this day?
I know,
and
right?
age?
Why? What's the point in that?
Right. So, all right. So we're getting ready to wrap up. Jessica, what is your? I mean, is there something that you want to promote? You know, your Discord handle. I know you're getting back into gaming. You know, all that. What do you know? We're trying to make you money, girl. Hey, you know, every single person that is hanging on is only hanging on because of you, because they want to figure out where they can freaking send their money.
Yeah. You see Frank down here in the chat. You see this shit? He says, "Okay, I was just getting here and the only spec news is I want to know who is Jessica.
I don't.
Who are you?
I post a little bit on IG. I'm just me.
Right, and sometimes you hang out with us on Discord. Sometimes.
I do.
So.
I try.
If I wasn't so sleep damn deprived, I would be happy to hang out with you guys.
But yeah. So I'm putting it on Jessica to find a game that we can all play and hang out together and stream that shit, and then you'll see more Jessica, and she'll gets a little money, gets paid. That's what we're all about. So I'm going to leave that up to you. But in the meantime, because I see old boy on his like third freaking coke of the freaking night, getting ready to pass out, and
no dad naps. I could not execute dad nap, man. I tried.
I think we just hit 6 hours too, right?
5:59, 57, 58, 59, 6 hours.
Yay, we made it. All right, once again, thanks everybody for listening. Hit us up. Make sure that you subscribe to the Comic Crusaders to figure out what else we're getting into. I've put some of the links for the Discord channel. I'm going to take a nap. That's just the way it is. But I will be up like a couple of hours because I got to get some other stuff done. I know Jessica. I don't know what time you're fit to go to bed. 12:30. You're probably fitting to go to.
I'm like.
Yeah, you're fitting to go to the club, right? You're fitting to go to the club and everything. Yeah, hit us up on Instagram. Make sure you subscribe to our Instagram, our freaking YouTube, our Twitch, most importantly, and our Discord, and then all this stuff that I'm always freaking bullshitting about is always there.
I'll be back harassing people on Facebook in a couple of days after my 7-day ban.
Absolutely. Make sure you freaking subscribe to Ultra Maximus. So close to freaking getting that big number. So make sure you hit up Ultra Maximus on the YouTube and on Instagram and get all that good information. If there's nothing else for the crew, that is it for us.
Thank you. We hope you've enjoyed this Comic Crusaders production. For real-time news on all things pop culture, please feel free to follow us on social media. For articles, original content, merchandise, and more, please go to www.comiccrusaders.com. Also follow along with the